shocking Tigers signing. We'll get to that. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass.
Good morning, buddy.
John, wearing your Old English D hat today, and it feels good.
It does. And I was wearing it because I know we're going to, for a number of reasons, the big signing, but also I know we're going to get finally an answer on the Skubal arbitration. It probably won't come until at earliest 10:01 a.m., so we won't get a chance to talk about it, but it will come today, and we now have Framber Valdez. We're going to... I thought you actually said that. I was not looking up at the time. Like, why are you jumping in? And we have the highest paid left-handed pitcher, and we have what eventually will be the highest paid left-handed pitcher. Maybe not this year, but this is a pitching staff that you're looking at going, it's damn good. It's damn good.
Yeah. Look, it's a significant contract, a significant spend. And it stabilizes them with some uncertainty. Like, the Skubal thing is completely uncertain, right? Beyond this season, I mean, I think everybody's looking at this thinking this is it. You need someone who can stabilize at the front end of your rotation, and that's what Framber Valdez is. They have a 1-2 punch right now if they do nothing. They have a damn good rotation 1 through, I'll call it 6, and you need a lot of arms to get through 162 games. This was a significant spend that makes them the considerable favorites in the American League Central. It's going to give them a rotation to make some noise in October. And, John, yeah, it is a significant spend. I don't want to gloss over that part.
Yeah, I mean, it changes the narrative a little bit of this, this version of the ownership, and Scott Harris won't spend any money. Well, here you go, $38 million per year for 3 years.
Yeah, we're all waiting around to get the alert for the Skubal news.
And this is what happens. What was your initial reaction when you saw? Okay, shock. But then, what was the first thought that entered your mind?
I wondered what this had to do with the Skubal arbitration. Like if they felt like they had won or if they felt they had lost. But they don't even know, right? I mean, we don't know.
Well, you go into it, you come out of it with a sense, you could be completely wrong, but you come out of it with, wow, man, we crushed that, and we're going to only be paying Skubal $19 million. I initially thought that was my initial reaction. When I saw Framber Valdez, 3 years, $115 million, I thought, oh, they're going all in, and they must have felt pretty good and won. They're only going to be paying Skubal $19 million.
Right, but then as I unpack that, I wonder, like, are they even linked at all? The idea that they would save $13 million to go spend $115 million, it almost feels like they're not connected.
No, I'm not saying. No, I know. Once you sit down and think about it a little bit more, I just asked for your initial reaction.
Initially, you're like, okay, did they save money and then throw it into this deal? But it's $115 million over 3 years.
Or did they just simply know that, hey, whether we're paying Skubal 19 or 32, we've got 1 year left with Tarik Skubal, and we're going to push the chips in. Now, I'm not saying they went all in,
right?
But this is a chips to the middle of the table because your pitching staff. Now, there might be a whole lot of 2-0 games, 2-1 wins, 1-0 wins, because we all were hoping for more offensive explosion.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to do it at some point today. I'll just do it right now and get this out of the way. He's not going to score any runs in Game 5 of the ALDS. All right, I got out of the way. I like the move. 248-539-9797.
This guy. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wait, we've been asking for a bat. I'm not going to complain.
Normally, I get to the second segment, maybe even the second hour before I sit there and I just think, I'm disgusted with the guy across from me.
I just can't believe he did that 5 minutes in.
Right, that's my point.
On doing it 5 minutes in, but he brought up the offense. But yeah, look, in terms of what this means for the Tigers.
No. Don't put this on me.
You brought up a lot of 2-0 ball games. What the hell was that comment about?
Well, okay, you have a great pitching staff, and last year,
why not a lot of 5-1 ball games, John?
Don't put it on me that you're smarmy a-hole.
You're the negative enabler on this show, and people don't realize it. 248-539-9797.
Twice. It's 6:06, and now twice I want to come across the desk. Yesterday, it took me until I think it was like 7:02.
Look, we got 2 Grand Slams, 725. Dear John today on the show, Thursday touchdown, but this is going to be something that we plan a flag on. We want to spend a lot of time on this. This is a major story. 248-539-9797. The other side of the Scooble coin and how it impacts is this, if it does at all. Because, John, your initial thought was maybe they won the Scooble arbitration or feel they won it.
Yeah.
And now they're more comfortable spending. What if they feel like they lost it and they're going to trade Scooble, and this gives them stability at the top end of their rotation by having Framber Valdez not just for this year, but beyond this season? That's the other way to interpret it. I don't know. My point is with uncertainty, I like that they added an anchor at the top end of this rotation.
Sure. I mean, you could see it a lot of different ways. The uncertainty of Tarek Skubal. Did they sign Framber Valdez because they're going to trade Tarek Skubal and get maybe a couple of everyday bats, and that we don't have to hear your smarm alarm stupid stuff and some prospects? Or are we going to go into the season with 2 of the best left-handers in baseball?
Yeah, 2 guys that log major innings, the guys that flirt with 200 innings every year. Yeah, I mean, on paper, if they keep both of them, it's formidable.
Yeah. I mean,
and by the way, as I unpack it, I think that makes, because let's say they thought they were going to lose the Scooble arbitration. Wouldn't you rather just pay Scooble 32 this year than Valdez 38 this year?
Well, the thing is term.
Yeah. But I'm saying for 1 year.
For 1 year.
Because they don't have to trade Scooble if they lose arbitration. They could just say, if we can only pay one $30 million pitcher, we'll go Scooble over Valdez. This suggests they want to pay both.
Yes, I agree with that statement.
As
yes.
you settle in and go, okay, I actually don't know that Scooble's arbarbitration
impacted this.
Yeah,
I mean, when you start to think about it a little bit more, and it's just past the initial reaction, it does signify that hey, they're pitching matters, and which master of the obvious there, but it's you're going into it with both of these guys as the 1-2 punch at the start of your rotation. And then you think about everybody else that's going to be in that rotation. And we know Jack Flaherty's there, Casey Mize, a healthy Reese Olson, Troy Melton, who we all got excited about at the end of the year. How are they going to use him? Is it going to be a long reliever? Is it going to be, out of the bullpen at some point, or an opener, a starter?
Right. We were looking this up pre-show just so people understand. Last year, the Tigers had 6 players pitch at least 10 starts. Mm-hmm. That doesn't count Paddock and Morton, who made starts at the second half of the season. You need more than 5 starting pitchers to get through 162 games.
Right.
So if anyone's going, well, hold on, I thought Melton was going to be a starter. Hey, he probably ended up making 5 to 10 starts this season. Guys are going to miss 2 weeks or a month. It's going to happen over the course of a season. You need pitching depth. This team has struggled with some of that.
Well, and here's the thing about Valdez. He has logged as many innings, the top 5 innings since 2021, I believe it was, and I don't have the stat right in front of me. The only time he's missed time was for a broken finger and 2 weeks for elbow soreness. But to give some of our listeners the stats, since 2020, tied first in the majors in wins with 73. 6th in pitcher WAR at 20.3. Okay, nerd stat. First in ground ball rate because he's a sinker pitcher at 62%. He led the American League in 2022 with 201 innings. This is a major signing for the Detroit Tigers going into this season.
Yeah, I mean, just to throw a little more on top of that, he limits home runs. Some of that's being a sinker ball pitcher. Cy Young votes 3 of the last 4 years, almost 800 innings over that 4-year span. I just think it's stability. And he's a damn good pitcher.
Stability, reliability, availability, all the abilities.
248-539-9797. Let's work the phones. Jay, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Good morning.
I like the signing. I do. I like Framber Valdez. I agree with you guys that it gives us stability. The other thought on the Scooble side of things, though, is that, number one, I think we offered him $60 million for 10 years, and I think he's looking $65 for 13. So I've never been on the boat, if that's true.
Whoa. Slow down. You're saying like $65 per year for 13?
Isn't that what Boas's camp wanted?
That's completely
I don't think I've heard those numbers at all.
No.
Oh, okay. Then I'll put that one down then. But I agree with the Valdez talk, and everybody's getting up on tight on the Tigers, saying that Skubal is worth more than $19 million. Obviously, he's worth more than $19 million, but we're willing to spend money. We just did it with Valdez, and Skubal is under team control. I don't understand why we would pay him $32 million this year if we didn't have to, and I don't think that necessarily jeopardizes Skubal's future with the Tigers when we actually are looking to extend him even more. Do you guys think there's still a chance that we keep Skubal?
Well, I think there's a great chance that we keep him for this year. I think past this year, there's next to no chance that they keep him, because the thing about Valdez was it's 3 years. And Skubal's not going to agree to anything 3 years. He's probably not going to agree to anything that's 5 or 6. He's looking for 8 to 10, and that puts him probably the term out of what the Tigers are willing to do.
That's fair. I mean, I think everybody was concerned that Chris Ilitch wasn't willing to do anything. So not saying that this bodes well for the Skubal signing, because I still hear what you're saying, that it might be a longer window than what we're willing to pay. But at the very least, we've got stability out of it, and we could at least make a good July push for the Tigers to see where our chips land. Do you think we should still trade Skubal, though, at the trade deadline or before?
No.
With the Valdez signing, given that we're not going to get too much for him that we could have 2 years ago.
Look, if you're in the hunt, and in this division, they should be more than in the hunt. They should be out in first place. You're not trading your number one pitcher when you're a first place baseball team.
No, this to me says that they're not going to trade him. That this is, hey, we're going for it. We didn't add a bat, or at least yet,
right?
And we're going to go for not just the division or the pennant, or we're going for a shot at the World Series.
Look, I think his days are numbered, Skubal in Detroit. I think this all but confirms it. Now, when will those days be up? It could be at the end of the season. John, I do think there's a possibility he could still be dealt before the season. I don't know that I would make it likely.
I mean, but everything is on the table.
What if in their mind they go, we got about $30 million to put into one starter? We'd rather it be Skubal, but Valdez for 3 years as opposed to Skubal for 1 plus the haul we get back. Now I'm talking myself into at least on the table. But if they wanted to keep that option open, I like having Valdez in my back pocket while I'm fielding phone calls. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what helps support the Tigers. This protects them from all of the Skubal scenarios because they've got a guy now, and it's not just for 5 minutes for this season. It's beyond this season.
I'm fine with keeping all options on the table, even though I don't see it as likely that they would trade him. But it's as a good GM or good baseball, president of baseball operations, you should always have all options on the table.
Flooded with texts. We'll take phone calls. Framber Valdez, a Detroit Tiger. How do you feel about the move, and what does it say about Skubal? It's 97.1.
Hey, as we continue the start of this new year, if you've made that commitment to your health, your fitness, Planet Fitness is a place that you got to do it. I love going over there. One of the things I love about Planet Fitness is most of them are open 24 hours. And with this crazy work schedule, sometimes I like to go at 3:30 in the morning. Sometimes I like to go at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. They're always available, always open, always clean, and they're always ready to greet you with a smile. To get in the door, it's $1 down, $15 a month. And right now, you can get in there. If you sign up, the first month is free. If you like what you see, they'll give you a free tour of the Black Card Spa, and that gives you everything that Planet Fitness has to offer, including access to over 2,800 locations nationwide. There's over 50 in Detroit, so there's always somewhere locally or nearby that you can get a workout in. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Tigers ponied up. Framber Valdez, the most ever per year for a left-handed pitcher. 3 years, $115 million. Has an opt-out after 2 seasons. Reaction to the move? And what does this mean for Skubal? I think we all know Skubal's days are numbered. This just protects the Tigers. It gives them a 1-2 punch this year, should they choose to keep Skubal through his last year. It also protects them if they get blown away or want to trade Tarik Skubal. But the idea that they could go into the year with these 2 lefties, these workhorses, 200-inning arms, round out what would be a formidable rotation, make them not only favorites to win this division, heavy favorites to win this division. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like right now. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones, read your texts. Walker in Dearborn, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good.
So I got a different perspective on this. I think that this is about Boris. They're showing you right now that they're willing to spend the money. They've had so many problems with Boris now. Look at the problem with Alex Bregman. He took our bat over to Boston. We were willing to give more years, and he still took him over there for less. Also, is this the first time we've been in arbitration with him? I think we've been in arbitration with him before, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're tired of Boris. We're tired of his crap. I think they're willing to keep Skubal. I think they're willing to give him the money still, even after this signing. I think it's just Boris. I think they're tired of him.
What do you mean by they're willing to give him the money? Because it's been reported that the Boris camp is angling for a record pay deal. You think the Tigers are willing to fork over $400 million?
No, I think they're willing to negotiate somewhere under that. I don't think they're willing to give him that much, but I think they're willing to negotiate, but not as much as he wants. This guy's he's a flying ball. Let's just be honest. He keeps doing the same thing over and over again with the Tigers, and I'm sick of it, honestly.
I hate to tell you, Walker, but he's also Torkelson's agent, too. So if Tork goes out and hits 45 bombs, I mean, this isn't going away. It's one thing to say we don't want to deal with him. You're going to deal with him. He's a super agent. He reps a ton of great players.
Very true. Very true. But at the end of the day...
But to your point, your point is if I could help myself by adding Valdez so the volatility of the Skubal situation is less harmful, yeah, that's why this move made a lot of sense to me because... I agree that Boris is a headache to deal with, and I agree that their asking price is going to be astronomical. So to protect yourself, you've got Valdez next year, whether Skubal's here or not.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank
Walker,
you guys.
appreciate it. Thank you.
So I do think there's a world where, first off, the Tigers, we don't know what they're doing. We always have to speculate because they play so close to the vest. I think there is a world where after this has happened now, they could make a deal public, an offer in that world of 5 years. Make him the highest paid pitcher in baseball, potentially.
So like a 5-year,
Put it on-
$215 million
Now,
deal.
I know in some ways I'm like, why would you go all the way to this and then do that? But maybe this is just they slow play everything. They really do. They always slow play stuff. And what if it was a 5-year, $225 million deal, $45 a year,
Right.
and they go public with it?
Right.
They
And
put
then
it all
you put on
him.
Boris. Yeah.
They put it all on him.
Right. To where Boris, I don't think they would do that deal, by the way, the Skubal Boris camp. I think they want an 8-year commitment. I think they want to reset the market. It's pretty clear they want to do that. And you're right, Tom. At least at that point, you make them the bad guy.
Yeah.
And I do think it's more about the term than it is about the money.
Yes.
If you could get Skubal for, let's just even say 6 at $240, you make him higher paid than Valdez at $40 million a year, 6 years, puts you at 35. What did they just put, because Skubal's 29, what did they just put Valdez at?
Sign him
3
up till
years,
35.
up till
Yeah.
35.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 4 years and 200. They're showing their hand that they don't want to get super committed down the road. I think
there's a lot of people that respect that, by the way, that understand that baseball contracts of 8 and 10 years age poorly. There's plenty of people that would support them if that is their public position, that they don't want to commit more than a 4 or 5 year commitment to a guy.
4 and 200 just says we offered him $50 million a year, the first ever to do that.
Yeah.
And you put it all on them to say no.
Right. 248-539-9797. Some of the text coming in. And again, this is going to be a focal point on the show today. Text says, my thought was they signed Valdez because they don't think Skubal will be here long term. Go Tigers. Guys, I think Skubal's already traded. Whoever is traded for him wanted the Tigers to look bad and go through arbitration. I'm guessing within 24 hours of the hearing, you will hear of a trade. Skubal out of the rotation, insert Melton. Valdez is there to lead the rotation.
I mean, you can have any thoughts that you want. I just don't agree with that.
My first thought is they're trading Skubal. They know they need a number one starter. Sign Valdez. Another text, they're trading Skubal. That's what that deal for Valdez means. How are they going to pay him $38 but can't pay Skubal? It's term.
Yeah, again, it's not. Yeah, they could, if they wanted to pay Skubal $40 million for the next 3 years, 100% think they would do it. But Skubal's not going to go for 3 years. And nor should he at his age. He should get 5 or 6. He'll probably get 8 to 10 from somebody else. And again, when you sign those long-term deals, you get to the end of them. We had a first ballot Hall of Famer, and everybody at the end of his deal was going, "Can he just retire? Can we just pay him out?" And then you look at what's going on with Javi Baez. Like long-term deals, just that one didn't age well when the ink was dry.
Got Thursday touchdown. We'll get right back into Valdez. Let's go to Heather with the news.
Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, legendary Tigers pitcher Mickey Lolich has passed away at the age of 85. He was obviously a key member of the 1968 World Series championship team, throwing 3 complete game victories. It was named the series MVP. He played for the Tigers for 13 seasons, being named an All-Star in 1969, 1971, and 1972. He leads the Tigers in strikeouts and ranks 3rd in innings pitched and wins. And at the time of his retirement, which was in 1979, he held the Major League Baseball record for career strikeouts by a left-handed pitcher. He is now 5th on the all-time list with 2,832. The Tigers did, of course, release a statement on Wednesday, which highlighted all of those stats and more. And then they also expressed their deep sadness and their condolence for his wife and the entire Lolich family. Dave Coulier is cancer-free again. This man can battle. On Wednesday, he appeared on Good Morning America, where he shared that his tongue cancer is now in remission. He was previously, if you remember, diagnosed with stage 3 non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Then in December, he was diagnosed with this tongue cancer. And during his appearance, which did happen to be on World Cancer Day, he basically said that early detection was key. He found out about this unrelated cancer when he went to have a checkup for his lymphoma. And that's when he discovered the cancer very early, which is key. And he kind of says, he never wanted to be like this poster boy for cancer, right? Who wants to be that? But he does feel like it is now his duty. It's something he can do. He can encourage people to go get those exams, get the prostate exams, the mammograms, go talk to your doctors, do all of this so that you can catch anything in its early stages. So it's great news. That human skull, well, believed to be human skull that was donated to a Goodwill in Washtenaw County, has now been sent to the University of Michigan for further examination. So if you didn't hear the story, on January 26th, employees discovered what appeared to be a human skull wrapped up in a shirt that had been donated. Well, the skull was collected, taken to the Washtenaw County Medical Examiner's Office, who is pretty confident that, yes, it is a human skull, but nobody seems to know where it came from, who it belongs to, right?
Or belonged to.
Belonged to. Yeah, I guess. I mean, sure, no longer that person's, but still.
Yes, it's still.
It belonged to somebody.
Sure.
Chelsea police are working to identify the woman who donated it. They do have her on surveillance camera. It's not great imaging, but they say they believe she's in her late 40s, early 50s, shoulder-length brown hair, wearing black pants, black coat, sunglasses. They say there was a second person believed to be the driver that they also would say, hey, well, we'd love to talk to them too. So what a strange
It's bizarre,
story.
yeah.
I hope we
get more information.
Yeah, I
I'm
hope
curious.
that there is an ending to this story that we can follow up on. Hey, MDOT is preparing drivers for a new phase of the massive I-696 project that will resume in March with ramp closures along I-75 and I-696. So they say the closures will start in early March. They'll last through early summer, so be prepared. Officials say work will include rebuilding the ramp base, drainage, and pavement, as well as bridge improvements. You can go online and check them all out. I mean, I could read them to you.
No, but there's a bunch of them.
And they all have detours, right? So you'll get to where you're going.
Yeah.
Maybe a little later than normal, but you'll
Or just
get there.
leave earlier. It's just going to take you longer, and you can get there on
Pack your
time.
patience, John. Hate that saying.
I know. Heather with the news. Thursday Touchdown is next. Some Super Bowl storylines to get into. Don't go far away if you want to talk Valdez, because it's going to be a huge part of the show. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. There are many law firms that come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their longevity and success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
We'll keep taking texts and calls. Framber Valdez, stunning move, 3 years, $115 million. Big time move for one of our teams, and it's the Tigers that do it. So call in, text in, we'll get to it. It's time for the Thursday touchdown.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, it is Super Bowl week, man. We haven't talked about it at all because there's been other things going on, and I don't think people care that much about this Super Bowl. Anywho, the NFL is planning on having 9 international games next season. The long-term goal is to have 16, so every team plays 1 per season. Is this too much?
Yes. Well, I'll say this. I'll backtrack just a minute. I don't think it's too much, but I think there needs to be a limit on how far you're traveling. Going to Australia is absolutely bizarre. It should be from your point of origin. So if it's Detroit, if it's DC, if it's LA, wherever you can go within 6 hours, that's where it should be. That's coast to coast. You're already going to make those trips while you're playing inside what is the NFL cities. You shouldn't be forced to go over that, to go overseas. And to think that you're going to travel 15, 16, 17 hours just to play a game and then 15, 16, 17 hours to come back is absolutely bizarre.
We are reaching the saturation point. If you're going to do this, you have to attach the bye week after the trip wherever you're going.
I don't even care if it's a bye week after it. If I'm going to Australia from the West Coast, no, I don't want to do that in the middle of the season or at the start of the season.
Okay, Levi Onwuzurike and Josh Paschal entered 2025 as their last season remaining on their contracts. However, because neither played in 2025, a little-known rule keeps them both under contract for 2026. Should either be on the Lions roster come the regular season.
No! You get 53 spots. These guys shouldn't be eating up roster spots. Get them the hell out of here.
I tend to agree with you. I think there is a 10% chance where I could see Paschal possibly being on the roster. Levi Onwuzurike, thank you for nothing. Move on.
What's it been, 5 years since you've been done with this guy?
Yeah, I mean, I was done with him. Yeah, when I watched him at Washington, I'm done.
John, there's no room for Paschal either because once Davenport gets re-signed, it's just a spot they can't use. Oh, sorry.
Jeez. For the 60th time, the Lions are not playing in the Super Bowl. How about that?
Hold on. Say that again.
For the 60th time, the Lions are not playing in the Super Bowl.
Oh, you're going to hit him on that, but you didn't hit yourself on the other one? Okay, move along.
Let's ask the annual question. What can the Lions learn from both Super Bowl teams?
Play defense. Play defense. You've golf-proofed the offense and address the offensive line, but play defense. Seattle, #1 scoring defense. How do you get Sam Darnold there? You Darnold-proof the offense, and you give them a good defense to get the ball back, to make stops when you throw interceptions. The #4 scoring defense, New England.
John, we talk about it starts at the line of scrimmage. You want to highlight defense. Both these teams got high-impact D linemen in free agency. Milton Williams leading the way for the Patriots, and it's DeMarcus Lawrence for Seattle. The lesson is draft is critically important, but you have to use free agency too. 5 of the top 6 cap hits for the Seahawks are players they didn't draft. I hope Brad Holmes is paying attention to that. He's drafted well. It's not the whole job.
Okay, let's get a little geeky here with the Super Bowl. I think the best individual matchups in Super Bowl 60 is Jackson Smith and Jigba versus Christian Gonzalez. Who do you guys think wins the matchup?
I think JSN wins the matchup, and I think that's because of how they creatively will use him to get him free releases, not just in the slot, but we saw them line him up as a running back, get him out into space. And I think if you're the Patriots, it's a team effort. It's not just going to be one guy that can shut him down.
Agree. And you said all the things. I'll give you a couple of more specifics. Clint Kubiak goes into the spacing. They get him free running down the field. You're talking about one of the better route runners, one of the better pass catchers, and a guy that had a tremendous year in JSN. And on the flip side, it will be a team effort. But Christian Gonzalez, while he's good, I don't think he's the shutdown corner. Like, you come out of that AFC Championship game and everybody is sitting there going, oh, well, the interception. That was an absolute gift that was given to him by Jarrett Stidham. He didn't have an interception this year. He could have played for the Jets defense.
Aren't these two guys the Lions could have drafted, by the way? I think so.
There's a lot of guys in the NFL that the Lions could have drafted.
I know. Sorry for the smarm. The 2018 quarterback draft class has become surprisingly good with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, and Sam Darnold. Is the 2018 class better than the 2020 class that featured Burrow, Herbert, Tagovailoa, and Hurts?
I'm not even sure there's much of a competition. Now, the one stat is Jalen Hurts has a Super Bowl, but I think Sam Darnold's going to get a Super Bowl in a couple of days. But when you've got Josh Allen, 1 MVP, Lamar Jackson, 2 MVPs, I know Joe Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. Justin Herbert can't find a way to win a postseason game. Tua Tagovailoa should enter retirement. And so I think right now it's clear that the 2018 class is better than 2020.
Yeah, give me the 2018 class. Deeper class, and you're right, the MVPs highlight it.
Yeah, and I think a lot that has to do with this decision is Joe Burrow's done nothing the last couple of years. If he kind of does what we still think he can do, that this answer could change again.
Well, he runs the fashion world, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Forgot about that. We have a rematch of Super Bowl 49 with the Patriots and Seahawks. This game is famously known for Pete Carroll not giving the ball to Marshawn Lynch. Is that the worst play call in the history of football?
No. It's certainly up there, but no. There was a college moment a couple years ago where a coach could have won the game by taking a knee.
Oh, Mario Cristobal.
Cristobal, you win the game. There's no controversy. You put the knee down and you celebrate. To do anything else is idiotic. That is the worst decision. When you can auto-win and choose not to, that's a worse decision.
So you're taking a regular season game over a Super Bowl.
I'm saying the decision. The decision is the worst decision.
A decision, though, but the consequences.
Let me ask a question with that. Would that have put Miami in a playoff?
It may have, yeah.
That is bad.
It is.
Look, the Super Bowl is a higher stakes, but I'm just going by decision.
So I'll give you something that's even worse. When you're up 28-3, every play call that you made in the second half is the worst play call ever. You take sacks, you throw incompletions, you stop the clock. You could have won a Super Bowl, Atlanta, but every play call in the second half of that was worse than Seattle, was worse than Cristobal.
You mentioned the 28-3 game. I got to say, I think one of the most underrated decisions by a coach ever was in Bill Belichick in that comeback when they were still trailing by 20 plus.
Yeah.
Took a field goal. A great lesson sometimes in taking points gets overlooked. All right, finally, your menu's a huge deal for having a successful Super Bowl Sunday. What are your top 3 must-have foods for the Super Bowl?
Mine are very simple. A lot of pork. Bacon bombs, and I only have them once a year. They're that special, and the Super Bowl to me is that special. So once a year I get bacon bombs. Number 2 is ribs, and then number 3 is you got to have some queso with the sausage dippers.
Pizza, wings, potato skins. Classic Super Bowl fare.
I'm not sure about the potato skins.
But they're shaped like footballs. Who doesn't like fried potatoes?
I like potato skins.
Wait.
Too.
Say that again. They're shaped like footballs?
Yeah, they're ovals.
You must be a hell of a party planner. Oh, that's so cute. They're shaped like footballs. Do you put the cheese and do you make the laces the bacon?
Just for you, John.
Hey, let's bring Heather into the Thursday touchdown here quick. What's your one must-have on Super Bowl Sunday food-wise? Grilled cheese?
Tomato soup?
No, I want the basic stuff. I want chips and a dip.
Fries
the
and
basic
ketchup?
stuff. No, basic stuff is meat
No, I don't
for
want
Super
well, you
Bowl.
know that-
Yes, I know, but you
I'm
can't
not
call
eating
it basic
that.
stuff.
So I want like a
You
good
want
dip
chips and
chips.
gummy
I want-
bears and
Yes.
Sour Patch Kids.
And pizza's fine too.
And that is your Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We'll have the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000 getting up with us today. And as you wake up, the Tigers waking up with Framber Valdez.
Spending some money.
John.
Wait. Somebody spent money?
Someone made a move in this city.
Somebody made a free agent, an impactful free agent signing?
A significant spend. Someone did a thing. Someone made a move.
Yeah. I wonder if, who was the guy yesterday that called in that was the death of the heat of 1,000 suns, however he said it?
I hate Scott Harris.
Yeah. I'd like to hear what he thinks about this now. And it doesn't, I wouldn't expect that he would go from where he was yesterday to, Scott Harris is great. But you got to give the guy his flowers and say that this is a great move.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not expecting you to go lovey-dovey full 180, but this is a significant move. This is a guy who is a frontline rotation anchor. It's a guy who can count on for damn near 200 innings. He's going to keep the ball down, ground balls, doesn't give up homers. And, John, he's gotten Cy Young votes 3 of the last 4 years. This is a number 1 on most teams. The fact that you have Skubal to give a 1-2 punch makes you that much more formidable. And, John, I love that he offers them protection wherever this Skubal thing goes. If Skubal is only here for 1 more season, you got a better chance to win the World Series with that 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
If Tarik Skubal is to be dealt tomorrow following arbitration, you still got a number 1 guy, right? Like, this is a move, whether Skubal's here or not, that makes them better, and it protects them from the uncertainty and the volatility of this Boris Skubal fiasco.
And the whole mental side of the game is so important. And you got 2 guys that are 2 lefties in a 1-2 punch. But how much better do you think that makes Reese Olson coming off the injury? And anybody else that's going to be in the rotation, because it takes a lot of pressure off of them, and it just lets them go out there and pitch.
John, do you remember one of the questions we were asking AJ Hinch late in September? Who's your number 2? Well, now it would be who's your number 3. The point is you start moving that down.
Right.
And it could be Flaherty or Mize or Olson. Got to get him healthy.
Right.
Melton.
But I think Mize is a great one.
You're a deeper, longer staff now. Now you're not questioning, well, who do I give the ball to after Skubal?
Right, and we've always talked about, is Mize ever going to fulfill the 1-1 prophecy? And no.
Thank you.
But now it takes pressure off of him because he doesn't have to be that guy that follows Skubal. He doesn't have to be. Now he's going to have to follow Valdez or maybe Reese Olson does. I don't know how they're going to do it. That's up to AJ. But it takes the pressure off of all those guys to have to go out there and be that second ace.
So how do you feel about the move? What are the ramifications? What does it mean for Skubal? We'll just talk about it. 248-539-9797. Some of the texts coming in. How are we going to pay Valdez $38 a year but can't pay Skubal? That sentiment echoed by another texter who says, I was confused when I got the news. Pay Valdez $38 a year but hesitant to give Skubal $32?
No. So
yeah, let's make sure we clarify for people.
Let's clarify this.
I've seen a lot of this, and I don't think this makes sense. The Tigers would gladly give Skubal a 3-year deal.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's making $38 million.
Or more.
Or more.
They'd probably give him 45
on a 3-year
over
deal.
3-year deal.
Absolutely, they'd pay him on
probably give him 40 over 6.
Maybe. But certainly they would pay a 3-year deal as much or more than Valdez. It's not apples to apples. Skubal, and I'm not faulting him for this, wants to hit the open market to get the 8 or 10-year deal where you're stacking hundreds of millions. Valdez got $115 million. Skubal and Boris are thinking, that's cute. We want 3 times that. That's the difference, or 4 times that.
Well, and I'm curious as to, now we know the Dodgers will do just about anything. Outside of them, what is the sentiment amongst other general managers or president of baseball operations around baseball? Because Valdez wanted a longer-term deal. That's why he was still on the market as of yesterday. He wanted 5 years. Well, everybody said, no, we'll give you, 3 or 2 or whatever it is. He ends up going 3 for $115 for the Tigers. Is there a world where, because of the arm events that Skubal has, and there's no question the dominance that he's had over the last couple of years. And I think he will for the foreseeable future. By foreseeable future, I'm talking about 3, maybe 4 years. Then there's going to be a decline.
Yeah.
What does that decline look like? How many teams would be willing to give him 8 to 10 years? And he may find out that they're
small list.
It's a small list, and maybe it's a no list. And everybody's willing to go, like we did with Valdez, to 35.
Right.
Well, if you go 6 years this year for Skubal, that gets you to 35.
Sure.
I'm just throwing it out there as I don't know what everyone else is thinking about Tarik Skubal. More than likely, there's somebody that will say, yeah, you know what, to pull you away from the Tigers, if they're going to give you 6 for 240, we'll go 8 for 320.
Look, if you want an insight into Skubal's mind, he did share on Instagram a photo with the Valdez deal, and he said, dinner's on you.
Yes.
If I'm Skubal or Boris, I'm hoping we get good news and we get $32 million for the upcoming season. Arbitration news expected today. Beyond that, Valdez just set the floor. This is the most money per year ever for a lefty. If I'm Skubal, I go, okay, well, we're certainly going to leapfrog that in our next deal. So it's a win for you in that way if you're Tarik Skubal. So,
right, but it's a matter of term. It's and that's where when Tigers fans lose their mind of, well, why would you pay Valdez this and not Skubal?
It's term.
It's all about the length of the contract.
Always comes back to length. 248-539-9797. Text says, guys, this
You're
is
so dirty. I wouldn't even go there.
Right. Yeah, you're the adult. Regardless of how arbitration goes, this is a net positive. If Tarik stays, a top 5 rotation. If he goes, Valdez is our anchor ace. Yeah, 100%. That is my read of the situation, too.
Yeah, I mean, there's insurance, but there's also the excitement of you could have both.
Dingler and Rogers just demanded to be traded, LOL. You get that reference?
Yes.
For those that don't know, Valdez had an incident where he threw it intentionally at his catcher after giving a grand slam up in September.
Right.
Guys, the Tigers just sent a message to Skubal. They will pay, but not long term. Nothing more than 5 years. Paul in New Haven.
Bingo.
Guys, I think Valdez is a move no person could be upset with. He's a high-level winner. He's kind of the Bregman of pitchers.
Oh, I think I would say he's better than that. I would think. I don't know. You're kind of. I mean, it's hard to compare apples to oranges at that point.
I agree with the point. This is a guy who can lead a rotation, can win a lot of games. You had the pitcher WAR stat over several seasons. He's in the top 5 or 6 in terms of being one of these guys who can lead a team. 248-539-9797. As much as it pains me, Texter says it vindicates Scott Harris. Clearly had no issue paying Skubal $40 a year. The hang-up was always the years. Rather than being held hostage by Boris, he likely beat them in arbitration and relocated Skubal's money to someone else. Said, good luck with your new team in 27.
I mean, that's a great take. That's a great take.
I don't know if them winning an arbitration is why they did this deal. Like save $13 million to spend $115 doesn't really make sense.
No, but I think he did take a little power back.
Yeah. Oh, that I agree with that. Control, power, whatever words you want to use, because it felt like Harris, as a stand-in for the Tigers organization, was kind of like dangling in the wind, just kind of, oh no, how's this going to go? We're going to be the victims, and now they have control of the situation.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Finally, a Detroit team does something major. Arbitration or not, we'll have a very nasty pitching staff for the upcoming season.
I mean, I'd also like to know, we asked your initial reaction. Mm-hmm. Did this up your level of excitement? Because I think there was a lot of, oh, well, they're not going to do anything. Why would I want to, I'll still be a Tigers fan, but why am I going to buy tickets? I think this 100% energizes the fan base.
And this one, can you ask your update guy if MSU is still the best basketball team in the state? Can you ask him about Grayson Allen Fears? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers have made a splash with one of the biggest signings in baseball this offseason last night. Detroit went out and signed left-handed ace Framber Valdez to a 3-year, $115 million deal. The contract will earn Valdez over $38 million per year, which is the most for a lefty in baseball history. The team also included a player option after 2 years, giving Valdez the chance to opt out of his contract after the 2027 season. Valdez was one of the top pitchers in baseball last year and widely regarded as the best available arm in free agency this offseason. Last year, he averaged almost 9 strikeouts per 9 innings with a 3.66 ERA, while pitching the 9th most innings of any starter in baseball. The Tigers made this signing in the hours following their arbitration hearing with Tarik Skubal, of which we don't know the results yet. We are expected to learn those results today. The Red Wings fell 4-1 to the Mammoths on the road last night. Despite dropping their last game before the Olympics, Todd McClellan likes where the team is. And the top college basketball team in the state of Michigan last night lost on the road 76-73 to unranked Minnesota. No, Michigan did not play. It was Michigan State. Minnesota's first win over a top 10 team since 2021. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to Odyssey.com.
All right, phone calls, text, talking Framber Valdez. We've been talking about it all morning. 3 years, $115 million. It's the most per year for a lefty in Major League Baseball history. That's right, our team did that. One of our teams went out and added a big, bold, aggressive star player. And make no mistake about it, this guy's a star player. Cy Young votes in 3 of the last 4 years. He ranks routinely among the most innings pitched, so he is a workhorse by today's standards. He does not give up the long ball. He's a sinker ball guy. He'll play to the ballpark. And the idea of having him and Skubal at the top of the rotation is tantalizing. If for some reason they're going to lose Skubal, and it could be now or at the end of the season, it gives them an anchor regardless. I love the text we just got. I love the thought that you frame it like Scott Harris took control of the situation. We've been begging for him to pick a lane, grab control of the situation, not be jerked around by Boris. Well, now it's great. If they get a deal and they want to trade him, they don't go into the season without a number one. And if they just decide, hey, you know what, we're going to try to win while we've got Skubal, their chances just went up of chasing the World Series. He grabbed control of the situation. You have to give Scott Harris credit today.
And I think it's also a message to Tarik Skubal. Hey, if you want to take this tour of Detroit and profess your love for the city and all of our sports teams, and you want to be involved, like, there's a path for you to stay here. Now, will they pay a pitcher 38 and another one 40?
Probably not.
Probably not. But hey, if it's 4 years at 160, or if it's 6 years at 240, like at least that needs to come out that offer was made. And if Skubal says and Boris say, hey, we're looking for 8 to 10, thank you, but no thank you. Fine. Now, again, the Tigers are off the hook.
Well, and I think that's what we believe is happening below the surface, behind closed doors. If you want to shine the light on it from the Tigers side, there's certainly a PR battle that you can win by doing it. I think the result, though, is the result. He's not signing here long term. His days are numbered. This all but confirmed it if anybody had any questions about it. They are just doing what they need to do to position themselves accordingly, which is what we've been begging for.
And if we get to opening day, Skubal's your opening day pitcher, it most likely means he's going to be leaving and you're not getting anything other than a compensatory pick.
Right. And what you're getting is a run this year.
Right.
And then I will wonder, look, this team should be not only in the mix, but leading the way come trade deadline time.
In this division?
Oh, yeah. Then it says, okay, McGonigal's probably come up. What is our big need? And if it still is, hey, we need someone with some oomph who can drive in some runs, because I love Valdez, but he's not going to knock anybody in Game 5, then you make that move at the trade deadline to solidify this all-in push. But this puts that on the table now.
And what do you think the pucker factor was in Cleveland, Minnesota, Kansas City? I mean, Chicago, it's probably not very much because
they're not in it.
They stink anyway.
But I'll have to dig up the numbers, but I did see it was a Guardians account say, gulp, because his numbers against Cleveland specifically are very good.
You also got to love that reaction too, right? I mean, that's how many times have we been the fan base going, "Oh man, I wish we got Micah Parsons," or "Oh man," like now all of a sudden you're making those other cities react the way that we have.
Yeah, like in a division of lightweights, Detroit's acting a little more like a heavyweight.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to Ken in Brownstown. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I couldn't wait to get in my car and hear the coverage on this topic today. Hey, I think Harris, this is a big win for him. The floor for Valdez, he's solid. I think he has, one of the most innings pitched over the last 4 years. He's kind of a set and forget. But I had a little bit of, for me, a moment of clarity when I saw the signing with the Skubal. The lack of not extending him, it enabled him to make this. And you know what? With all this back and forth with Boris, it's probably a foregone conclusion he's gone after this year. But I'm tired of these long-term contracts, right? I mean, we're still dealing with the sting of Javi Baez, and we had to play for 2 years with 8 players with Cabrera. I think it's great. If Skubal walks after this year, and as far as Harris is concerned, he's won, right? He got Cy Young winner at a bargain.
Yeah. You know what? I agree with you. Now, he's not a Cy Young winner, but he has been in the voting for the Cy Young 3 of the last 4 years.
No, you're saying Skubal. They've had the cheap Skubal years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the win.
Right, and a great point, too, about Miggy in regards to, for all those that, are saying, hey, just give Skubal the 8 or the 10-year deal. How many times did we have to talk about Miguel Cabrera at the end of his career? And that's a first-ballot Hall of Famer of just what you said. Hey, we're going into a game with only 8 guys in the lineup.
Right. Yeah.
Or 7 because you had Miggy and Javi.
Appreciate the call, Ken. At the same time, you can't be afraid of never giving out a long-term deal. You understand that some of that is like the cost of running a high-end baseball team?
Right, but for an everyday player, Miggy signed a 10-year deal for $292 million. Okay, and you eat the last 2 years.
Yes.
You had 8 really good years. What does that mean for a pitcher?
Right.
If you sign him to a 10-year deal, are you eating the last 5 years of that contract?
Well, that's what it always comes down to is how many of these years are we going to be underwater for?
Right.
If you sign an 8-year deal, you're hoping 6 of them you're getting all-star production. And if I got to deal with a couple on the back end, that is the cost of running a baseball team.
Right.
What this opens up, though, is to do the long-term deals if McGonigal or Clark and others hit. And you prematurely do that, which has been the new trend by some teams in baseball.
I'll give you this, and no one here's paying attention to what the A's are doing, but they paid Jacob Wilson, their shortstop, and they bought out his arbitration years, and he profiles as this high-contact infield bat. Well, that's a cop for McGonigal if he comes up and does what people are saying.
Yeah, but he's got to prove it a little bit first.
I'm not saying offer it today, but let's get him 2 years in, he makes an all-star game, and then you're trying to make that commitment.
But Scott Harris also has that in his repertoire, in his resume. He did it with Colt Keith.
What I think about this deal last night is the amount of flexibility this has created to anywhere where I said earlier that I still think there's a world where a Skubal extension will be publicly offered at something like 5 years and $40 million plus. It opens up many trade avenues. I think if you just go to the players you think are in the game, with the Mets, the Yankees, the Dodgers, I was looking at third baseman for them. Guess who both have expiring contracts after this year, which fits the Tigers' DNA? Muncy and Chisholm. Now, are those super flashy players? No, but they would fit a hole at third base. Now, both are lefties.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't.
Oh, you're going to send Cookies over the edge here with another left-handed bat.
Oh, I know. Now, I think something even other likely. Tom Verducci wrote right before the arbitration hearing that he still thinks the Skubal trade market's out there, and he actually said the Orioles as a team who is loaded with prospects and has a horrible rotation for a team that's got a great lineup.
Remember when that was a big talker 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm. So a guy like a Jordan Westburg, who's under contract for until 2030 would fit the Tiger profile. Is going to be entering arbitration years. But what I'm saying here when I throw these names, don't get mad at me, listeners. You're hooking prospects in with this.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
if you choose to trade Skubal, which, look, it's been discussed on this station for how many weeks and months? It's still very much an option for this team. But now you do it without the unknown of, well, who's our opening day starter? If they trade Skubal, Valdez has the bump for the first game of the season. There's no question. You've done that.
If Skubal loses arbitration, it opens up a trade world for mid-market teams that think they can push. It has just opened up so many different cans of worms. I still think they keep them and go for it.
Right.
But these options that they have, I love the flexibility. Listen, they could hook them, Skubal, and attach Baez. And make it, if you want Skubal, you're going to take Baez and get rid of that contract. There's just so many worlds that have been opened up.
Let me make this point, too. So we've discussed...
if you want Skubal, you have to take our Baez.
That's happened before.
No, it is.
That's what the Tigers did with Cabrera and Willis. Now, I think the Tigers thought they could get something out of Willis, but the Marlins were unloading him.
What you talking about, Willis?
We've talked about, does this mean Skubal's more or less likely to get traded? That's kind of been an undercurrent of this, right? And John, I know you're saying, no, they're going to roll with them. And I think both options are on the table. Here's the other thing to consider. Long term, it probably doesn't make sense to pay two arms $40 million for 1 year when you're nowhere near the luxury tax. Yeah, you could justify keeping the two of them, especially if you're going to follow up with some ammunition at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Text coming in. Guys, I'm excited for the Tigers, but I'm not rushing out to buy tickets yet. We still need a bat. If Scott can do that, I'll be happy. You just had like a visible recoil.
I mean, okay, yes. Can your team always be better? Yes. Can you just enjoy the fact that one of our teams went out and signed one of the top free agents in the game?
I think this person has taken a breath and already moved on. Like, let's have today. Guys, I'm upset that they added Valdez and not Valdez and Aaron Judge. 248-539-9797. And I'm being, I'm taking it a little far.
Can we get Soto from the Mets?
Right. I famously still want a bat for this team, but that's not my headline today is grumble, grumble, grumble.
Right.
Wish it was a $40 million bat. I still think they'll need to add one if they're going to win a World Series.
Let's go Skubal for Soto. Head up.
All right.
Man for man. Gotta have a bat.
Guys, 97.1 Talking Heads are playing checkers while Harris plays chess. Brilliant move. Sorry he didn't let you know his plans. I was wondering why he wasn't responding to my phone calls. Scott, what's up? Question mark. You up? What's going on with Skubal?
New phone, who dis?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why you.
Oh, don't do this.
That's why you. You're welcome.
Should we have people text in with how Boris responds to this? With his little limericks or whatever the heck he's doing?
Well, what could win or not?
Ticket text. What is the Scott Boras, Dr. Seuss response to this?
I know we're up against it. Let's for a second. Do you think Boris is actually upset by this? We got a text that says it's a middle finger to Boris. I don't think Boris is going to be upset by this.
Oh no,
Valdez
reset the
deal at
left-handed
all.
market.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Is if he loses arbitration, he'll be bummed. If he wins arbitration, he'll be happy. But moving beyond this year, this is a win for left-handed pitching approaching free agency. It will be the Valdez deal is a win for Tarek Skubal. Big
I was
picture.
Say, do we know any left-handers approaching free agency?
Yeah, that's the thing I don't get today is the people who go, boy, Skubal's got to be pissed. Well, this had no bearing on whether he wins arbitration or not, and it actually helps him when he tries to cash in free agency.
The only thing that he'll get hung up on is term.
Right. But I think his case is different than Valdez. He's 3 years younger and he's a better pitcher.
Right, but if most teams are saying, hey, we only want to pay a pitcher till 35.
Right.
That again, it could limit his term.
The Dodgers will just defer the money. It'll all be fine. Yeah. Let's get to Heather's news and the 2 Grand Slam next, 97.1.
Hey, this year's winter conditions are absolutely no joke. It's colder than hell out there. Black ice, blowing snow, whiteouts. 1 second the roadway or parking lot looks clear. The next second you're sliding on ice. If you're in an accident or if you slip and fall, know this. David Femininio gets it. He understands. He's been an injury attorney in Michigan for over 30 years. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. All you need to do is call David at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Head of the 2 Grand Slam, it's Heather with the news.
Yeah, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, changes are coming to the McNamara Terminal at Detroit Metro Airport after that man rammed his Mercedes through the front door and slammed into a ticketing counter. Yes, John.
So I have a question.
Okay, do I have an answer?
No, I don't think you do.
Okay, let's
And
hear
so
it.
I'll ask this. Why don't we know his name?
Because he hasn't been charged with anything yet.
Why hasn't he been charged with anything?
Great follow-up.
I think that they are still investigating. I did read how the police looked into his background. Did he have any issues with the airline? None. Did he have any history of making terroristic threats? None. They're trying to figure out what this was. His family said that he deals with mental issues. Obviously, this was a mental health episode.
There's always some charges. Then you can add to it later. But why? I don't understand. This is an attack. Okay, it's not an attack. Maybe not an attack.
I think it is still under investigation, John. That's all. I don't have an answer clearly, but I do believe that that's all it is that things are still under investigation. Once final charges are through, then we'll know who this man's name is. But other than that, we don't know who he is, except that he is believed to be like in his 40s, according to the airport.
And apparently a Lions fan.
Yeah, it's true. Anyway, the airport has installed 9,000-pound concrete barricades outside the McNamara Terminal, as obviously officials plan to fortify it against vehicular attacks in the future.
Yeah.
So the airport authority CEO, Chad Newton, is the one that's really doing most of the talking in this article that I'm reading. And he said that
his brother, have you heard of his brother? Fig?
Or Isaac?
No. Yeah. I mean, the three
Fig,
of them.
I have. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Isaac I've heard of as well, but yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. Anyway, the building already had features that were designed to prevent something like this, but he says clearly those turned out to be inadequate. The thing is that due to the structure of the departure level, there is only so many options you can do. So what it sounds like they're going to do is have these types of barricades. He said, those ones you see sometimes that look like gigantic planters?
Oh, yeah, or the big red balls that are out front of Target.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. Something decorative looking, so it's not this just massive concrete barrier, is kind of the route they're thinking. He said, of course, everything still has to be approved by building engineers. But in the meantime, he did say travelers should still feel safe at the airport. So you'll see some of those if that's where you're headed. Full House star Dave Coulier is once again cancer-free. During an interview with Good Morning America on Wednesday, he shared that it's just been a roller coaster ride over the past several years. So first, he was diagnosed with stage 3 non-Hodgkin lymphoma. He beat that. Then last October, he was diagnosed with tongue cancer. And he basically said in the interview that he is now in remission for both. And during this interview, he talked about the importance of early detection, right? And that is basically how he caught the tongue cancer, was through his early detection. He went through it for a scan to check for the lymphoma.
Yeah.
And he caught this, and he's saying now he feels like he can be there to help other people, and he can just remind people, hey, go get those scans, go get those mammograms, go get those colonoscopies, whatever it may be, go get it done so you can take care of your health as well. Hey, the baseball world is mourning the loss of a player who made history with the Tigers, Mickey Lolich, who will be remembered as the Tigers' hero in the 1968 World Series, passed away at the age of 85 years old. He is the last MLB pitcher to win 3 games in the World Series, and he was named World Series MVP that year. Sad news, the Tigers made a really nice post, obviously, going over his career and just sharing their condolences with his wife and his family. Hey, if you want to win $2,000, give us a call now for your chance to play the 2 Grand Slam, 248-539-9797. Savannah Guthrie and her siblings released a really emotional video plea to bring their 84-year-old mother home safely. They basically begged her kidnappers to show signs of life. They want to know that she is alive, and they want to let whoever has her know that they are ready to listen, because there's been reports of these ransom notes. We don't know yet if they're actually confirmed or not, but they are saying, hey, we are here. Let's figure this out, right? We need to get her home. The message comes 3 days after Nancy was reported missing. And police are also denying those reports we talked about yesterday, where Savannah's brother-in-law could be a suspect. They say no suspects have been identified, and they are not confirming that any cars are being investigated or not. But that
Can you
came
imagine her brother-in-law? Hey, wait, what? What?
I'm sure
You're all
it
looking at
happens.
me?
I mean,
Family
but he
group
was,
chat had to be crazy yesterday.
it sounds like he was the last person to see her alive, so I understand that people would look at him.
Well, sure, but I mean, why would you name him as, like, in a news article as a responsible journalist? It just seems like that's
Maybe.
a tough one to take.
Sure is. Sure is. What's up? You want me to end it and let's play the game?
Yeah, that's
All
what
right,
I
let's
wanted
play
to
the
do.
game. Let's
Yeah,
give
let's
away
give
some
away
money.
some money. Sorry, I asked you too many bad questions.
Let's play the game. Let's give away some money. Here's the 2 Grand Slam. You know the rules. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, and hopefully we can give away $2,000.
Mike in St. Clair Shores. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Mike. How are you this morning?
Doing good. How are you all?
We're doing good. How often do you play the 2 Grand Slam in your car, or just listening every Tuesday, Thursday?
Oh, I listen every Tuesday and Thursday, and I'm hoping that I can win some this morning. So let's see how bad I do.
You got this.
All right, Mike. Good luck. You know the rules. You can pass if you need to. We'll get back to it. Your time is going to start right now. Who did the Red Wings play last night?
The Mammoth.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is reportedly being traded to this team.
Pass.
Kevin Herter was drafted by this team.
Pass.
Who is singing the national anthem at Super Bowl 60?
Pass.
What is the capital of Poland?
Warsaw.
Super Bowl 60 is being played at this stadium.
Levi.
This artist had the 2020 hit Levitating.
Dua Lipa.
This country is hosting the 2026 Winter Olympics.
Italy.
The men's Gonzaga basketball team plays at this conference or in this conference.
Can you repeat the question?
This men's Gonzaga basketball team plays in this conference. Oh, sorry. I'm reading it funny.
Sorry.
I'm saying this.
It's okay.
You should, in this conference,
I said this men's, didn't I?
The first time you said it, fine.
Okay, sorry.
It's all good.
Sorry,
we
Mike.
got you for 5, Mike.
Got you for 5.
Sweet.
Once you got on a roll, you got on a roll.
Yeah.
Yep.
After those passes.
Do you know which conference Gonzaga men's basketball plays in?
Honestly, no.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think most people know. We'll go through it, but we'll make sure you get paid. We'll put you on hold. 5 correct's $125. Thanks for playing, Mike.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Yep, you too. Well, let's go through them. The 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays brought to you by Femininity Law. GetDavidGetPaid.com. And number 1, who did the Red Wings play last night? He hemmed and hawed a little bit,
Yeah.
but he got the Utah Mammoth.
Yeah, they lost 4-1.
Yeah, it's a tough way to go into the Olympic break.
Lost 4 or 5 going into the break.
What's Stevie Y going to do?
Ominous.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is reportedly being traded to this team.
Caught everybody by surprise. He'll be paired up with Lauri Markkanen in Utah.
Tough record this year, but looking ahead. Kevin Herter was drafted by this team, the Atlanta Hawks.
Yep.
Who is singing the national anthem at Super Bowl 60?
Heather?
Charlie Puth.
Which Stoney once called Puth. Charlie Puth.
I was here for that.
Are you good with Puth or when he pronounced Malachi Malachi?
Malachi.
That's an old-timer.
The Malachi Crunch.
I still think of it as Malachi when I see it because of him.
Yes,
I know.
That's what he does to you. He changes how you perceive things.
That's why I wasn't gonna say the answer to that one because I knew I was gonna say Puth.
What's the capital of Poland, John? You're great with your capitals.
Warsaw.
That's right. Super Bowl 60 being played at this stadium.
The Levi Stadium.
Yeah, he was rolling. 2020 hit levitating.
Dua Lipa.
Country hosting the 2026 Winter Olympics.
Italy.
All right, where does Gonzaga play? What is the conference?
That'd be the West Coast Conference.
Not the Cupcake Conference, but some have called it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're moving to the Pac-12 soon.
Yeah, that's right. They are. And we didn't get to the last question.
Does Gonzaga have a football team?
No. Right? I don't believe
Will
so.
will they put one in place to play in the Pac-12?
I don't believe so.
No.
There'll be a basketball or
Only
maybe all other
participant?
sports. Will their volleyball program be in the Pac-12 too?
That's my guess.
Okay.
Okay.
That's why you listen. You want to know about the Zags volleyball team. All right, coming up next, we're talking about Frambler Valdez. For those that are looking forward to Dear John, we are going to do it, but it will be later in the show. We just got this huge breaking news story with the Tigers, so we're talking about it. It's 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest, and that award reflects what his patients and his own family already know. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He restored his son's hair and his nephew's too. And when it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. So there's no traveling techs, no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
New crowd hopping in the car. Let's reset where we're at today. One of our teams did something. Framber Valdez is a Detroit Tiger. 3 years, $115 million. John, it's not penny pinching. It's the most money ever given per season for a left-handed pitcher. Reset what your thoughts are. Initial reaction, on the move, and what it means for Skubal.
It's a great 1-2 punch. Skubal leading things off. Framber Valdez coming in, and you got the two left-handers, maybe not the top two, but you clearly the two of the top 3 or 4 left-handers in the business. And the value of that left-handed arm is huge. So I think it makes the entire rotation one of the top 3 in Major League Baseball, maybe top 2.
Just so people know what they're getting, this guy is a ground ball, sinker ball pitcher, which is going to play great at Comerica Park, especially late in the year, cold weather. He is an innings hog. Mm-hmm. He throws deep into games. For today's standard, John, he's a guy who flirts with 200 innings damn near every year. Mm-hmm. This is a guy that will help make the Tigers formidable, right? With Skubal, you got a 1-2 punch. Without Skubal, you have an ace to anchor this rotation, and that's the key to me, is Scott Harris finally grabbed control of this situation. We've been critical, I've been critical, I'll give him credit. This grabs control of the situation. If you are going to try to win with Skubal in his last year, you have a good 1-2 punch and a damn good rotation 1 through 5, call it 1 through 6, you need a lot of arms. If, for some reason, this is going to be, hey, we can't pay both, and they could. They're not approaching the luxury tax. It's one season. But if it's, hey, we only got money to pay one $30 million pitcher, Valdez will be here multiple years, Skubal won't. Now they could trade Skubal. Even if you feel a certain way about it, they could trade him now, and it's not like they're going to look at who we give the ball to for opening day. Who's our number one guy in the postseason? They've given themselves control of a situation where Boris has had the control, right? He's played the cards in the media. He's got the big arm pitcher, and it's felt like, I don't know how true this is, but where we sit on the outside, it's felt like Harris was kind of dangling in the wind. I feel like they have control of the situation adding Framber Valdez.
Yeah,
or Framber Valdez. I keep adding the L to his name.
That's the third time.
I'm trying to be better about it. I'll hold the L. I'll hold the L.
Yeah,
it's Framber Valdez.
On Twitch. Chat. Yeah.
I see the text. I see the Twitch. Framber Valdez. There's only, yeah.
And so since he became a starter in 2020, a full-time starter, he's been first in the majors in wins with 73, 6th in pitcher WAR at 20.3, first in ground ball rate at 62%, and in 2022, he led the league in innings pitched with just over 200.
Cy Young votes 3 of the last 4 years. He's won a World Series. Briefly crossed over with A.J. Hinch early in his time in Houston.
So the relationship between A.J. and a player finally paid off?
Finally. No
Can't
Correa,
get a shortstop.
no Bregman, but hey, Valdez is here. So how do you feel about the Tigers, the org, Harris, the season, Skubal, all of it? 248-539-9797. I also want to address the Skubal part of this. I think his days in Detroit are numbered. We've felt that way for a while. I think this all but confirms that. So now what happens? Well, I think they're protected, but anybody who thinks Skubal's going to be upset by this, I don't think they're paying attention. Skubal should be thrilled by this.
Yes.
Tarik Skubal's team just got better. Tarik Skubal's going to get 19 or 32 million today, irregardless. It doesn't matter what Valdez got. He's going to get his regardless for the upcoming season. And John, it just reset the market for left-handed pitching. So this now becomes the floor for Skubal's free agent negotiating. He shouldn't be upset by this at all.
No, he's going to get 40 a year or 40 plus
minimum,
right? As a floor, and so it's exciting that we have a team that is starting to push the chips to the center of the table.
Let's get to Corey in Livonia. Corey, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm the guy who called yesterday about hating Scott Harris.
With the fury of how many thousand sons?
Yeah. I do have to clarify. That's only as a general manager. I don't know the guy. So personally, I mean...
You grab lunch with the guy. You grab lunch with him.
If he's paying, sure. But I like this move. It's a smart move. I don't know if I'd say that, he's playing chess. I'm not going to say he's Gary Kasparov here. I don't know if he's playing chess and everyone else is playing checkers. I would say this is a smart move. If we keep Skubal for a year, it's a great 1-2 punch. If we trade Skubal, we're not stuck with Jack Flaherty as our number one. So I like the move there. When I saw it, I was like, okay, you can spend $38 a year for him, but it's still not. You're fighting for, $19 million with Skubal. It was confusing for me on that, but whatever.
Well, we could speak to that a little bit because it's a common thing we're getting on text today. But go finish the phone call and then we'll get into that a little more.
Well, for me though, nice move. I like it. Doesn't absolve him from the other faux pas he's made, of course.
Of course.
I still think he's messed up this whole Skubal thing. We could have traded him and got a haul back. I think even now, if we trade him, we're not going to get nearly as much back as we could have earlier before. I think he's messed up the Skubal situation.
Well, it all depends. I mean, it all depends. Like now, all of a sudden, they're a team that's not in a muddled AL Central. They're the favorite now in the AL Central, and if they're a team better positioned to win a World Series while they have Skubal, certainly they'll have to add a bat along the way, maybe trade deadline. But if they win with Skubal, he didn't butcher this.
No. And Corey, am I taking this call to mean that you're starting to get a little bit of a warm spot for Scott Harris?
No.
No?
No. I no. Again, blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. I think this was a nice move. But, again, we still have Zach McKinstry at third base.
Corey, I'm aware.
We don't have an every day. I mean, Framber Valdez, great. I'm happy but he pitches once every 5 days. I like to spend some more money on a guy I see every day. And I think everyone
Corey,
would
I'm not
agree
going to
with
fight
that,
you
but-
on the need for a bat. After watching the last two postseasons, it's something that I don't want to forget about.
He's a tough one to please.
Look, he's got more
And
work
trust
to do.
me, we all would love to have an everyday third baseman, a right-handed bat that is 300-plus average and an on-base percentage near 1,000.
OPS near 1,000.
Yeah, OPS, yeah.
That would be awesome.
It's hard to stomach some of what Corey said there. I don't know how you can't like what Scott Harris did
No,
here.
I think he said he liked what he did. He just doesn't change.
Yeah, but a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Yeah, but he's the butt guy, no matter what. Like with Corey, he's always going to have a butt to anything and stuff.
Yeah, but
somebody finally made a friggin' move in this town, and it's probably the team you least thought it would be yesterday.
Yeah.
They deserve applause. Do they have a hole at third base? Yes. Do they have time to still maybe tinker that out a little bit? Every team doesn't have a complete roster except the Dodgers.
Right. Yeah, but you're paying $2 billion for that one.
Yeah, quite the price tag. Can we address what he said? Wait, what is that drop from? I've never heard that one.
Great pull, Greg.
Incredible work back there. John, for everybody saying, well, why were the Tigers willing to pay Valdez 38, but they're fighting Skubal on 32?
Right, so you're going to play the arbitration game because that's where you are. And the fight isn't about 19 or 32. It was yesterday. The fight is, are you going to pay Skubal to keep him around? And it's a matter of term. Would you have been willing to give Skubal $40 million? I would think yes.
On a 3-year deal? Sure, of course they would.
100%. But
that's why
for
you can't
Skubal
do
being
this.
younger, then it says, okay, would you be willing to do it on a 6-year deal? And I think that the Tigers would.
Maybe.
But
I can't back that because we don't know.
we don't know. But again, we're going against Scott Boras. I say we. The Tigers are going against Scott Boras.
Yeah, you're putting yourself in his shoes.
Who's negotiating everything in the media. The Tigers refuse to do that. So there's a side that we're not hearing from. But if you said that, the Tigers weren't even willing to go 5 years at 40, then I would be like, okay, what the hell are we doing? Where you believe Scott Boras and Tarek Skubal want 8 years or 10 years.
Yeah.
It's term, not money.
Thank you for saying it. I saw a lot of it on social media. We've been getting the text today. Why are you willing to pay Valdez 38 but not Skubal? The Tigers would and should be comfortable on a short-term deal. That's what this is about, is that Skubal wants to cash in free agency. I don't fault him for it, but that's going to be a deal that's much longer. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your feedback, phone calls, texts. It's 97.1. Tons of text. Going to get your feedback in. Framber Valdez is a Detroit Tiger. Record-setting deal. Most money per year for a left-handed pitcher in baseball history. It's a 3-year deal with a 2-year opt-out. 3 years, $115 million. One of our teams did something. Went out and got somebody. This is a significant spend, and I think it gives them some stability with the uncertainty of Tarik Skubal. We want your feedback. 248-539-9797. Gov, you asked people to send in their Dr. Seussian responses from Scott Boras.
Oh, yeah.
The Tigers paid Valdez a pretty penny. How come they didn't want to give us any? Scott, Dr. Seuss Boras. Framber flails for first flopping GM. Fans, fears fly for Tarik's fate.
I can't even follow these.
I know. on like actual reactions. Valdez will win a Cy Young here. He's coming to a pitcher-friendly park with a great pitching coach. Skubal's going to do worse when he leaves. Dennis in Armada. I do think he fits the park, Valdez.
Oh, I think so too, especially when you're talking about a ground ball guy.
Mm-hmm. Should be a great summer. Go Tigers. Now they need to figure out what they're going to be able to do so we can watch the games. Stay tuned on that. What a win for Harris. Now if you go into this year and they go all in, great. Or if you go into this year and Skubal's traded, you have a nice haul, key pieces coming back, and still have a number one pitcher. Harris just shut all of us up.
Yep.
I think he grabbed control of the situation. Another text says, I refuse to give the Tigers too much credit because they made one big-name signing. We're competing with teams like the Dodgers and Blue Jays. We need a bat. Tom was yelling and screaming about it, saying, what do you want? They finally made a move. This guy says, Gov, do they not have hitting issues? Simple yes or no. They made a move they should have, all caps. And all caps continues. They still have work to do.
The answer to that question is yes. I just think today is a day when we finally have a general manager in this town who spent some money, went aggressive, made a smart move, created tremendous flexibility with this roster, whether you agree to trade Skubal, let it play out. There's plenty of guys you could target on other teams in a trade, an established player and prospects if you wanted to trade them. I personally think they should keep them. I do have a little bit more faith in this lineup than a lot of people do because I still take the sample size of the entire season over last year. But they have holes, and he's right. But today's a day to be happy.
And I am. I mean, I had the one little smarmy alarm in the first 5 minutes, but I don't want to get hung up on the bat when they did something of significance yesterday. And I'll go a step further. If they're keeping Skubal into the season with these two guys, again, they're nowhere near the luxury tax. You could do it for a year. It wouldn't be the end of the world. You probably don't want to pay two guys $40 million long term, but for a year, right, you could do it. If they're going to keep Skubal with Valdez, that shows an aggression that if they then apply at the trade deadline, they can go get the bat. There's nobody left in free agency right now, but if they keep Skubal, roll into the season, they should be in first place, flirt with 90 wins, and really buy. Well, what's the track record that they'll follow through and do something aggressive? Well, it just started with the move yesterday. So I'm willing to give them a little more rope on that. Because, John, if they do find themselves in first place by 6, 8, 10 games in this division, certainly possible, then you go out and say, oh, McGonigal's here, and we have an idea of what he brings. We've seen what Vierling looks like. Is Parker Meadows able to return to form? We'll probably have a hole somewhere. Let's go fill it. Yeah. Let's go for it. That suddenly becomes on the table.
I agree. And I mean, it feels like he took some power back. And it doesn't mean that there's leverage over Skubal.
No.
It set the market for Skubal. Now the question is going to be, what would the term be if Skubal wants to be here and he goes on this grand tour of Detroit sports? There's a path for him to be here, I believe. I just don't think that that's the path that either side takes.
Yeah, I feel like his days are numbered. But now you did something about it. Now you're prepared. Guys, let's calm down. Framber isn't that good. I don't know where we get this from. Like, John, where would you put him in all of Major League Baseball? He's a top 10, 15 arm? He'd be a number one on most teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's coming from. So
I'm not really sure that he's not that good where that's coming from. Cy Young votes 3 of the last 4 years. John's been giving people all the numbers about pitching WAR and ground ball rate and all this stuff where he stacks up favorably. Innings pitched, all of it.
Yeah, and if you want to save your bullpen, he's an innings eater.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. What if the Tigers were waiting to sign Valdez until after arbitration so the salary couldn't be used against them in the hearing?
I believe that.
Do you?
Yes.
Like maybe this was in the books and they just came out last night. As soon as they closed the doors on the hearing, oh, by the way.
It did strike me that if they had signed Framber Valdez before arbitration, Scott Boras would just say, and like point to it. And like, see,
sure, it would have been another case where they could have used that sample. And I mean, I think there were plenty of samples that they could use, Jack Flaherty being one of them.
Yeah.
So we've got some texts, too, that are alluding to Scott Boras represents Valdez. From what I'm finding, that's not the case.
I don't think so.
I believe Ulysses or Cabrera is his name. He was with Octagon.
Oh, Ulysses?
I don't know if that's how it's pronounced.
Named after Ulysses S. Grant?
Yeah. Boras is an Octagon. I did initially Google it, and AI is saying Boras.
Yeah, see, guys, be very careful with this stuff. AI, for some people...
Oh, we just had this topic yesterday. Hey, be careful.
How about this? Baseball Reference is a pretty reliable source for this stuff. They don't list Boras as Valdez agent. I don't believe this is a Boras client. For people who have been texting that in or posting on social media, that does not appear to be accurate. Let's get to Sean in Brighton. Sean, good morning.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Good.
Good. I'm kind of frustrated at the fan base right now. Our ownership kind of does one of the biggest moves we've seen in the Detroit free agency or offseason in a while. And all I've heard from Ticket Text and call-ins are just pissy fans and upset people about getting one of the best free agent arms left and improving our team for once.
So let me ask you this question, and I'll ask Tom and Cookies this as well. This is the best free agent signing since when? To your point, to Sean.
For Tigers?
Well, for any of our teams.
But, you're asking the wrong guy. I couldn't tell you.
Well, that's the thing. It's not like something pops to mind and says, "Oh, back in 21 we signed." Like, it's been a long time since this city has seen a free agent signing like this.
Yeah, I'm really thinking back because I'm not counting Javi.
No.
You got to go further back. And they were rebuilding for years prior. So
right,
are we going back
throw
to
in the Lions.
So there's probably one before this, but Prince Fielder was a huge deal when they went out and signed him. But that's now we're talking about more than a decade. We're talking almost 15 years ago.
You had Hunter Zimmerman in those years.
Yeah.
Right, but my point is, to Sean's point, like, for those that aren't excited about this, when was the last time any Detroit sports team stepped out and signed a big-time free agent?
Well, even if you said deadlines or free agents, even if you make the question bigger, like Red Wings haven't, Lions don't.
No.
And they did make the offer to Bregman last year. You know? I don't see Brad Holmes doing this.
No, I think they're going to operate differently this offseason. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something in free agency, but that's my point. Like, to his point, this is an exciting time for the Tigers.
It's 97-1.
Former Houston Astros ace Framber Valdez is now a Detroit Tiger. While awaiting the results of yesterday's arbitration hearing with Tarik Skubal, the team went out and finalized a deal with Valdez for 3 years and $115 million. Valdez does have an opt-out after year 2 at the end of the 2027 season. The $38 million plus per year he will earn is the most for a left-handed pitcher in baseball history. The signing means Detroit could be bolstering its rotation to pair with Tarik Skubal for 2026 and possibly beyond, or they're preparing for the post-Skubal era by signing their ace case in that case. Either way, with the current roster, Detroit now has one of the best pitching rotations in baseball. The Red Wings had one last game before the Olympic break last night, and it did not go well as they lost to the Utah Mammoth 4-1. The Wings return to the ice now on February 26th. Things did not go well for Michigan State basketball or Jeremy Fears last night either. Fears was assessed a tech in MSU's loss to Minnesota after kicking a player while getting bumped. Tom Izzo was asked if he thinks teams are baiting Fears into these fouls after Dusty May publicly labeled him a dirty player. It would be a big game not to start Fears as MSU hosts number 5 Illinois on Saturday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Still taking phone calls on Valdez, but our update guy, Brendan Shabath.
So what happened on Monday? I was able to listen a little bit on Tuesday. I didn't hear much going on Monday, so I need to know what the context was. Did you actually say that Michigan State was the better team?
Those words can be heard from me on the FM airwaves from was it Tuesday? I think I said
it was Tuesday. Yeah,
Tuesday.
Okay.
I said it. Monday is when the press conference debacle happened, and that happened later in my shift. So, I mean, you guys, the morning show was done by then, by the time that stuff happened. So
yeah.
We didn't get to it until Tuesday morning.
But you said, as someone who was at the game Friday night, Breslin Center, Michigan State, that MSU lost but was the better team.
Yeah, I mean, I ended up saying that. I think more so what I was referring to was just that I wasn't all that impressed by Michigan, and still haven't been. And I've said that all year long. And I think the idea that because I totally understand and can get behind the idea that they win 3 games by, 110 points?
Yeah,
I think
total Auburn,
it was
Gonzaga,
in San Diego State.
Yeah.
But the games that I have watched for Michigan, they just don't stand out to me as the teams that I have watched in the past, and teams that have lost games, teams that don't go 20-1, but of Florida, of UConn, of Purdue the year they went to the national championship, Houston some years, Kansas some years.
Just the issue that I took with
that wasn't the comparison at the time, though.
The issue I took is you go into Breslin. You were there. It was loud. That crowd showed up when they were given a reason to.
Right.
And Michigan withstood it and won the game going away. I mean, that's a hell of a statement to make that you didn't seem to want to give them credit for.
Especially when you have one basket's better than the other.
Allegedly.
That's the thing that I was getting at, though, is this is something that used to be, I feel like, asked a lot in sports media. I feel like I would see this all the time on the ESPN talk shows and even on here some mornings would be, did Team A win or did Team B lose? And perhaps it's the bias, and perhaps it's the fact that I have been unimpressed with Michigan so far this year. But it just felt like a game that Michigan State lost. It's far and away. I mean, before last night, I'd take arguments for last night, but it was far and away at the time the worst game they had played this year. And going away, like not only was it the worst game they've played, but second worst game is not close to what Friday was.
Is there a world where a team could beat you twice?
What do you mean?
Well, because of what happened on Friday night, it took so much juice out of the green and white that they went to Minnesota to the barn and lost
yes.
again.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that's a big part of it because I think Michigan State, after Friday, felt the way I feel. That was our worst game. We lost that game. We could have won that game. We had the lead in that game after being down 22.
But then you have a chance to show and prove that, and you lay the egg the way they did last night.
Or you can be hungover and discount a Minnesota team that Michigan State has largely dominated forever. Like, I think Minnesota's last top 10 win was Michigan in 2021, and Michigan State has had their fair share of duds of first halves against the Northwesterns and the Minnesotas, and before they were good, Illinois.
I want to be clear. I don't think we should be burying MSU. This is like the classic Tom Izzo February swoon.
Absolutely.
But I did want to get your feedback on Fears, because that was the other thing that got a little heated is, well, Dusty called him a dirty player.
Right.
And then, again, last night he's kicking people in the balls.
Right.
And even Izzo's like, hey, I'm going to bench his ass.
Yeah.
Like, he got a dirty point guard.
No, absolutely. I still don't agree with how Dusty handled the situation, and I think Izzo referenced that in his post-game press conference yesterday. And he even said, I think how Friday's game was handled poorly. And he said, if you keep those things in-house, quote-unquote, coach-to-coach, program-to-program.
Yeah, but that's not Michigan's house.
I understand. I just think I didn't think it was fair of Dusty to go out of his way the day after the game back in Ann Arbor to disparage an opposing player openly because he was asked specifically about Fears and a program.
He didn't disparage. He said he tripped him.
Yeah,
it was
asked
tape.
the question.
I understand, but
he didn't disparage him. He called what it was.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, don't do it. But then Fears reinforced it by doing it again.
Yeah, kick to the crotch.
But my point is, on Monday when Dusty says those things, before this Minnesota game takes place, I think it was debatable how Fears what you wanted to call dirty plays, and I think there were some for both sides.
So if Dusty didn't say it, they wouldn't have called it last night?
No, I'm not necessarily saying that. I don't think that's the case. But when you compound Dusty going public with that comment and then Fears getting that label, and then what he inexplicably does yesterday, that's where he comes in and really makes a mistake. I think the stuff that happened on Friday on both sides is really borderline. It's a rivalry. It's intense. And, Michigan won that game for the first time in that building in a long time. I think that's sort of a product of that game, and that game always kind of goes that way. But with what happened with Fears last night, he really needs to get his act together. And, I'm really interested to see what Izzo plans to do on Saturday, because that's a really big game for Michigan State, an Illinois team that looks really good. I mean, they beat Northwestern by 40 last night. That's going to be a huge game, and it'll be a pretty big statement to see what Izzo thinks of Fears and if he's a dirty player if he doesn't start him.
And not only is that a big game for Michigan State, it actually would be helpful for Michigan if Michigan State won that game against Illinois, because they're neck and neck at the Big Ten right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
John, would you like to read any of the feedback to Brendan we're getting?
Sure. I'll start with the first one. I haven't pre-read the other one, so it's okay for me to. I imagine since they've been printed out, I'm going to go full.
It's Tom's fault if you get in trouble.
Yeah. Ron Burgundy on this. Your update guy is biased, doesn't know ball, and should not be allowed to share his biased opinions. Geez. Hey, Brendan. Sounds like a. I could say this, I guess. Sounds like a real bitch. Michigan mollywopped State the other night. Get over it, young lady.
So you've called me worse. I mean, this is fine.
Your
I
update guy
learned on
is
Tuesday when I was on that we could say that
Hold
word.
Hold on here. Your update guy is typical weak ass MSU fan. And then there's one that's just one word: clown.
I thought of you last night when MSU lost. I couldn't have been the only
But
listener.
keep talking. Feel free to keep talking.
Well, we've got this big Tiger signing. I mean, why don't we talk about that, guys? Come on.
We will. Thank you, Brendan.
It was actually really funny. I just have to say, last night, we've got our Michigan State group chat, and we were all obviously complaining about the game. This is when they're down 15 in the last 3 minutes, and then they sign Valdez, and we start talking about that, and then Michigan State starts coming back, and we start to pay attention to the game, and someone even said, no, we can't start talking about the game again. We just keep talking about Valdez and being distracted, and maybe they'll end up winning this game. But
yeah, the Wings didn't lose last night. Spartans didn't have the court stormed against them. It's all about Fromber Valdez.
That's what I said. I said they did us all a favor by distracting us from the two losses last night.
Yes, I happened to be watching last night as well, and text a good buddy of mine named Doug, and who was under the weather yesterday. Yeah. And I asked him if Minnesota wins, will it help you feel better? And he said, yeah, I think so.
Well, there you go. Brendan Shabath on the updates locally here in Detroit. Let's get back to the text and talk some Valdez. John in Clarkston, you've been waiting. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was. I'm excited for the signing. I'm just worried that last year I remember John Boy on YouTube did a clip where Valdez threw at his own catcher.
Yep.
And the video looks really bad, so I don't know if he's got some issues with anger or what, but that video was bad. But I'm hopeful. I'm excited. He's a hell of a pitcher. I just hope that something like that doesn't occur with our team, because maybe that affected him not getting the long-term deal, which I'm sure he wanted, like all players do.
You don't want a guy that has a fiery competitive side?
No, I do, but I don't think you throw at your own teammate. He threw at his own catcher.
Hey, crossed up his catcher. I can't speak to was that the reason he didn't get a 5-year deal versus he ends up with a 3-year deal.
I highly doubt that's the reason.
I don't know. The video just looks bad, but again, I'm excited. He's a hell of a pitcher. And hoping nothing like that happens with us.
John, you think it's a complete nothing burger?
I do. Greg?
I'm looking at it.
It could be nothing, but the video didn't look good. That's all. It was a one-time thing, so.
Yeah.
Hey, look, did it cost him a 5-year deal? Good. It puts the Tigers with the ability to sign him to a 3-year deal and sign him.
Right.
And it's not like this is a recurring issue. The guy's nails on the mound. He's a very good pitcher.
Yeah.
I'm not really losing any sleep over that.
No.
I've had people crack a couple jokes today, which is funny, but I don't. Be careful. This guy's a hothead. He's going to.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys. Oh, there's more on Brendan. We're going to move on from that. 248-539-97. You want more of them?
Yeah, I
He's not
mean,
even
we
here
always
now.
make you read the ones about you.
I just thought it was funny to have
Mr.
Mr. Wolverine read them, but I'll read more of them. Wah, wah, cry, MSU, cry. Oh, little brother's mad. Sit down, dude.
We might have to get the Christmas story drop or cry.
I can't put my arms down to my side.
Get this clown Shabath off the airwaves. Blind, biased takes. I thought the afternoon show was biased. Who's this no-talent clown trashing Michigan? Dude's more of a crybaby than Izzo.
I just heard that Michigan was not impressive, but yet somehow they beat Michigan State twice.
Right.
Right. Yes. Yes.
That's the
and,
thing.
And once in their house.
Right. Michigan was the better team. Michigan is the better team. MSU's got some stuff they got to work on, including their dirty point guard. And the fact that Dusty called him out, I mean, maybe it hit too close to home because clearly it was in Fear's head, and Izzo even admitted that. But figure it out, dude. Like, people are calling you Grayson Allen. It's not a compliment.
No, it's not.
Talk more Valdez. We have a Thursday touchdown to get to at 8:35. Dear John is normally part of our Thursday experience. We will do it towards the end of the show. Don't worry. We have some really good ones this week. It's 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because spots fill up quickly in cold temps. And I don't know if you've been outside, but it's cold. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So get in touch with them now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Framber Valdez. I want to make sure I get it right. Framber Valdez is a Detroit Tiger. 3 years, $115 million. Most per year for a lefty in Major League Baseball history. That's a significant signing. That's not pinching pennies. That's starting to change the narrative. John, it makes the Tigers better while they have Tarik Skubal. And I think his days are numbered. Who knows, but makes him better.
It certainly makes him better.
And it prepares them if and when he does leave.
Yes.
Because it's a multi-year deal. And he has the opt-out after 2, but the Tigers are protected next season. I think you've said they took some power. They've controlled the situation a little better now.
They have. And it puts a little power back in Scott Harris because now he can make a better decision of what he wants to do with Tarik Skubal. Now they've kind of painted themselves into a corner, and it may be out of their hands ultimately if Skubal wants 8 or 10 years, and most teams aren't going to do that for a pitcher.
Right. I just think the big thing, too, we've hit on is one of our teams finally went out and made a move. Is this the cure-all? Does it fix everything? Do we still want to bat? But one of our teams did something of significance. This wasn't on the margins. This wasn't a depth piece. This wasn't trading a late pick for a... No, this is a guy who is a legitimate frontline number 1 pitcher on most teams in baseball. And with Skubal, he gets to be the number 2. And John, the rotation now lays out where is Jack Flaherty your 3, Casey Mize your 4, Reese Olson your 5. Troy Melton, who I think they view as a starter, becomes the 6th guy. And again, you need more than 5 starters to get through 162. Suddenly, you now have a deep rotation to survive 162. And not only survive, John, thrive. Like, this division's there for them not only to win, but win going away. They should be the prohibitive favorites.
Yeah, and I think there's the pucker factor is very high in Cleveland and in Minnesota and in Kansas City. I'm not sure there's any factors in Chicago right now.
Right.
But you have just, and especially in a division that you thought, even without Framber Valdez, you should be in it. And you should be leading at the trade deadline, or at least within a game or two, because it's not a great division. Now, all of a sudden, you've taken a leap, and I think at the trade deadline, you should be up 8, 9 games.
Sure. I think that's totally realistic.
Because it makes the rest of your pitching staff better.
Yeah, it takes the pressure off of these guys.
Yeah, Casey Mize. He doesn't have to go out there and feel like, hey, if Skubal doesn't get a Skubal win, I've got to follow up with the Casey Mize win. Or it's Reese Olson coming off the surgery. Now we think he's going to be fine. But you even go down the list to Troy Melton.
And it's funny because I'm smiling. At the end of last season, one of the questions we asked AJ Hinch was, who would be your number 2 if the playoffs started today? To which he replied, they don't start today. But it was also an admission that it wasn't an obvious guy who was their number 2. Well, if you keep Skubal, you know who your number 2 starter is. And in the postseason, when you're shrinking your rotation, the fact that they would have a couple guys at the top, yeah, it's significant.
It's huge.
Text coming in, 248-539-9797. We also got phone calls. Dre in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I also like to say when you was talking about the biggest splash, I kind of want to say that we haven't had a splash like this since they signed Rasheed Wallace, and it's good that he's finally doing something. And also like to say rest in peace to Lolich, and we also lost the Detroit Stars Negro League player Ron Teasley.
Yes, I did see that as well. It's a good note, Dre.
Yeah.
To the point about Rashid, it was a trade, not a signing, but I opened it up to both, so I think it's worth pointing out. Yeah, Rashid was a critical piece. I mean, it's one of the examples we always use when we say we want our teams to go for it. He elevated that team, made them NBA champs.
You're doing trades and DeBrincat.
Yeah, DeBrincat would be one.
You know what this Valdez signing? I know you guys are talking about the depth and the pitching, the rotation. Just is Melton going to be part of the rotation or not? I think is still a little in question. But what they can do with him is manage his innings, which is what they have to do. And you would want him to have those innings later in the year. So maybe he starts in the bullpen and moves, then he can move into the rotation when more than likely an injury happens.
Well, yeah, someone gets a blister on a finger and has to miss a start. Well, then Melton's the guy that pitches that day. And you're right, you probably don't want him going over 150 innings. So it naturally does lend itself to keeping his innings down. But guys are going to get nicked up. Guys are going to have issues. Someone's going to go on the IL and be out longer than you'd like. I'll give the stat. Last year, they had 6 pitchers start 10 or more games. That doesn't count Paddock or Morton either. So you need arms.
Pitching depth has compromised this team the last 2 seasons. They ended the regular season very, very differently, as we all know. And you look, we all smirked or rolled eyes at the Drew Anderson signing. There is a world where he can pitch pretty good.
Yeah, well,
I think we all kind of like, oh, geez, here's another Tiger economical move and stuff. But the reality is he could. What if he pitches well?
Well, and the key is I'm asking less of him now.
Yeah.
So you're asking less, and if you get more, you feel great about it.
This is all in a world with keeping Skubal, though.
I know, and we're going to explore that a little more coming up at 8:50 because they do have to decide, are they keeping Skubal, or is this now make it easier to trade Tarek Skubal? Which camp would you say you're in? We'll do that at 8:50. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Oh, we tricked him.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So, John, you can get all the answers you're looking for about the guy who crashed his car into Detroit Metro Airport because new details about the investigation are expected today. So there's going to be a press conference at 2 p.m. So you can hopefully get everything you want to know.
Yes, I'll be sitting by the radio.
You should be.
Sure you will.
Yes. So right now, very little is known about the driver and the crash, really. We do know that he did undergo a mental health evaluation after the crash. No concerning items were found in his car. He has no terrorist ties. He had no disputes with any of the airlines, but they have not released his name because no charges have been filed yet. But we do know that in the aftermath of the crash at the airport, they've now installed these 9,000-pound concrete barricades outside of McNamara Terminal. Right now, they don't look nice, but they are there for protection. They are working, obviously, with engineers to come up with a design that will be permanent and obviously look a little bit more pleasing. They think that because of the structure of where the terminal is and the departure level, it's going to have to be some sort of a barricade, like maybe a fancy flower pot type thing.
Sure.
You know, like
something
we've all
that's a
seen
little
those
more
before.
aesthetically pleasing.
Yes, that are not just these huge
blocks
of barricades. But they say the airport is safe and you should feel safe going there. The 2 women who allegedly left 6 children alone in a pool at Deer Lake Athletic Club could face charges after one of those children drowned. We talked about this heartbreaking incident. Happened last Friday. All the children were under 12 years old at the time they were swimming unsupervised while the 2 women were having dinner at the club's restaurant. They did throw some pool noodles in the pool, but there were no life preservers in the pool area at the time. They were gone for more than 35 minutes when the 4-year-old drowned. They did know no lifeguards were on duty. There were signs posted that no one under 16 should be swimming unsupervised alone. And now Steve Dolnut, he is a former Detroit Police Assistant Chief, says that the parents were neglectful.
Did you say that was a police chief by the last name of Donut?
Dole Nut.
Oh.
I saw that too, and I was like, oh, wow, that's fitting.
Kind of on the nose.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's such a tragic
It's a terrible story.
story. Former NFL star Terrell Owens believes Tom Brady should not get into the Hall of Fame when his first eligibility is up in 2028. So he sat down and did this interview with the California Post on Wednesday, and he basically explained that if Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft both fail to get elected on their first year of eligibility, Brady should also have to wait. So he said, quote, "I'm just being real. It's nothing against him. How can we have Tom Brady go in when he's up in 2028? Why would he go in if Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick don't go in on the first go around?" And then he kind of went in and further argued that Brady's success was tied closely to both of them.
Of course.
Except for when he went to Tampa and won a Super Bowl without either of them.
Right, but majority of the success was together.
Sure.
I get his point. T.O. also was not a guy who made it on the first ballot either.
Right, yeah.
Which was stupid. I think
agree.
when we play these games, it's all stupid. If a guy's a Hall of Famer, vote yes. Don't say, well, I have to wait a year to prove some stupid point.
Right. It's if you're going to talk about the greatest coach of all time, which is Bill Belichick, he should have been in first ballot. Just because he didn't get in doesn't have any impact on what happens with Tom Brady.
So for Valentine's Day this year, Dave & Buster's is transforming its viral human crane game into a one-of-a-kind proposal experience.
Oh.
So romantic. But they are placing 5 $15,000 3-carat diamond engagement rings inside the game at select locations. Unfortunately, not in Michigan. They're going to be in New York and California. But if you're ready to take that next step with your significant other,
What if you're already married and you just want the prize?
or you want to upgrade her ring,
Yeah.
go for it. It costs $20 to play this game, and it's exactly as it sounds. This human
It
crane
looks awesome.
lowers, guests into this pit of oversized prizes where you can grab a prize and
Yeah.
it could be a new diamond ring.
So I always thought like nobody ever wins those claw machines, but we work with someone who apparently swears by her system. She's figured out the claw machines. I'm talking about
Oh no,
Lori
yeah,
over
like
in
yeah,
promo.
yeah, when you get the teddy bears and the
the regular claw
bouncing balls,
machine.
yeah. Teddy wins those things regularly.
He does?
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
like they're rigged so that you can really rarely win.
That's what I thought.
Oh no, the ones at Dave & Buster's. I mean, Teddy almost always comes home with one.
Does he?
Yeah.
We will let the kids try a couple times and we'll help them, right? Otherwise, it would just, who knows what, they just like to move the joystick
Sure,
around, right?
yeah.
But we try to help them get a prize, but very rarely do we. There was one game when we were up north, and I'm sure they have it other places, but it's like one of those duck, the rubber ducks. And you
Yes.
always win. It's $1 and you
Yeah.
win no matter what.
Right.
You get like 3 tries and we'll get something on one of the tries. And we let them do that a couple times because they were so excited every single time. There is another thing Dave & Buster's is doing though here, I think at all locations. They have a Valentine's Day meal deal. So you can go and have a special day with your significant other. They'll do it Monday through Friday, the week of Valentine's Day, $99 date night duo deal. You get dinner and then you get 2 90-minute all-you-can-play game cards. So could
We
be
love
something fun
going to
do.
the one that's over just off of 275 on 6 Mile. It is
Livonia
awesome.
one?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
We take Teddy there all the time, and they are the service has always been great. They're very kind there, and they do a good job of policing the games as well. So the big kids aren't bullying the little kids and
Yeah.
taking over games. So it's a great one.
It's Heather with the news. 8:50. Now what? We've been talking about Valdez all morning, and we'll keep discussing like your reaction and what it means. But what now? Are they keeping Skubal to form a 1-2 punch, or are they trading Skubal now that they have his replacement? We'll get to that at 8:50. Talk a little Super Bowl. Thursday touchdown next, 97.1.
Hey, we all know that Planet Fitness is the judgment-free zone, and it doesn't matter if you're an experienced fitness expert or you're a newbie to the fitness world. If you want to go in there, they are going to be welcoming. They also offer free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers focused solely on you. If you get in the door, it's $1 down, $15 a month, and a promo going on right now at the beginning of the month. The first month is free. So go in there, check it out. If you want to see what the Black Card offers, the Black Card Spa, They'll give you a free tour of everything that it entails, and they'll also let you know that you have access to every single Planet Fitness, 2,800 clubs nationwide, over 50 here in Detroit. So no matter where you are, if you're traveling for work, you can get a workout in. It also allows you unlimited guest privileges, so you can always take somebody with you. You can find more information, find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Framber Valdez, 3 years, $115 million. Record-setting deal, most money per season for a lefty in baseball history. Our team did that. It's not a penny-pinching move. Shocked the earth a little bit, earth-shattering yesterday.
It was a shock. It was, I mean, had anybody even talked about this?
Well, there was the report that if they won the Skubal arbitration deal, they may have had some more money to invest in a starter. I didn't think it was like this.
Well, yeah, nobody mentioned or had linked A.J. Hinch to Framber Valdez or Scott Harris talking to anyone.
This caught everybody by surprise. If you were going to get an alert on your phone yesterday about the Tigers, you thought you'd figure out whether Skubal won arbitration or not. Right. And that's going to be later today. John, I don't really think they're all that related.
No, and it's interesting, too, because when I got the notification, I didn't have my glasses. Yeah. And I was trying to look at my phone. I'm like, wait a second. I assumed it was going to be Skubal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I got to get my glasses, got to take a look at this. And then I see it's Framber Valdez, 3 years, $115 million. And I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm going, well, that's really close to the amount of money that Skubal was reportedly talking about per year. Obviously, a much longer term.
Longer deal, yeah.
I don't know that it has anything to do with Skubal.
Well, the idea that, let's say the Tigers win arbitration later today. They saved $13 million. So they spent $115. I don't think because they would win arbitration, that would mean they're going to go after Valdez. This had to be in the works for a while.
Right.
And they still don't have the official word whether they won arbitration. If they lose it, Skubal's at 32 and Valdez is at 38. For a year, when you're not paying the tax, you could do it. But I think that becomes the question now, John. Are they going to keep Skubal with Valdez for a 1-2 punch? Or now that they have a lefty ace signed beyond this year, now they can trade Tarik Skubal. Which do you want them to do?
I want them to keep him. I want the 1-2 punch. And if that means, hey, you end up losing Skubal for nothing at the end of the year other than a compensatory pick, what it might mean is you have a chance at a World Series. Now, there are other holes in the lineup. There are other issues that we want them to take a look at, and we could talk about those as, pitchers and catchers report, you start spring training. But the fact that they have one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball, it gives you excitement moving forward. That the fact that they just spent some money on, and it was quality, I feel quality money spent on a quality player.
Yeah, you're not going to pay this guy into his late 30s. The deal would be done at 35. He's a ground ball pitcher, which plays well at Comerica Park. Sinker ball guy. He's an innings eater. He's one of the guys who every year is near the top of the list in innings pitched. In fact, led the league in innings pitched a few years ago.
And there is an opt-out, a player opt-out, as we believe,
2 years
after
in.
2 years. So if he opts out,
okay,
that means things went great for 2 years.
Right. He gives them control of the situation. If Skubal gets traded, you've got your ace. But I don't want to trade him. I want to go for it. We talk about all our teams sitting around and next year in the future and sustainability. John, I'd love to roll into this year with two $30 million arms and say, let's kick ass. Let's run away with this division. And then I know everybody's going to bring up the bats. I'm going to bring up the bats. There aren't any bats available right now. Get to the trade deadline, have a big cushion, and do something about it. If this is the first indication they're willing to do something in Skubal's last season, the real follow-through will be, hey, McGonigal's here. I've seen my bats. I know what Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling are going to bring. I know where I'm weak. I go out and make a big move at the trade deadline. I would rather that than I trade Skubal and I have a downgrade because Valdez isn't Skubal, but I have Valdez for multiple years. I watered myself down a little bit. I guess depends what you get back in the Skubal deal. I'd rather chase a title.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's, you've set yourself up to kind of do both. You can win now, and if you lose Skubal, you still have Valdez. You still have a pretty good pitching staff, and you can keep winning.
You agree with me, though, if they're keeping Skubal, they're not going to be out of it. If you're keeping Skubal, it comes with a demand that you buy at the trade deadline.
Yes.
Okay. Because if they're going to do what they did last year at the trade deadline, trade Skubal.
Now, okay, well, so I'll say I'm not going to paint myself into a corner and say they have to, because we want to see who's going to be available at the trade deadline. So if it's somebody that can greatly increase.
There will be someone there who can make them better.
I believe there will be as well.
There always is somebody who you can add.
I'm just saying, I want to know who that is. I want to know if it's an expiring contract. Like, I want to know the details. Don't just let this balloon float out there and say, you got to grab this balloon.
Now I'm picturing you, very large human being, chasing one red balloon.
Oh, trust me, I chase balloons around the house all the time.
Do you really think I'm going to sit here and go, I'm pinning John down to what he said on February 5th. Tom, can you edit this audio and make sure we play it back for him in July? No, I'm just speaking openly. Like, if you're going to keep Skubal through all of this, it comes with a requisite, hey, we're going to also add it to trade deadline because they're still not good enough at the plate. Valdez isn't going to come up with a big knock in Game 5 of the ALDS. Unless what?
They do it before the season.
Oh, that'd be great too. They could trade before the year.
Yeah, I mean, they could make a trade. They could do something to add to the lineup, but it makes more sense that they'd get into the season. They'd see where McGonigal was. Max Clark, I think, is a little bit of a longer shot, and then get to the trade deadline and say, okay, here are our holes.
Yep.
How do we fill them the best so that we can push for a World Series?
But what would they be willing to trade right now that would be enough value to get in return to what? To get the right-handed third baseman?
No, but what I'm saying is if you got to the deadline.
No, I'm saying now, like with John, it's like I don't know what they would be willing to part with. You're not parting with any everyday players that are going to get you anything in return.
I agree. I'm just saying there is that world where there's something unforeseen. We didn't see this one.
Maybe Job, but he's hurt.
Yeah.
I'm saying to get something significant that's going to be an upgrade to what they already have.
I got what you're saying. There aren't free agent bats. Most teams aren't going to be trading starters, to Tom's point. You get another year of your farm evaluation, and maybe you do pick one of your two catchers that you're going to go with, Lorenzo or Briseño, and the other one becomes a trade chip while you get a proven bat in Skubal's last 3 months on the roster. Because make no mistake about it, I think the writing's on the wall. This all but confirmed his days are numbered. If you're going to keep him with Valdez, you're going for it.
Yeah, different ball game at the deadline. Totally agree with you because teams will have given up on their seasons, and the Tigers would be willing to part, especially with one of those catchers. The wild card here is McGonigal. What if he's on the team and he's doing good?
It'd be awesome.
Then you don't have the need potentially.
Well, as long as the other bats are performing, because we saw after the trade deadline, all the bats fall apart last year.
Sure, I'll live in the world. Torque's on pace for 40 bombs. Clark's healthy for a full year. Green's cut down on the strikeouts. The point is there will be somewhere they can address.
I think the Green cut down on the strikeouts could be a possibility. The Torque hitting 40, I don't think so.
My point is, like, I'm not going to live in the fairy tale where everything goes well.
I know.
Things will go wrong, and they can address it, and they should if they're keeping Skubal. And we ask if, like, there will be people who feel like a trade is now going to happen ASAP because they've got Valdez to backfill that Skubal's going to be dealt, and Harris can do it from a position of strength. He can do it from a position of, hey, I can go get us somebody for the Major League roster, replenish the farm system, and I still got my number one lefty ace. What do you want to see him do? It's 97-1.
After the Tigers went out and signed Framber Valdez for 3 years and over $38 million per year last night, now we look ahead to finding out the result of their arbitration hearing with Tarik Skubal. According to Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News, the Tigers met with Valdez earlier this week. The deal came together pretty quickly and was finalized in the hours after the team's arbitration hearing with Skubal. Armed with that knowledge, they still forked over $38 million to Valdez, who gives Detroit a nasty 1-2 punch at the top of its rotation next season. If that rotation includes Tarik Skubal in 2026 or beyond remains to be seen, but we're expecting to learn his 2026 salary sometime this morning. The NBA trade deadline is today as well. The Pistons, of course, traded away Jaden Ivey in return for Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric earlier this week. Other teams across the league are likely not done making deals, and the news cycle is expected to pick up in the next few hours ahead of the 3 p.m. deadline. Could the Pistons be involved in that cycle? Perhaps, but reporting points to the team not making any more trades before 3 o'clock. Detroit does have to make a roster move if it wants to keep Danis Jenkins for the future. The deadline to sign him to a standard contract instead of a two-way is today, but that would give Detroit 16 contracts, one over the allotted limit. They could do a 2-for-1 trade or just waive someone already on the roster. Pistons also play tonight after the deadline. They'll be right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock against the Wizards. Michigan Hoops in action as well. They're at home against Penn State. That game coming up at 6:30 as they try to improve to the best record in program history through 22 games. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, John, people are wondering the same thing. Is this to replace Skubal or to team up with Skubal? Unnamed text. If the Tigers are thinking Skubal's leaving, which we already know, you must trade him. That's from Joey. Question, do you think Valdez makes it more or less likely they trade Skubal? Valdez could be the number one. Unnamed texter. He could be the number one.
Okay, but let's ask the question. Would you rather? Would you rather have Skubal and Valdez as your 1-2 and make a run at a World Series and lose Skubal for nothing? Or make Valdez your number one and trade Skubal now, knowing that he's gonna walk? Like, those are your two options.
Yeah, look.
I'd rather make a run at a World Series.
I'm sick of sustainable success and the future, and there's always next year. Yeah, you've got a 1-2 punch of lethal lefties. Go for it, especially if you're adding at the deadline. If you would be willing to do something you've been unwilling to do, buy aggressively. But this is a buy aggressive move. If this is the start of trying to win while I've got Skubal, that is my preference. I don't want to take a step back or tread water and say, well, I've got Valdez who could be my number one, and I'll get pieces back for Skubal, so I'll basically be made whole. I don't want to be made whole. I want to win more. And some of that is that they still are going to need an upgrade at the plate, some extra oomph.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Does this mean pitching chaos is dead? Yes. They did that out of necessity.
They did it out of necessity. Now, you could still have in the back end of the rotation some days where you have pitching chaos, but it's not going to be what we saw 2 years ago, how you finish out the season. You have Skubal and then 4 starts of pitching chaos.
How about this question, John? Wouldn't you guys rather have almost the same exact deal, same exact money, instead of Valdez, Bo Bichette? 3 years, $120. Most Tiger fans I know would prefer Bichette. That's Michael in Ferndale.
I probably would, but I'm not going to sit there and bash this deal or the way that things have turned out. I'm okay with this.
I don't think he's asking you to bash the deal. I, too, would rather have Bichette over Valdez. I think part of the thought would be they will lose Skubal and still have Valdez next year. If they had Bichette and Skubal, they would lose Skubal and have no frontline guy the following season.
Sure. I mean, I understand you've got to look at the long-term plan. This is a move where I think they're not all chips are at the center of the table, but they pushed a lot of them into the middle.
Yep. Let's get to the people. Anderson and Algonac, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
Yeah, you too. How you doing?
Good. Hey, I am drinking all the Kool-Aid. The time is now. I was on board for trading Skubal, but now's the time to win. You've got a 1-2 punch, 2 of the top 10 pitchers in the MLB. You know, let's have a pitching rotation of Reese Olson. You got Casey Mize, you got Troy Melton. I mean, the time is now. Let's go trade for a big bat. I mean, I love the opportunity of trading Bruceño. I mean, we've got Dylan Dingler for the future. I mean, let's go win. I'm tired of year after year, just wanting to play for the future. The time is now. We've got a team that, has made 2 consecutive playoffs. I'm ready. Tigers are the World Series. Done.
Make a run at it. Appreciate it, Anderson. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Kevin and Macomb. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I like the signing, and I hate to be the pessimist, but I mean, when we watched that the playoff series versus the Mariners, the pitching was perfect in my opinion. It was not the pitching; it was our bats. And Scott Harris did allude that he expects the team to be better. I really would hope that they're going to add a bat or two, because if they don't, I really do think, what is this all going to be for? If our pitching is going to be A+ and our batting is going to be like a D, what is that? What's that going to get us in the end? I like what John said, how they put some of the chips towards the in the center, but they didn't put them all in.
No, I don't think they're, quote, all in, but I think they've positioned themselves to not just flirt around with 500 in the Central, a bad Central, but to win the thing outright. And then, yeah, I think I share your desire to add a bat. The time to add the bat, unfortunately, was early in free agency while they were available, and the next best time is going to be at the deadline when you have a better idea of your strengths and weaknesses.
Oh, right. And okay, we don't know. Is McGonigal going to be up to start the season? Most people believe probably not. But when you get to the trade deadline, is he a factor? What's Colt Keith been doing this off the season? What's Riley Green? What's Karp been doing? What's Torque been doing? Now, we're not going to sit here and all of a sudden flip to, well, if all these guys get a little bit better, you might have a couple of them get better. You might have some of them take a step back. We don't know. But I think in terms of when you talk about Casey Mize, Reese Olson, Troy Melton, like, does it take some pressure off of them? Sure. Does it also take a little bit of pressure off of the bats to think, I've got to go up there and swing for the fences every time?
Right. Yeah, with McGonigal, I don't know. I want to set a fair bar. I think everybody would be pumped if he's here sooner rather than later. He's still a very young player. I think a player that I would liken him to is Jacob Wilson with the Athletics, a high-contact guy. You hope McGonigal is one of those dudes. But that was a college bat. And even in his first season, Jacob Wilson's first season, he had 100 plate appearances, hit 250. His second season, at 23 years old, he was a 311 hitter with a 3 WAR, and he made the All-Star game. Mm-hmm. The idea that McGonigal, who's a younger player, is going to be that in year one, I don't think that's a fair expectation. So, but you'll have a chance to see where you stand. Mm-hmm. With all the options and the optionality, you'll see where your holes are. I prefer that than, well, we got Valdez, so now we can trade Skubal and keep ourselves
competitive for
years
3
to
years.
Come. Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, I put those two scenarios out there. It was a 1-2 punch with Skubal and Valdez, and you make a push for a World Series win, and you lose Skubal for nothing, or you trade Skubal right now. I want to go for it.
Texter says this rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, really?
Says it rubs me the wrong way because it gives the impression of going all in while still having an anemic offensive lineup. They should have added more bats instead of the top-tier arm.
Okay, we haven't said that this is an all-in move. This is a great move. And I think it's a value add to what this roster is, what you're going to see when the Tigers finally kick off this season.
Got to vote for Keep Scoob. It's the best rotation in baseball. I think the Dodgers would raise their hand, but we get your point. Certainly, I think a top 5 rotation if you keep everybody. Says, am I the only one who remembers Valdez went 2 for 8 in his last 10 starts after blasting a fastball off his catcher's chest on purpose, hoping for the best, but this seemed like no one wanted him in Houston. That's Don in the Shores.
Well, I don't think anybody wanted him for 5 years.
I think his market clearly came down. This is his last big chance to cash in. He probably didn't see himself signing a 3-year deal. But
here we are.
You're running out of time, and the Tigers were able to swoop in. Mm-hmm. And I think the Tigers are thrilled they didn't have to give him a 5-year deal.
And give him a little time with Chris Fetter.
Right. The guy's a damn good pitcher.
Yeah.
I know last year was a year he didn't get Cy Young votes, which is rare because he's gotten Cy Young votes, I believe, in the 4 of the 5 previous seasons. But I don't think he's lost it at 32 years old. And I think if someone was going to find it, it would be Fetter working with him.
Right. But I also think, okay, having said that, I also think it's not a moment where everybody, some are going to, well, okay, now you trade Skubal. No. Skubal's your 1, Valdez is your 2, and then you go down from there.
Flaherty maybe your 3. You're paying him to be the 3 at this point.
Yeah.
But then you still have Mize and Olson, and we know getting Olson through a whole season's been a challenge. That's why you have Melton.
Yeah.
This guy points out, was Drew Anderson a waste? Where's he going to slot in now? That $7 million could have been used towards a bat.
Well, yeah, but you have the stat about how many pitchers last year the Tigers used that had 10 or more starts.
Yeah, it was 6 Tiger pitchers went 10 or more starts. And then I think it was Paddock had 9 and Morton had 7.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you need 6 to 7 to 8 different arms.
Right, because you never know, somebody misses a start or you just want to give a guy an extra day of rest, you throw somebody else in there.
Yep. If the Tigers keep Skubal and don't win, you guys will kill them for getting nothing for him. If they don't make any other moves and the offense goes cold, yeah, they'll get killed for wasting Skubal.
How about say it this way? If the offense looks like last year's offense at the deadline and they don't add, then the game changes.
Yeah, if the offense lets this team down in a big spot again because they didn't do anything to address it, they'll get killed for it. But that's fair game.
And it depends on when that happens. That's in the game 6 of the ALCS or something like that. Then there's been genuine progress.
Right.
Yeah,
I think it's tough. Like, you're never guaranteed a World Series. All we've asked is that the team takes like legitimate steps towards it. And this is a step towards it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there let's go back to last year and then what's happened in this offseason. Is there a genuine AL juggernaut? Doesn't the AL appear going into the season to be kind of wide open again like it was last year? Remember the AL was getting bashed last year? Toronto lost Bichette.
They did. I think Toronto will still be.
Yeah, I do too.
The AL East is going to have 1 or 2 juggernauts. They always do.
Yeah, I mean, see what the Yankees are like at the start of the year. It's kind of they're kind of always the wild card.
Yeah,
where they're getting back. It's the name, the
Garrett
pitcher.
Cole?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but you just got Valdez.
They got Cole Fried and Rodon.
Yeah.
Trying to remember these names with this snapping of fingers.
We are not in baseball mode, man.
Yeah.
We are not in baseball mode. It's wild. Like, it's Super Bowl week. Do you guys realize, like, tomorrow we're going to do more with the Super Bowl? We'll have picks and props and food and fun and parties. We made it to Thursday, and there hadn't really been a discussion because you got NBA trade deadline today, the Skubal arbitration. Now the Valdez stuff falls in our lap. Yeah, man, it's a busy time around here.
When do you think the Skubal news drops?
10:02 at least.
Yes.
It allegedly was in Arizona, so I would imagine it wouldn't be at least until noon, unless somebody gets a leak.
Well, noon would be 9 a.m. Arizona time?
Yes.
Are they going to do this right when they start their workday, or is this going to filter out around lunchtime?
It's going to be 5:55. I hope you're listening, Mike and Rico.
This text says, I want to wait and hear what Mike says before I know if I like this signing or not.
That's from David, Kenny, and Rico.
Yeah, this is from, yeah. Sorry, Rico. Got to take our shots.
Hey, do you want a preview for Dear John?
Yeah.
9:35, Dear John. My wife hates my friend. Wait till you hear the story. An age gap question.
Oh.
And John,
is that from Bill in the Carolinas?
Hill?
Yeah.
No. And then we have one that was a bit of a novel. We've trimmed it down, but it's pretty juicy. What happens on the boat stays on the boat.
Oh, I like boating.
9:35, Dear John. 97.1.
Hey, we're all excited about baseball season, and maybe you want to catch opening day or one of 162 at a great place to watch. That's Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all those biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Can we address one of these narratives I'm seeing? This Scooble's got to be pissed. Oh, this is going to really put Scooble off on the Tigers.
No.
Scooble's already responded to this deal, by the way, with 3 words. Dinner's on you. With a photo of Framber Valdez in the deal. Scooble shouldn't be upset at all. Whether he gets $19 million or $32 million does not have anything to do with what Valdez got. The arbitration is going to rule on it one way or another, and he'll get his 19 or he'll get his 32. He wants 32. He'd be bummed with 19. Has nothing to do with Valdez. Where this helps Scooble is his current team just got more competitive. Scooble wants to win a World Series. He's talked a lot about it. And Scooble also wants to get paid a lot of money. Well, who just reset the market for left-handed pitching?
Valdez.
So Boris and Scooble are thrilled that this now becomes the floor. Scooble's going to get more than Valdez. But this provides a more modern floor for him to use as a jumping off point for his big payday. I couldn't imagine that he's pissed at this.
No, if Valdez is getting 38.5 a season, at 32, not having won any Cy Youngs, you got all the votes you want to get, sure, but he hasn't won one. Scooble's better. So the floor has now been set at 40. And it only goes up from there per year.
Yeah, now they can say we want 45 to 50, which they already did, but now it just gives them a little more ammunition on the open market. This was good for Tarek Scooble. It's good for Tarek Scooble on his current team. It's good for Tarek Scooble on his next team. Yeah, but if Valdez makes more money, then Scooble's he's gonna have an issue with his ego.
Scooble's still going to be making a lot of money.
Scooble's
He's
going to make
not going to, like Valdez is not going to buy lunch every time.
Scooble's going to make more money to pitch this year than at any point in his professional career, and he will be one day closer to his ultimate payday.
Yeah.
No, this specific signing I don't think should anger Scooble at all. We'll find out if he gets his 32 later today. That's something that I'm sure he that is a little more of a pressing concern for him than whether or not they added a lefty or not.
Yeah, I mean, does he want to be looking at it from 32 or from halfway down?
Right.
19, it just happens to be half of what Framber Valdez is going to be making.
Imagine that. Tex says the Tigers aren't serious until they add an edge rusher.
We're good.
Only this fan base could turn this amazing signing into a bummer. You guys got what we've been begging for, an all-in move, Sam, in Detroit.
I think in large part, we've had some people that have said, well, yeah, but for most of the morning, it's been a positive reaction.
I would say so. Another text, this is Jack, says, people beg for any team to make a move of significance in this town. Now the Tigers finally stepped up and did it, and people are complaining. Sounds like a bunch of whiners.
Or Amon-Ra St. Brown was right.
Didn't think our city doesn't know ball? A bunch of these fans are dum-dums.
Are we relishing today? We're not, I don't think.
No. I love the fact that the Tigers have gone out and made a move like this.
I did smarm alarm myself 5 minutes into the show, but I really do think I've done a good job celebrating this move because these are the type of moves that we want our teams to make, because this makes them better and because this is what we've been asking for. Now, it's not a bat, so again, I know people will line up to complain about not having a bat. I'll do it with you, sure, but that doesn't take away from this move.
The brilliance of this move by the Tigers is the fact that it came out right after the arbitration hearing, so that this couldn't be used against them.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that is
this. If it had come out earlier, it would have been negotiating against yourself.
That's yeah.
But did you guys feel like, and we just deal in like the outside world and the optics of it. Did you feel like the Tigers were along for the ride here? That Boris and Scooble were steering this thing and the Tigers were just at the mercy of a flawed process? That they were kind of
They were the victim.
And it's kind of a strong word, but that they were kind of being taken for a ride. Now I feel like by adding Valdez, they have control of the situation better. Because if they keep Skubal, they can try to win with Skubal. And if they trade Skubal, they've got a guy. It felt like Scott Harris, and maybe this was in the work for months, finally grabbed the reins of this situation, and he's not being dragged along by Boris and Skubal.
Well, I love we got a chance to open up a Christmas present last night, and we didn't know it was even going to be under the tree.
I know. Let's get to Linda. Kalamazoo, you're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen. I think it's a great move. My gosh, to be able to have a World Series with both of these gentlemen at the helm and leading the team, that would. I don't know how anybody could not enjoy this. I think the only thing that I would say is now let's try to negotiate and see if you can keep him for at least the time that Valdez is here. That would be just fantastic.
I agree that to have them for more than just 1 year would be terrific. The issue is going to be Skubal's not going to agree to a 3-year deal. He's probably not going to agree to a 5 or 6 year deal until he gets to free agency.
Yeah, it's more of a fairy tale. If they're going to pitch together, it would be 1 year and 1 year only. Writing's on the wall. His days are numbered in Detroit for Skubal, and it's because he wants to cash in. And I'm not going to fault the guy for it, but it's just not going to happen here.
And the market will determine if the Tigers are able to compete in the Skubal sweepstakes or not.
Yeah, but I think that's the key to everybody's trying to compare. Why are the Tigers willing to pay Valdez, but they're not willing to pay Skubal? The Tigers will pay Skubal a short-term deal. He doesn't want a short-term deal. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So listen to this. There's new measures that are now in place for the Winter Olympics after a crotch enlarging scandal.
What?
Yeah, crotch enlarging scandal rocked the ski jumping world. Did you hear about that? Yeah.
No.
I remember seeing like headlines of it, but I never actually clicked on the article. Well, this scandal, I guess, rocked the 2025 World Championship. The Norwegian team got caught adding extra fabric to the suits worn by the top 2 male athletes. And I guess doing this obviously creates more surface area so that the athletes can catch more air. They can then glide higher and longer and farther and add several more feet to their jumps.
Well, they're trying to add several feet. Wow.
Yes. Yeah, I know. So I guess now to prevent any cheating at the Olympics, each athlete
We're going to have a cup check?
will have tamper-proof microchips in their suit, and 3D scanning technology will be used to measure the space between their legs.
Huh.
Yeah.
What if one of the skiers sees something that excites them?
Well, there are other methods, I guess, going around that athletes are doing. They're like injecting themselves with hyaluronic acid. So it's like a filler to make themselves or
make their members bigger?
Yes, or they're using modeling clay.
Oh, really? That seems a little squishy down there.
Okay.
Can't you just put a couple socks in there?
Sure, I guess so. What? This is so funny. I wish I would have actually clicked on those headlines because it's actually intriguing.
So how do they get the base measurement so that they know that if they've got some...
Where do they measure from?
Well,
no, like if they're saying, okay, well, this is larger than before.
What if a guy just has gigantic balls, is what you're saying?
Well... I get what I do think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so like, hey, in 2024, this was his measurements, and now in 2026 at the Winter Olympics, his measurements are bigger.
I think they're doing, I don't think they're going, I think they're literally doing the measurements probably after this whole scandal. So it's just happening. I don't think they're using measurements from years ago.
Okay, so there's still time to inject.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, I'm running out of drops to play. Just go to the next story.
Yeah, I think so. So Tom Brady's son, when you're his son, it apparently means that you're going to get sent a ton of motivational quotes on Instagram.
We all do this to our kids, right? Well, I mean, your kids aren't old enough yet, but yeah.
I guess So on Wednesday, Instagram revealed this new episode. It's something that they're called Carversations. Their series where basically well-known parents sit down with their teens and they talk about what it's like growing up in the social media world, right?
Yeah.
Well, the latest episode featured Brady and his 16-year-old son, Benny, and they were discussing the different ways they use Instagram. And I guess Benny kind of pointed out that his dad loves to send him motivational quotes all the time.
This is the least surprising news ever.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I send my kids motivational stuff all the time. I send them a lot of funny stuff too.
Yeah. So on a completely, well, I guess it's not that completely different note, Chappell Roan doesn't understand why the internet thinks that her Grammys outfit was such a big deal. I think by now everyone has seen, you've seen her Grammys outfit,
Is
correct?
that the see-through one?
That was the one that was attached with nipple rings. You saw that one?
Oh, I don't believe I've seen.
Go ahead and
How have you not seen this one? This
How
one
do you
went
spell
everywhere.
Chappellerone?
Chapel.
Is it like a-
Chappellroan.
Go ahead. Talk about the story while he
Anyway,
looks it
so-
up.
Oh, you say it like it's one word. It's actually two.
Chapel Roan. Or Chapel Roan, but you say Chapel
Like John
Roan.
Jansen.
John Jansen.
Yes.
Chapel Roan. It just
So
whatever.
should I just go
John,
to images?
anyway, so she went on Instagram and wrote, giggling because I don't even think that this was that outrageous of an outfit. And then she said, the look's actually so awesome and weird. I recommend just exercising your free will. It's really fun and silly. So she didn't understand the hoopla everyone had over this outfit. And her makeup artist did go into a little bit more detail and actually said that she was wearing like prosthetic nipples.
Was it the Grammys?
Grammys.
Grammys, okay.
Have you still not found this?
So that she doesn't look. It was everywhere.
Oh, okay. I see it now. That kind of looks like it hurts.
But
I don't think I'd want
So
to
they
wear an
were
outfit like that.
so you don't really see her nipples at all because she's wearing prosthetics.
Oh, those
So
aren't
she-
real?
So she's saying that she wasn't quite as naked as what appears.
Oh, she's got a cover on her entire boob.
Well,
Yes.
I think maybe not the entire boob, but like the nipple region. Yes.
And that's Heather with the news. Dear John is next. 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, of course, I'm going to turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants. They are attentive every single time I go in there. They're 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. And First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Send in your questions for John at dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. That's JON, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Want to make sure we save time for the last one? Okay. We'll start with wife hates my friend.
Okay.
Dear John, my friend invited me and my brother up to snowmobile over MLK weekend. My wife wanted to go, but she doesn't ride snowmobiles or really do anything fun.
Oh.
My friend said she could come, but thought she might be bored. I didn't want her to go, so I told her my friend said she shouldn't go.
Ooh, put it off on your friend. That's always a classic move.
My wife didn't like him to begin with, now even more. She told some of our mutual friends that he didn't invite her, and now he's under attack from them too. Should I tell her that I lied or just let my friend absorb the blows?
No, wingman takes all the blows. That is a classic move. And I would tell my friend this too. Hey, if it means you can come and you don't have to bring your anchor of a wife,
yikes.
Then it sounds like she's an anchor. And if you're going snowmobiling, you're going to start early. You're going to be out. You're going to get lunch on the trail. You'll get dinner on the trail, and then you'll come back at midnight. She is going to be bored.
Why would she want to go? You're going to be stuck in a cabin all day by yourself?
Right, yeah. You're going to read a book and sit by the fire? Yeah, I could do that at home.
But to your point, let your friend take this.
Oh, sure. And if I'm that friend, then I tell him, hey, whatever it takes for you to be able to get here without having to bring the anchor, then sure, throw me under the bus. I'm fine taking it. I don't like your wife anymore anyway.
Well, the issue is other friends now are starting to judge him because of this.
Hey, friends take all bullets.
Okay.
Ready to go to the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. Age gap. Dear John, I'm a 36-year-old male dating a 45-year-old female. It's been going strong for over 2 months now. We're both professionals in our field. She has 2 teenage children. I've never dated anyone with this much of an age gap between us. What advice, words of wisdom would you offer me moving forward?
So 36 to 45, first of all, nice job. I don't know that that's that big of an age gap at that time of your life. Now, if you were 18 and she's 27, that's an issue in my book.
Oh, yeah. You're completely different
But
points
at
of life.
36 and 45, I don't really feel like that's that big of an age group. The biggest issue there, I think, is the teenage kids. She's got teenage kids that are probably, let's just say, 15, 16. He's walking into that situation. Now you're going to have to work it out with, as you say, girlfriend or wife?
Girlfriend.
2 months.
2 months. All right. Yeah. Hey, you don't say anything about the kids. Like if they do something stupid, you offer no parenting advice.
I wonder if he was meaning I've never dated somebody this much older than me. Even though 9 years is not that many.
Yeah.
Because 9 years to me is not much of an age gap. That's okay. That's acceptable.
Well, especially, in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like that's a big age gap. So don't worry about it. Just enjoy the companionship and whatever else that offers. And don't, the biggest issue I think is, especially if this goes further, right? You're only 2 months in right now. Let's not worry about this too much. And if it gets further down the road, or are you a 36-year-old dude that wanted to have your own kids at one point?
Right.
I mean, she still can at 45, but it becomes a little dicier. Yeah.
She still could.
Sure.
But if it's a couple more years.
But you got to ask, is that something that she wants?
For kids.
Right. Well, it's a question for him. I mean, if he wants to have his own kids with someone, I mean, this might not be the ideal partner.
Well, then just have a good time for a little while.
There you go. I think your best advice is don't offer any parenting advice.
Yeah.
It's been 2 months. You're not their real dad. Don't try to be their dad. Don't try to discipline the kids. Don't try to tell the mom or lecture her what she should be doing with her kids.
No, and don't try to be the cool dad either.
Right.
I'll
let it slide.
Your mom's way off on this one.
Then you get in trouble.
Just keep your mouth shut.
Much younger than her.
No, I think once you're mid-30s, mid-40s, you're working professionals at that point.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how hot she is.
Of course it
You can still be hot at 45.
Heck yeah. At 82, John.
Ask Martha Stewart.
Exactly.
All right, last one. What happens on the boat? Dear John, my wife and I belong to a local yacht club. Oh, la-dee-da.
Wow, yeah.
Where we've met other people who enjoy the same passion for boating as we do. Last summer, I agreed to host a friend on a weekend boat trip to Put-in Bay. The first night of the trip, was planned for a guys only night with our spouses joining later in the day via public ferry. We're all married, group of 6 guys, 4 boats, spent the day eating, having a good time. Later in the night, a group converged to one boat where everybody began drinking and partying. I went to bed early because I'm not much of a partier. My friend was going to join me later when he was ready. When I woke up, I couldn't believe what I saw.
How many beds?
I don't believe it like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I woke up, I couldn't believe what I saw. He had taken a strange girl to bed with him. I saw most of their clothes thrown on the floor outside the door in the cabin. I immediately got off the boat and went to breakfast. When I returned, she was gone. He was dressed and ready for the day. I confronted him, and his response was, "Something's happened at the bay." And he said, "Don't worry, I'll wash the sheets." I told him I felt disrespected and insulted. He just played it off and managed to get all the guys on his side. They thought it was funny. He pulled it off. I told my wife what happened. She understood, but I'm really hurt and confused why the guys in the circle supported these actions. They accused me of breaking the guy code. They refer to me as, quote, just a dumb millennial, as if I should understand that this is acceptable. It makes me want to move the boat to a new marina and never look back, but my wife thinks making a change isn't necessary. I should just move on. I'm conflicted.
So let me go back to the beginning. A lot of details in there. They're all married?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Major issue. He's married, and now, he did the right thing of discussing this issue with his wife. I'm shocked that her response is not more
get away from these guys.
Yeah, well, not necessarily get away from these guys, but we need to tell his wife. Like, I don't want to live with that secret. I don't want to have that secret. I don't want anything to do with that secret, because then all of a sudden, if it comes out and I don't say anything, if I didn't tell my wife, then all of a sudden, hey, you're covering up these secrets. What kind of secrets do you have? So, I mean, he did things right. Now, you don't have to move marinas. You just don't have to have these boat trips with this individual buddy. And your other buddies, if they're supporting this, hey, I don't have time for that nonsense. I really don't have time for that nonsense or that drama. Now, I understand put and bake can be a good time. But once you are married and you go on a trip with all the guys that are married, now you can make comments. We could talk about how hot she is or not or whatever, but you don't act on it. That's over the line.
Yes,
Ditto.
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah. What else is there? I would have handled it the same way. Well, not as a wife, but as
Right.
him. I would have confronted my friend about it.
Now, boat slips are tough to come by sometimes. And if you got a premium one, I'm not just going to move a boat slip because of an action of some dork.
But I think he handled it right. You confront your buddy, like, what the hell are you doing? You got a good thing going back home. What's going on here?
Yeah.
And then you don't keep the secret from your wife.
Yeah.
Now, I'm
Oh,
curious
no.
how you were going to answer this, because NFL locker rooms, do you have teammates cheating on the road? And I mean,
Oh, my goodness. So,
Of course.
yeah, it was now not kind of as blatant as this, but we would have, when you go get tickets, we had one guy, and I'm going to remain nameless.
Okay.
But he would say, I need 8 tickets. I need 4 in this side of the stadium for my wife and kids, and I need 4 over here for my baby mama. And I'd be like, wait, what? Excuse me, what? Yeah, they can't be together because my baby mama, my wife doesn't know about baby mama.
Oh, doesn't know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. So, yeah, there were always some issues like that, yeah.
and that is Dear John. Send them in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1. They call it Put-in-Bay for a reason. Texters are having a field day. Sounds like he was put it in where it shouldn't go, Bay.
Yeah.
John, you just hit it right on the head. Dude's married to a swinger.
That's a different lifestyle that, I have friends that I've heard that have been into that.
Sounds like the guy needs to board the SS Cookies if he's looking for those kind of shenanigans.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that.
So the Twitch comments are claiming I wrote the story. I don't own a boat.
No, this is just you trying to make it. You're really referring to the cruises.
Oh.
Yeah, yes. Instead
Life on the water.
Staying a cruise, it's just a boat.
International waters. You think everything's fair game? Guys, I definitely distance myself from these buddies if they think cheating on their spouse is funny, cool, or badass. It just makes them dumbasses.
Yeah. And it's not just the dude that, that woke up with a stranger. It's all the buddies that you quote unquote had that were trying to say you were the one in the wrong. Find new buddies. Because at some point then, okay, hey, if you sit there and you don't say anything and you just kind of say it's okay, then next time you guys are on a boat, are they going to try and put you in a compromising situation?
Yeah, you didn't think it's a big deal, right? We all do it.
Right.
If you ignore it, you accept it.
Yeah.
Good morning, all. I literally had to drop friends of 25 plus years due to a golf trip. They were all married and trying to score with anything walking. I was single, definitely not a saint, but I was friends with their wives. Bad karma, be in the car.
Yeah, I agree.
We did get one text that said, keep your mouth shut and move on.
All right, well, put you in with those buddies that I don't want to have.
On the age gap. The age gap guy needs to run. It will only get worse. Think of 70 and 61. Big differences in health and ability to, quote, do things.
Yeah, but women typically live longer than men.
Very true.
So, maybe not 9 years longer, but it starts to match up a little bit more. Mm-hmm. I just don't think 9 years at that time is that big of a difference.
I don't either.
In a text, point out the old rule of thumb, which is half your age plus 7.
That's an old rule of thumb?
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard of this, John? I was looking at you
30,
because you were normally on the same page.
No, I know you've brought this up before.
Yeah. You guys know you didn't know the third date rule.
Half
you don't know half your age plus 7.
Plus 7. So it would be like if I wasn't married, it'd be me dating a 32-year-old. That seems
that would be the line. Obviously, you can be closer in age.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, you're not setting your sights at a 32-year-old.
Heather, you have a question?
Seem right.
It also depends how old you are, because that.
It's just so the reason I say at 45 and 32, or so 45 and 36, you're roughly in the same age of life. Now, yes, your wife may retire before you because she gets to 65 or whatever that age is for her or your girlfriend, but you're roughly in the same age and stage of life.
Well, that's the key. I think 5 years is a big gap if one's 21 and 26.
Oh, I thought you were going to go the other way.
No.
Well, I think if one
it's
is
illegal, John.
If one's under 21 and technically legally can't go to a bar,
right?
I think that's different. If one's 19, 20, and the other one is obviously
25 or 26.
Yeah.
I mean,
again, it's a different stage of life.
Yes,
but if you're both, 35 plus, you're both working, I'm assuming, living out your life. You've had your college years.
Sure.
I
just relax a little bit. I don't see it's that big of a deal.
No, it's not.
Belichick did a third of his age. That was easy, man.
Yeah. That's a bit much.
My wife is 9 years younger. He went the wrong way.
Unless she's a smoke show.
Could be more
cougar.
Experienced. Yeah.
Yes, there's a matter of that. Obviously, she's experienced a little bit. She's got a couple kids.
That's true.
At least twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yes, at least twice.
Dear age gap, the Dear John age gap. My wife is 39 and I'm 31. We got married last September. The age difference has never once been an issue. She has 2 boys. I treat them like my own. Age is just a number. Nick in Southgate.
Good for you. Nice job, Nick. So there you go. Yeah. I mean, I just don't think the only issue where it is if you're 36 and she's 45 and you want to have kids, she's already got a couple, plus she's 45. Again, she could still have kids at that age, but it may not be what she wants.
Well, you'd have to start ASAP. You'd only been dating 2 months.
Right.
So that probably doesn't work out.
Yeah. Some do start sooner.
Right. So anyway, send them in.
3 dates? Yeah. What's the rule? I don't know.
DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. Gator's coming in the studio. We'll get his thoughts on all the big news of the day.
Yeah. Gator, good morning. How are you?
Let him sit down for a second.
Oh, sorry. Well, I
Poor guy just walked in the studio.
I'm good, thank you. Sorry,
Yeah.
sit down a little quicker. Good. Yeah. Doing well.
What was your initial reaction when you saw the Valdez signing?
I think my eyes bugged out of my head, and because I happened to be scrolling on the phone and saw that. I'm like, what? And quickly texted Doug and Kang and let them know, and then texted Rieger because he and I did the show yesterday, and eyes bugged out. I couldn't believe it because I thought it was great. It was a move that was certainly a player that lots of people had suggested. I think we had suggested that player weeks ago, and then it didn't seem like that was going to be in the offing. It seemed like if they're going to go for a pitcher, maybe one of these other guys, Rehab Bassett or Zach Gallen,
Giolito, or
something like that, as opposed to one of the top left-handed pitchers in all of baseball. So this is a great move by the Tigers. Great move by Scott Harris. I love it, actually. And I love it for a million different reasons, which we will get into on the show.
Yeah, I mean, John, your initial reaction was stunned?
Yeah, I mean, stunned. And initially you think, do they have a sense, if they're going to spend this money, that they won the arbitration? But then you think about it more, you're like, well, one's not really related to the other. This had to be in the works for a longer time. Well, I mean, you could come out of it, but you're not coming out of it going, hey, let's go get Framber Valdez, and it's done.
Yeah, the deal doesn't come together in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
A deal that's going to be record-breaking for left-handed pitching single season. And again, if you save $13 million, it doesn't mean you're going to turn around and spend $115. I don't think that they thought they were winning, and that's why they made this signing.
No, but I've always kind of come to this revelation over the last few days that looking at the Tigers' payroll in the future, I mean, there is no payroll in the future.
Right.
They have absolutely no money committed to players. All the guys that are playing are still early in the arbitration process where you don't have to worry about them hitting free agency for years. So in 2 years, this is the only contract that's really on the books that they have to be concerned about.
Baseball and more. Carson Anderson coming up next. It's 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I am Doug Karsh alongside Scott the Gator Anderson on a Thursday. Hello, Scott Anderson.
Hello, Doug Karsh.
I feel better today.
Do you?
Oh, what a mess earlier in the week. Thank you for tolerating sick Doug on, well, I was coming down with a cold, and 2 days later I feel much better. So,
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And really, it's really about the voice at this point. To hold up, it'll hold up.
exactly. How was Rieger yesterday? How was the show?
Show was great. We didn't have the big news to talk about, but we were talking about certainly the arbitration hearing and plenty of stuff that we did have. So it was good and some lively discussions and people were involved. It was great.
Yeah, so, I mean, I felt like we had a packed show because, I sat at home yesterday and rested and watched a lot of stuff. But probably the biggest thing was, I thought we'd be doing a Piston trade deadline show. And there still might be stuff that goes down in the NBA. Obviously, Giannis is a huge story and a huge trade that could go down today. But then Framber Valdez, how about that, huh? Wow.
That's a big one, man. That's a big one. I love it. I love it, as I said, to the morning show for a million reasons, which we'll get into slowly but surely to kind of wade into that water. But the news, when it hit, when I saw that, I was like, oh, my God. Did you know before I sent you the text?
No, I didn't. And the first thing I thought of was you, because you talked about Framber Valdez. And then I thought about what's the contract. And anyway, no, I didn't know. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. No, I did not know. And you sent me the text, and I was, whoa.
Yeah. That's a whoa move. That's a whoa move for this team. And, given the tenor of the talk that we've gotten in the offseason with fans that are upset that the Tigers might be cheap, wouldn't do this, wouldn't do that. This is not a cheap move. It's a move that was done without knowledge of what's coming down with the arbitration hearing. I mean, it's interesting. Because the morning show was saying, well, they might get a feel for which way it's going to go in that hearing. I'm not sure you do. I mean, you might be able to think that, hey, we presented a great argument, but I think the reality is that it's stacked against the Tigers going into it. So I'm curious to see what they end up ruling today.
You're right. You're exactly right. I don't know a ton of people that have sat in on these things, but the ones that I have talked to will tell me they are completely clueless at the end of this. Sometimes they have no idea. And let me tell you a story about what happened in one arbitration hearing that I was told with, this is how little they know about what's going to happen. In the midway through an arbitration hearing where a agent and his team was making a case for the player and the team was making a case for what they offered the player, one of the arbiters asked, "Are you an infielder or an outfielder?" Think about that. These are the people that are deciding whose contract to take. It has little to do with their knowledge of baseball and everything to do with that player's the cases that are made by the two teams. Because the Tigers aren't saying anything negative about Skubal at all. They're just comparing him to previous rulings in arbitration. That's what they're doing. They're saying, yeah, he's wonderful, just like David Price was wonderful.
Yeah,
right? And so and then of course, Boris is saying these are unique circumstances and all that, but the Tigers' argument is we're just following the guidelines of what arbitration has ruled in the past.
Yeah, Mike Valenti was asking yesterday about wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall in the hearings, and I'm like, I would, and I'm thinking to myself, probably not for the same reasons you would, and because he was intimating, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I thought that he was intimating that he wants to see the Tigers basically kind of trash Tarik Skubal because that's what you got to do in these hearings to make your case. And I said, I don't think the Tigers are going to do that. I don't because they don't have that leg. They don't have that leg to stand on. I mean, you can't trash a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. So what you can do is present your case historically with players and try to make the comparisons there. I said, but you're not going to get in. Oh, it's not like they're going to say, he didn't want to pitch past the 6th inning in Game 5 of the divisional series against Seattle, and that may have cost us the game because he didn't go that extra inning. So, we feel that's the $13 million gap. That discussion I don't think is ever going to take place. But the historical references and comparisons to other pitchers and players, that will take place. So I don't think the Tigers were ever going to
trash him. And we'll never know what was said in the hearing unless Scott Boras leaks it out. But I still think that Boras and Scoop will win the case. And if they do, then that I think even gives more validation to what the Tigers did.
Back to your original point, though, is do they have any idea? It's quite possible they have no idea because, again, talking to people who've been involved in these things will end. They don't get any feedback. They wrap up their cases. The arbiters go away, and then they send back a one-word message. You either win or you lose, and that's it, apparently. And maybe that's not every experience in arbitration, but the people that I've been able to talk to that sat in on it say you come out of it completely clueless. And then again, Gator, this is something you have talked about forever, about Framber Valdez as a possible addition. And there's your score. And then you and I have always wondered why. And let's get to the contract. These are the kind of sensical contracts that we have preached forever, that really teams don't get to sign all that much. It feels like players want term. They want a long length contract. And when you can get a guy on a shorter deal at his age, at 32 years old, I give this a 5 out of 5 stars. I think the length of this contract and what they are paying Framber Valdez takes us through, ideally, I'm not going to say the last useful years he'll have. He's kind of been a horse, but you're not tied down to him long term. And I think it's a great contract.
Yeah, and not only not tied down to long term, but I mean, you've guaranteed yourself, okay, because nowadays it seems like you have to give player outs. He's got an out after the second year. So that means that you have him at least for this year and next year. So you got a little protection, assuming you lose Skubal at the end of the season, that you'll have some protection because you've got his replacement for the next year. Now, Framber Valdez is a very good pitcher, but he's not Tarik Skubal. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that. And I know that we're all excited about having this guy here, but it's not Tarik Skubal. This is be like adding, the best of Jack Flaherty to this rotation is really what Framber Valdez has been throughout his career. He's a very good pitcher and been pretty consistent. But he is not this guy who is going to go through stretches like Skubal has gone through and be that great. He's really good, and I'm glad they have him. And I don't know if I'd go 5 out of 5, but I go pretty damn close to it. The 3 years is almost perfect to me. If we got a 4th year out of it, I'd probably be a little bit happier. If the out were after 3 instead of 2, I'd be a little bit happier. But these are minor things. I think that he's going to be a welcomed addition to this team. And now it adds more questions, frankly, for the team of what's in the future.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to get to next as far as, there's the baseball side of it. There's the Tigers' reputation around the league and amongst its own fan base. And there is whether or not this has any impact on Skubal. But as far as the contract is concerned, I was very pleased to see the numbers. And I like short-term deals with that don't take players into useless years. I mean, maybe it's just been burned too much in the past, and that's the price of doing business, unfortunately. But there are useless years on the ends of contracts that you just don't want to be wasting money on players that aren't doing stuff for you. And Valdez, if he stays healthy, is a great 2 to have. And God, we got to get into what it means for the baseball team, because for the baseball team, this rotation now, looks pretty formidable. All right, it's Carson Anderson. Here's what we got today. This is the big news of the day, but we do have an NBA trade deadline. The Pistons, we got a Piston question out there. As constructed, what do you think this team's ceiling is? Go vote and comment there. Comments will be read on the air. We did ask fans via Twitter about the Framber Valdez signing and asked just how you feeling. And there's a lot of positive response coming in, and because of that, we will read a lot of your tweets throughout the day. Of course, the Red Wings going into the break after a disappointing outing in Utah, and is the focus shifting from blue line to maybe adding some offense? Gator, the Corys just won in mixed doubles in Olympic curling. So
that's great news.
Yeah, it is. So bravo to our mixed doubles team of Corey and Corey, who got the job done this morning against Switzerland. They're off to a good start. Did you watch any of the curling yesterday?
No.
Things you do when you're homesick.
Right. Yeah, no, I did not. No, I When are the opening ceremonies?
The opening ceremonies are tomorrow, but they've got curling is underway, and so is women's hockey.
Yeah,
Sweden
they've
took
got
care of West Germany this morning.
They've got the rinks done in time. Ish.
Yeah, I've heard that stuff. Sounds like a rush job at some of the venues.
I mean, I'm not sure the condition of the ice at these places, or if the stands are they safe to sit in. You know, how big are the seating areas for this?
Well, I'll tell you that
catch
the
them by
people
surprise.
the people in the curling broadcast said the ice was good. There was a lot of curl in the ice.
A lot of curl.
For what it's
Okay.
worth. A lot of curl in the ice. 248-539-9797. The big story of the day, of course, Framber Valdez. How you feeling, Tiger fans? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. The Blitz thingy, Thursday during the NFL season. Is this the last one? This might be our last one. Yeah.
I think it is our
The
last
Wide
one.
9, Omaha, 4 down around the league. Blitz thingy coming up today at 10:30 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be back with you after having a day to recover, a little sickness. Apparently not too bad, but back with you today. And Scott Anderson, an exciting day with the addition of Framber Valdez, left-handed pitcher with the Detroit Tigers now, a 3-year, $115 million deal with an out that Framber can exercise in year 2. And let's face it, there's a lot to talk about here, but there's a lot else going on, including the NBA trade deadline. I want to have some thoughts on that. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, some football stuff at 10:30 with the Blitz thingy on a Thursday. But we mentioned the contract and how the contract feels just kind of perfect. It's something that you and I have talked about as the ideal contract for veteran players. Shorter term, players usually want longer term. And we're always kind of laughing like, why can't we make it work on terms we like? But that's not the way this works. But they were able to pull one off in this particular case. As far as that, why do you think he was still available? And because everything out of the Valdez camp sounded like he wanted a longer term contract, and he does come with a bit of a reputation, but AJ Hinch knows him and met with him. So obviously the manager is comfortable with bringing him in.
Well, I mean, the reputation stems from what? The one incident where he's on the mound, he's unhappy with his catcher, and he crossed up his catcher on purpose and threw a fastball.
There's more than that. There's more than that from what I've been told, but that's one that was certainly public.
And it's a big one. But I would also assume they kind of worked that out. The fact that he's worked with A.J. Hinch before, because he's been a lifelong Houston or a career-long Houston Astro and was there when A.J. Hinch was there, I think this comes across as being a brilliant signing by the Tigers. And maybe this is the inside track that they needed to have that we thought they had with Bregman a year ago. They thought they had that, right? You've got A.J. Hinch, Alex Bregman. Here's a picture of them outside a cafe and talking and stuff. And, hey, are the Tigers going to get him? Looks like they're going to. No, they didn't get him. But this time they did. This time they got their Houston Astro. And, yeah, there were several other teams who were rumored to be in on him. Several other teams. And it sounds like the Tigers just came in, made their best offer, and it was too much to refuse. I think they clearly paid more money than the other teams are willing to pay. And on the these days, these short-term deals become really appealing, particularly if you can get out after 2 and you prove yourself. If you're Framber Valdez, think about pitching as well as you've pitched. Now you're going into Comerica Park to pitch half your starts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as friendly to pitchers as it was with changing the dimensions a little bit and lowering the fences, but it's still pretty damn friendly to pitchers there. So I think if you look at it from his standpoint, he can pitch well in 2 years, opt out, and then sign another 4-year deal that's going to set him up for the rest of his life, or not, or it just works out with the money he's got. It's a pretty good position to be in, and it was very aggressive by the Tigers.
I mean, right now, as far as I'm concerned, if A.J. Hinch is comfortable, then I'm comfortable. And A.J. Hinch has intimate knowledge of the player. So, the idea that he was still on the market, whether the reputation had anything to do with it, whatever. Hopefully this is all to the Tigers' benefit. Now, let's talk about the reputation of the public perception of ownership and Scott Harris. This all comes after a Monday where I chumped them, remember, because they did not get a Eugenio Suarez and another contract that we thought just looked like a perfect type Tiger contract. On Tuesday, Scott, I launched into about a 10-minute, that wasn't a rant, but admitting that I was starting to have eroding faith in this organization, that the patience that I have preached will never pay off. I was getting concerned. Wednesday, they do this. So the eroding faith, it was a product of keep saying, well, wait to the trade deadline. We'll wait to the off season. We'll wait because I appreciate, and I think one of the things that can be very valuable for a team is flexibility. And they've operated as a team that is trying to remain flexible and be able to make moves and strike while the iron's hot. And then they continually didn't do it. And it led to me, and I think, Scott, you and I are often on the more patient side with teams. And maybe that's a strength, maybe that's a weakness, who cares? But I was starting to lose patience. And it wasn't just this offseason, it was last year's trade deadline, the previous offseason, it didn't feel like there was anything really super aggressive for a team that is close. And part of that is they deserve credit for getting where they were, right? And so it makes me think, well, these are smart people because they produced playoff teams in back-to-back years. They've won rounds in the playoffs in back-to-back years, which I didn't expect in 2024 and 2025, to be quite honest. So some smart people, but why? So I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, and it was starting to erode Monday, Tuesday, and then they do this Wednesday. So my timing, I guess, was terrible or great. I don't know. But where is the perception now of ownership and of Scott Harris after this move? Is it? Do you think with the Tiger fans, and we've had some of you that were very vocal, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, but do you think it's all good now with them?
No, I don't think it's all good, but I think that this move has gone a long way towards appeasing the fans that were upset. And I think fans had a right to be upset. I spoke yesterday. I was getting upset yesterday with what was happening. I keep thinking about laying out this plan for a couple years from now and recognizing that there is no committed salary to this team beyond a couple years. This is before they signed Valdez. I mean, you look at this infield that they have and the players that will be brought up in the next couple years, and you're looking at $15 to $20 million total for the entire infield. And then you look at the outfield, and it's the same thing, $15 to $20 million total. And then you look at money that you've got committed to pitchers. You don't have anything because you don't know if you're going to re-sign Casey Mize. You're expecting to lose Skubal, and you're going to be promoting guys from the minors. So again, starting with contracts and players that are just at the embryonic stages of their major league careers, and you've got relief pitchers which don't cost as much. I mean, you were looking at 2 years down the road, probably having a $70 million payroll before you went out and decided to open up the checkbook and get some guys. This move doesn't really change that. All it does is it adds one of those pitchers to the mix, and even then, it's only for a year because it's a 3-year deal, and he may or may not be on that team. So I there's tons of flexibility with this team, and this kind of extends the runway to see if guys like McGonigal and Clark can hit the ground running with this team, either right ready to start the season or by mid-season when they make other call-ups. But I think that this does go a long way towards making fans breathe a little easier. And you add that to the fact that this was done before any knowledge of what happens today with the arbitration hearing, if they've saved themselves $13 million or not. What I'm excited about is that, not that my way is the best way, because I don't think my way is the best way. Scott Harris is a really smart guy. He knows what he's doing. But I think what it shows is that either this is part of his plan, or he's recognized that mistakes he's made in the past, and he's going to have to change that up. You can't keep throwing your chips in on a guy like an Alex Cobb or Kenta Maeda or, a Charlie Morton or whatever these other guys are, and hoping that they can get fettered up and make some kind of difference. Sometimes you got to take the chance on a bona fide free agent player or somebody in trade that's a bona fide all-star, and that's what they've done now. So this is not doing it on the cheap and trying to rehab a Zach Gallen or a Chris Bassett or whatever. This is going for a guy that's a proven commodity in the league and one of the best left-handed pitchers in baseball, and now you're pairing him up with Tarik Skubal, and this is an exciting season, assuming that this is what they do. If they hang on to Skubal, there are options here, but let's just look at that one right now on its face value. The way the team is right now, it's a really good-looking starting rotation, and I think Vegas has already, chirped up the win total on this team by a few wins because of it.
All right, 248-539-9797. There's a lot going on, but obviously this is the headline story in Detroit, changing a bit of a perception about what this Tiger organization, or how they operate, I guess is a way to put it. We haven't even really talked about what it means from a baseball sense, and we will get to that coming up. But straight ahead, we got the Wide Night Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. That is next here on 97.1. All right, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Lots to get to today. Every Thursday, though, we do something called the Y9 Omaha 4-Down Around the League Blitz Thingy. All right, Gator, heads or tails?
Heads.
Gator calls a head, and it is a tail. I will receive, my friend.
Okay.
All right, here we go, Doug. Question number 1. The Minnesota Vikings beat writer for The Athletic wrote this week that the Vikings would do anything and everything they possibly could to acquire a quarterback like Joe Burrow. But if the Vikings were ever to try and get Joe Burrow himself, should they go all in? And what would your all-in proposal be for Joe Burrow? If
This is
you were
fun.
the Vikings?
Yeah, I like this. I would offer up quarterback J.J. McCarthy, go in the other direction. Linebacker Blake Cashman, which would be hard to depart with, but Minnesota would then re-sign Ivan Pace Jr., who is a backup and a player I really liked out of Cincy, and their 2026 first and 2026 second-round pick. That's number 18 and number 49 in this draft. So Cincinnati's giving up the franchise quarterback, but they're getting the possible young replacement, help for the defense, and 2 draft picks they can use right away. I don't know if I'm doing this show in Minnesota and people think I'm crazy, or I'm doing this show in Cincinnati and people think I'm crazy, but that's the deal I came up with.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You and I both have one, or I guess a couple similar elements in this. Would I do it? Absolutely, I would do it if I were Minnesota. They've got a ready-made offense. You're able to hang on to Brian Flores for another year. So I think that's going to help you out. You got a little bit of a window here. You'll probably lose Flores at the end of the year. But you've got him for this year. Let's make a run for it. And if you're going to make a run for it, you need the quarterback. Joe Burrow is that guy. To me, it's going to cost you, similar to the Stafford deal, give him 2 firsts, a third, and a swap of quarterbacks. We'll give you J.J. McCarthy as well. And if that can get it done, awesome. Like you, I'm not sure that's something that Cincinnati would like or Minnesota. I think Minnesota would do it. I don't know if Cincinnati would do that. I don't know if they believe in J.J. McCarthy. I wouldn't if I were them, but it's the other piece going that way. They get a couple first-round picks, and I'm huge on if you're going to sign a quarterback this offseason, I'm going for Malik Willis.
Yeah, I would definitely try this as well, and I'm not sure, like you guys said, if the Vikings fans think I'm crazy or the Bengals fans think I'm crazy, but I would do almost anything, and that includes a deal similar to the Stafford Goff deal, but even more, because Joe Burrow he's a younger, better player. He hasn't won anything yet.
Got an injured history, though.
Yeah, but he has gone to a Super Bowl. But yeah, he does have an injury history. With that being said, I don't care. I would offer multiple first-round picks, if not the first, second, third this year. You obviously have to throw JJ back so they get something where they maybe have a quarterback of the future. And then you got to throw them something on defense, because that's where the Bengals have been lacking is defense. The offense hasn't been the problem. It's defense. I threw in Dallas Turner, Doug. That's the guy I included in the deal, because you got to give something good up to get something good back, right? And even if they want another one, I might do that too as someone from the defense, because Brian Flores, you're right, Gator, he's still there for another year. I think he can hold it down and then use any other draft picks you have on defense at that point. All right, apparently the Patriots owner Robert Kraft is going to be joining Bill Belichick and not getting into the Hall of Fame this year, which has got people wondering, when Tom Brady is eligible for his first year, is he going to get denied as well? What's going on, and would Brady actually get denied?
As the voting has been brought to our attention, how this thing works, and there are only certain slots for it, and I no longer care about this. I'm actually annoyed by it now. It's so stupid and ridiculous. Obviously, without question, Tom Brady is a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's probably the easiest choice that modern football has ever had to make when it comes to putting somebody into the Hall of Fame. But who knows? I mean, the number one thing he has over the other guys is that he actually played the game. He wasn't an owner. He's not a coach. He's a guy who played and won the Super Bowl, was the Super Bowl MVP multiple times. He's got 7 rings. There's no question he gets in. But is a possible Deflategate keeps him out with some writers? You never know. You never know with writers.
Tom and I go way back.
Yeah, you guys do.
I think this totally depends on who else is on the ballot the first year he's eligible, because this convoluted process that limits the number of players that can get in is kind of hard to follow, and so it makes it hard to predict. But the growing sentiment is that there is Patriot backlash out there, and has me leaning towards no. I don't think Brady gets in the first chance he gets.
Crazy, man. If that actually happens, I think he will get in. Here's why. I think the process changes. This process is ridiculous. It's dumb. I think after all this has come to light and there's public outcry now, and media outcry from the guys that aren't voters, I think they're going to have to change the process. But I do think there is something with this Patriot backlash. I mean, does the committee really hate the dynasty? Do you think it's Deflategate? Were they arrogant? Were they jerks? I mean, did they cheat? All of that plays a role, and maybe they're trying to punish them. But in the end, I think Brady gets in because they changed the process.
Did you see, by the way, I think Goodell talked about this earlier in the week, that he's like, the NFL, this isn't the NFL, this is a Hall of Fame thing. Like he's separating the NFL from the Hall of Fame and wants everybody to know it, as if to say, we don't think that's the way to do it, but that's how they're doing it. They have their process.
Yeah, and I think they should change that process. All right, Ian Rappaport reported this week that quarterback Justin Fields actually turned down an opportunity to participate in the Pro Bowl games this year. Guys, what should the league do about the Pro Bowl games? Justin Fields is turning them down.
So, look, I mean, this is like college bowl games. The reality is the Pro Bowl's harmless. It's up to the players. The Pro Bowl games are harmless. There's a charitable function here, so why not keep it going? Last year it got 4.7 million viewers, and that number, I don't expect it to go up, but we got to remember they were celebrating that Michigan State last Friday. A game was the highest rated college basketball game in the history of Fox, has a lower number than the Pro Bowl games did a year ago. Crazy. The production costs are low. It's still getting a number, meaning a rating. I think the thing is harmless, and as long as the players want to do it, and if some money goes to charity, I don't see the harm.
Yeah, I agree that it's a harmless situation. It's crazy to think how the ratings actually work with this thing, that people do tune into it. I haven't watched it in forever, but that doesn't make me better or worse than anybody else. It's just it's not on my radar anymore. I think this year was different. There was unforeseen circumstances with all the attrition with the AFC quarterbacks. I mean, they wanted a bunch of guys, but guys are just hurt or rehabbing. They can't play, or they were, they got guys that they're in the playoffs or whatever and whatnot. But they had to go so deep that Shedeur Sanders is there. It's not because Shedeur is deserving of it. It's because everybody else is hurt or banged up and can't do it. And now you're talking about Justin Fields was asked. I mean, Joe Flacco has been asked. I think the solution is when you get a situation like this, when the circumstances line up that you don't have the pool of players to go with to field a quarterback on the team AFC, you simply turn it into a draft of a pool of NFL players, pick a captain from the AFC, a captain from the NFC, and then select players and move on that way.
Please, for the love of God, get rid of it. Get rid of it all except for the charitable part. You're right about the community service and charity part, Doug. But as far as the Pro Bowl games goes, get rid of it. And I know I've been the first and always, one of the first. I always say for years and years, it's all about money with the NFL. That's all they care about. At some point, this is like a drop in the bucket for them as far as money is concerned. They don't need the Pro Bowl games at all. The ratings, I don't care. And yeah, players are turning it down. Justin Fields turned it down, Doug. No one wants to play in this game. They're fake injuries. They're not even real injuries. Keep it because of the charity part, not the games, though. I don't need to air any of the competition. Go to these towns, do the community service, build up all the good causes that they do, all the raising the money. That's fine. But the actual game, no one cares, please. I think it's doing more harm than good for the brand. All right, allegedly recently fired Vikings GM Kwesi Adofo-Mensah took 2-week paternity leave during training camp in 2023. Apparently, some rival NFL execs were in disbelief on this. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, he did work remotely. And isn't that the world that we live in right now, whether it's right or wrong, and it's kind of the world we live in right now. That being said, for years, there was no paternity leave offered for players, for coaches, for executives, whatever. That wasn't even part of it. So I get that the old school people are going to say, oh, what are you doing? And raising their fist and angry at the clouds and all that. But it's a different world right now. I'm thinking it's a bit archaic to go back to that. I can't imagine that he wasn't involved with everything that goes on, right? It's training camp. The GM has to be involved with it. I understand that, but I think you can still be involved every day watching film. They can make it easy enough for him. They're filming everything. Just have him watch it at home on Zoom. He's at home, but he's still doing the work. I don't think this is a big deal. I guess I'm not terribly surprised that the old guys are going to be yelling about it.
I imagine if I were an NFL general manager and I were attempting to scout every player in my training camp, as well as every player on any teams that came in for any joint practices, as well as every player on every training camp roster around the league, all I can picture is myself burning a candle at both ends to try and pay attention to who might help my football team when it's all said and done. And I can't imagine being anywhere but in the building doing everything I can for that job. I don't think 24 hours a day would be enough. So I'm not surprised it didn't go over well. And quite frankly, if I were a Viking fan, I don't care that you were able to work from home. I think any second taken away from that job is a mistake for any personal reasons. And real life intervenes. I got it, but not during training camp.
Wow. I did not expect that answer
Me
from Doug
neither.
Karsh.
Me neither, Gator. My first thought is they're just piling on. This was in 2023. Why is this coming out now? He didn't get fired in 2023 after he requested this.
They have a good season in 2023?
I don't know.
Were they 14-3?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, no. Okay.
Or maybe not. I'm sorry. It was a year after that.
Well, whatever. It happened years ago, and now it's coming out after he got fired later. I think personally it's great that he wanted to be there for his child, his wife, his family, because in the end, that's who really matters and who really cares about you. But if your job requires your attention at all times, maybe that job isn't for you. I mean, it sounds like it was during training camp, so he sounded like he trusted the people he hired underneath him to give him any information. Like you said, Garrett, he was working remote. He could do a lot of stuff from home. He's not a player. He doesn't have to be there. But then again, you are trusting the people underneath you to get you the right information. And in the end, it might have cost him his job because, those players didn't develop or whatever. I heard something that I really like, a saying that I really like. It's, in the end, the only people that remembered you work late all the time is your family. So, if Mensa made his choice and said, hey, I'm cool with this is what I'm doing, he lives by it, and he got fired, unfortunately. But I can understand why other execs who don't go home and see their families are like, what? Yeah. What'd you do that for? All right, it seems like every head coaching vacancy is filled now. Who got it right and who blew it?
Well, I probably blew it because I made a shoot-the-boot guarantee that one of them would be a college coach. So I guess put me at the top of that list. Who got it right? The New York Giants got it right, getting John Harbaugh. And I think the team that probably blew it the most is Baltimore, moving on from him. But if you were looking for who blew it with the hire, I'm going to go for the first time in my lifetime, the Pittsburgh Steelers blew it with their hire. Did they really go out and basically hire a guy that they are trying to hang on to a decrepit old quarterback whose best days are behind him? Because that's what it looks like from afar. That's what it looks like to me from afar.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb. I agree. I also agree that I think it's the Giants. They got it right. John Harbaugh is a heck of a coach. The team has some talent. They got a top pick, and they're ready to make that big leap forward with this great coach. The team that messed it up, I think it's the Buffalo Bills. There was nothing wrong with having McDermott as your coach. Nothing wrong. All you did was go to the playoffs every single year. You've got a franchise quarterback, and the reason you fired him, you even admitted this, that he would still be the coach if the kicker didn't miss that kick. So you're firing a coach because somebody's right foot didn't work in one play. That is the dumbest thing ever. And then you're going to promote from within? I don't understand it at all. Need a new voice in the room, so you're going to bring up a guy who worked underneath him. That is just beyond dumb to me.
So I like John Harbaugh, and I necessarily didn't think he deserved to be fired, but sometimes it runs its course. With that being said, I like the Jesse Minter hiring by the Ravens. I think what the Ravens have really built their team on in years past with success is defense, and they're getting back to defense. That defense used to be feared, used to be aggressive, and they're just not anymore. They're just relying on Lamar Jackson to get him down the field, and then a kicker miss a field goal or whatever it is. They've blown way too many fourth quarter leads. Hopefully Minter and that defense stops that from happening, and that's what leads them to some playoff success. The one I don't like is, I agree with you, Doug, Mike McCarthy with the Steelers. This is going to sound weird, but they need to stop trying to make the playoffs because they need to rebuild. Because, no, what they're doing is they're stuck in first-round exit purgatory. That's all they're doing. They're not actually a threat to win it all, and that's why I'm saying I don't make the playoffs. They need to reset this whole thing. Is it crazy that T.J. Watt has never won a playoff game? Time to start over, man. Our last one here, fun one, guys. Puka Nacua, he shot his shot. That's right. He was able to land a date with Sydney Sweeney. Apparently it was yesterday. I don't know if it went through or not, but Sydney Sweeney said in an interview one of the things she's looking for in a man is an adventurous man, someone who would go skydiving. Puka immediately went to X and said, I love skydiving. Now they have reservations to go skydiving. It's supposed to happen yesterday. Two-part question. One, would you go skydiving with Sydney Sweeney? And two, if you had to skydive with a current NFL player, who would it be?
All right, Sydney Sweeney is spectacular. Let's just get that out of the way.
Well, I'm glad you said it, Gator.
Yeah, I think we had to get that out of the way. I had to get that out of the way. I'm not skydiving for anybody. I am not jumping out of a plane. I don't care if it's Sydney Sweeney or whomever, right? And I think she's great, but there's no way that's happening. It's sad to have to admit that I guess I'm just not a fit for Sydney Sweeney. I'm not that adventurous guy. It's not going to work out between us. As far as, skydiving with an NFL player, again, I'm not skydiving, but if you're forcing me to come up with a player, and I know you are, I'm going to say Terrion Arnold because I think he's hysterical. And the way that he reacted to a winter in Detroit and he was completely unprepared for it was awesome and funny as hell. And I can only imagine what he'd be like up on the plane and the things that he would say in front of an open, door to jump out of it. I think it'd be great.
Okay, question A, would I go skydiving with Sydney Sweeney? No, I would not skydive with Sydney Sweeney. And before someone suggests it, I would not tandem jump with Jack Campbell. I can assure you I would not do that.
Really?
I can assure you. The only thing that would make me skydive is life-changing money. Like somebody saying, I'll give you $25 million if you go skydiving once. I have no interest in that at all. And so I guess it's no and no.
Well, are you forced to just be up there with an NFL player?
Jack Campbell.
All right, there you go. That makes sense. Yeah. The shocker here was that Doug didn't want to put on a helmet when he had a chance to put on a helmet, right? Seriously.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure the helmet would help.
Yeah, this is going to sound crazy, but 3 for 3. I'm not skydiving with Sydney Sweeney. It sounds. I don't want to skydive either. I don't care who the chick is. Not happening. As far as if you're forcing me to with an NFL player, I'm going to go Jared Goff because this is why, guys. If we share a traumatic moment together, he'll enjoy us more and our weekly interviews will be better. Because he'll be like, hey, you know what? We shared that moment. I took it a little easier on you guys. So, Jared, remember me? We almost died, but we survived. And
I remember that. That was a good moment. Yeah,
Jared Goff.
You said no to Sydney Sweeney, but you said yes to me.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
all I heard.
That's got to mean something, Jared.
Yeah.
There it is. That concludes the Y9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Is your credit card statement looking a little festive? It's time to make your money work for you again with the UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card. You can move those high-interest balances over with no transfer fees and 0% APR for 6 months. You'll even earn 1.1% cash back on every grocery run and gas fill-up. Get ahead and stay there. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Biggest story of the day is Framber Valdez signing with the Detroit Tigers. We will get back to that in a few minutes, and a lot of feedback has come in on that. In the meantime, it is NBA trade deadline day, and that is another huge story going around the league. And, of course, how does it impact Detroit? A trade just went down as the Atlanta Hawks are sending former Piston Luke Kennard to the Los Angeles Lakers, according to Shams Charania, for Gabe Vincent and a 2032 second-round pick.
2032?
A 2032 second-round pick.
What?
Yep. If you think about, like, one of the least valuable things you could get in a trade.
I just got a draft
It's got to
pick
be
in the second round for something that's not going to happen for another 7 drafts. Wow.
Right? That second-round pick right now. So if that kid's a one and done, he probably won't be. He's in college. A kid's like maybe in middle school.
Oh, he's a 6th grader, Doug. They traded for a 6th grader.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Right? Some kid right now who's trying to figure out the Capri Punch juice box, the baggie, whatever the hell that thing
The
is.
Capri Sun juice bag.
Capri Sun, yeah, the little baggie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
gotta
that's who
stab
they
it
just
with
traded for.
Stab it with the straw. Yeah.
Yeah. Right now he's into K-pop, right? I mean, that's who the Lakers just gave up to get Luke Kennard.
He's still looking for Blue's Clues.
Now, Luke Kennard's going to be out of the league for probably years by the time that draft pick comes around. Hysterical. And a second-round pick, so it's not even like he's probably not even the best player on his middle school team.
Right. Second round pick. 2032 is unbelievable. But that's the world we live in here.
Yep. All right, so anyway, if you want to talk NBA trade deadline, we do have that Twitter question out there regarding our Detroit Pistons. The question is, basically, if this is the Pistons, what's their ceiling? If they bring in Kevin Huerter, an above-average three-point shooter, he's got some length, considered a decent defender, he'll be mixed into the rotation. Barring another move, if this is your Piston postseason roster, what do you think their ceiling is? Do you think they will win the NBA? Do you think they will win the East but lose in the finals? Do you think they'll lose in the Eastern Conference Finals? Or do you predict an early postseason exit? That's the question we have out there on Twitter. At DunGator971, you can go vote and comment. Gator, I don't know if you've seen the results. What has come in so far? Okay, what do you think is leading the way? Win the NBA, win the East, lose in the finals, lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, or early postseason exit?
Win the East, lose in the finals.
Okay. Kang, what do you think the most popular response is from Piston fans?
I'm sorry, I was doing something back here. I didn't see
It's
the poll.
okay. No, fair enough. Win the NBA Finals, win the East, lose in the finals, lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, or early postseason exit. What do you think there is most likely to happen?
I think win the East, lose the finals.
Okay, so you guys say the same thing. That is in second place with 33.3% of the vote. In fourth place is win the NBA Finals with 7.8% of the vote. Early postseason exit in third place with 14.4%. Lose in the Eastern Conference Finals is what people think this Pistons team ceiling is. From Go Suns, regarding Huerter, he says he's been an elite finisher at the rim. 22% of his shots makes them at 80%. Also good as a ball handler in the pick and roll. Adds versatility to the Pistons lineup. Pistons can get to the finals and anything can happen, i.e. Pacers without Halliburton, Achilles, from a potential upset. Raymond says, I think they lose in the Eastern Conference Finals. If they don't make a significant move, they are good. But I feel like they're leaving the door open for teams to feel like they have a chance. But hey, we have Beef Stew and Tobias Harris. And then he's got an emoji with his hand on his face, like man shrugging.
Oh.
Dave Wood writes in, I'm high on the Pistons, but I think New York would take them in the Eastern Conference Finals as of right now. The East teams are starting to come on strong. If you have not noticed, round 1 and round 2 is not going to be easy. No, I don't know about round 1. Look, until they've won a playoff series, I'll go ahead and say nothing is going to be easy. But round 2 got interesting with Cleveland's trade because that could be a round 2 matchup.
Yeah, it did. There's no question James Harden makes the team better. I just don't know if it makes them enough, better enough that they're going to be challenging for the Pistons in the East. I think the Pistons are the best team. I think that they've got the best roster because it's filled with depth, and they've got the superstar at the top end of it, and they've got an all-star that's running shotgun with them. And I don't know if they're done yet. They've got 4 hours to make something happen today if they want to make another trade, and I think it's possible they could add another shooter to this team that will go, oh, okay, well that one makes sense. You got teams that get desperate towards the end of the deadline, and you'll see. I mean, other players to be traded. Maybe the Pistons can offer a 2031 second round pick, and land a player.
Sweeten the pot.
Yeah, have you thought about 6 years from now? I have a it's just a hunch, Doug. It's just a hunch. I think the Pistons are still going to be active today.
Ooh, okay. Jay Kleber writes in, I don't think the Harden move for the Cavs is as big of an upgrade as a lot of people think. Garland was a good player. I think they're still the team to beat in the East. Yeah, I think that might be true. I think it might be true. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We will get to them next here on 97.1.
We are still waiting to hear the results of yesterday's arbitration meeting between the Tigers and Tarek Skubal. Of course, the news of the day is Detroit's big signing last night of left-hander Framber Valdez at 3 years and $115 million. The sportsbooks have adjusted to Detroit's signing. BetOnline noted the changes in the Tigers' odds after getting Houston's ace. Detroit's World Series odds went from 28-1 to 25-1, which is now 11th in baseball. They went from plus 160 to plus 125 to win the AL Central, and their win total went up from 85.5 to 83.5. Detroit also is now minus 190 to make the postseason instead of the previous minus 165. Today's, of course, the NBA trade deadline day, and some teams are already making moves before 3 o'clock. The Lakers acquired former Piston Luke Kennard from Atlanta today in exchange for Gabe Vincent and a second-round pick. The Bulls also made a deal earlier to send Ayo Dosunmu and Julian Phillips to Minnesota. In return, the Timberwolves sent Chicago Rob Dillingham, Leonard Miller, and 4 second-round picks. The Pistons are not expected to make a trade, but they will have to make room for Danis Jenkins' standard contract if they want to convert him off a two-way deal, which is expected. The Pistons do play tonight as well. They'll be live right here on 97.1 as Detroit will face the Washington Wizards, who traded with Dallas for Anthony Davis yesterday involving in a deal involving 8 players and 5 picks. That game is 7 o'clock tonight. Our pregame coverage begins at 6:35. Michigan basketball also hosts Penn State in Ann Arbor. That game begins at the Chrysler Center at 6:30. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. I do appreciate Jeff Rieger for filling in yesterday. Has been fighting off a cold and appear to have kept it at bay, at least for now. So feeling good. Feeling better. And Scott, thank you very much for holding down the fort yesterday with Jeff Rowe. Anything interesting from Jeff?
It's always interesting with Jeff. We did a big old tub of pretzels questions yesterday with Jeff, and he delivered. Oh, God. We'll say that.
Did he? What was the question?
Well, one of them was how much do you, if there's a snowfall while you're in a building and the snow falls in your car and you got a bunch of snow in the car, what is the protocol for how much snow you're supposed to remove from your car? And King and I both said, well, because we're a little more meticulous about it, we clear all the snow away from the windshield, the back window, and the side windows. And I said, I even take it a step further. I really try to clear as much off even the hood. And the worst that you'll see me do is a Snowhawk. But that's about it. And Ken kind of agreed with it. Jeff said he just clears out, what was it? What was the quote, Ken? A little hole. All he needs is a little hole, is what he said.
He's got enough talent, he says, after that.
Yeah. Just needs a little hole, and he can handle it.
And so 15 minutes later, when you stop laughing.
Right. Yeah.
Did he say anything else ridiculous?
I mean, I think that was as ridiculous as it gets when it comes to that. I'm trying to think of the other questions we had that were, it was definitely entertaining. So if you have the rewind feature with the Odyssey app, it's worth going back to. We did that. You could listen to it from 1:30 yesterday.
Yeah, well, perhaps I will do that. All right, so the biggest story in Detroit continues to be Framber Valdez, but we got all the major food groups out there because the Red Wings go into the break and dude, I don't know if they need a defenseman more or they need some scoring. 5-on-5, they've been really bad lately, and heck, it was a big win to beat Colorado, that's for sure, but that doesn't mean that everything looks fantastic. We got Michigan State losing last night at Minnesota, and I tell you what, that barn has been a place that over the years is a historic, tough place to play. It feels like it's not just Michigan and Michigan State that could go in there and struggle, but teams do struggle, and a lot came out of that game. We got I can't believe we've got Max Crosby rumors, but it's something we're going to have to address today. But we're still kind of all in shock over the Framber Valdez signing, although, Gator, it's something you had called for. And we had talked about a contract just like this, and they get it done. And so last hour we addressed sort of the contract in and of itself, a shorter term for $115 million. But we also we've talked about the change of perception of the Tigers being a serious organization. Because I feel like this signing goes a long way towards changing that. And look, it doesn't mean that anything is guaranteed, and it doesn't mean we need to start planning parades. It does mean that the organization will spend money.
Well, they just did. Yeah, that's a ton of money to spend. I mean, it's what is it, $38 million plus a year, which is kind of funny when you think about the money that Boris was asking for is $32 million. If they lose the arbitration, if Skubal and Boris lose the arbitration, he gets the $19 million. Now you see that Valdez is getting $38 million. Like Valdez would be somebody you're using as a comp in the arbitration hearing. So I think it's kind of ironic and hysterical and probably not so coincidental that the money he's getting is going to surpass the money that Skubal will get in arbitration.
But the way I understand it is that the only comps that really matter in arbitration, I guess we'll move on to what this means as far as on the Skubal front. The only comps that matter are what other players have gotten in arbitration. And, you know, the whole system, the way it's set up, is really, it's a convoluted system that when you basically have a player debut for you at the major league level, you retain their rights for a certain period of time. And after 5 years or 4 years in the bigs, it varies from player to player. Then they can become a free agent and sign a contract with anyone more than just a one-year contract. But between when you debut until you run out of arbitration years, you are with that team. And you can negotiate a contract or you can let an arbiter decide it. And it's to allow smaller market teams the capability of hanging on to their players for longer. So the only numbers that, the way I understand it, matter are what other players have been given in arbitration. Because you could just simply say, otherwise, Tigers would have no case.
No, I understand.
You gave Alex Cobb, right? Yeah, I'm just making sure the listeners understand. Because I think there's a lot of misconception out there. Because the arguments that I see for Skubal on social media are all, you got to be kidding me if you think he's only worth $19 million. No, he's not a free agent. If he becomes a free agent, of course he's worth more than that. Until he is held to the same previous standards as other pitchers that waded to arbitration. And pitchers generally don't get what position players get in arbitration. They just don't. And so, you know, they're just comparing him to the highest arbitration deals ever. So at the end of the day, look, you know, it's kind of weird. Do you think that they are planning on, does this provide any insight on they're planning on keeping Skubal or trading Skubal? Because some people have interpreted this as now they're going to trade Skubal.
I don't know. I think you could look at it both ways. I think there's a strong case to be made that they will. It's kind of. I don't think they're going to trade him before the season starts. But could they trade him at the trade deadline? I think that's dependent on how the team's looking. I think what this is just it's insurance that they're going for it. My gut tells me they're going for it. You know, they're going to try to get to the World Series this year. They added a huge piece to the rotation. They're pairing that up with the guy who's going to be here all season long. It's like a commitment saying that we're committed to Skubal and the Tigers and the fans for this year. We're going for it. And we're probably going to lose Skubal at the end of the season, but that's the end of the season. Right now, this is what we're doing. That's what I think it tells me. Now, you could absolutely make an argument that it's wiser now to go ahead and entertain trade ideas. And there was something that the Rieger brought up yesterday, the Blitzer Report and some other of the smaller services out there came out with some ideas that thought that the Tigers and the Dodgers are still interested, and the Dodgers would offer up Roki Sasaki and a couple of their prospects to get Skubal because what difference does it make for the Dodgers to pay whatever it is, the arbitration number at 32 or at 19, whatever it is, that at least the Tigers would get something in return. And it would be interesting if that was possible. I don't buy into that, but nonetheless, there will be some offers for the Tigers for Skubal. But if this team is in first place at the trade deadline, I don't think they might give it gas and add to the team and not trade Tarek, because they are trying to win, and that's what people want.
Yeah, and the thing is, it kind of prepares them for post-Skubal world with a guy that would assume slot in as your number one next year. But at the end of the day, you know, you'd still have to add another starter. I'm so fired up that they did this because, you know, it tells me I think they're going for it this year. Like, I don't think that they're going to trade Skubal out of this. And it also tells me that the $13 million handcuffing them isn't true. And that that people thought that was the case. It's not like yesterday they presented their case, have a bad feeling or a great feeling, and went out and signed Framber Valdez. This Valdez thing was was going on for a while. Tigers talking to him for a while. It was reported that A.J. Hinch met with Valdez earlier this week, so that's even before they had the arbitration case. I think the idea that $13 million off the budget this year is why, that if they had to pay Skubal 32, they wouldn't sign anybody else because it was too much money, scared people. And by people, I mean fans.
Yeah, I think fans are getting ready to be outraged if that's the case. And, here it is. They have no idea which way the arbitration's going to go when they come up with their decision today, and they made the move anyway. I also think it's interesting with, the contract that they gave Valdez is, it could be looked at a lot of different ways. Is one of them, a little bit of a slap in the face to Boris. You look at this, and does this undercut Boris's plans for free agency with Tarik Skubal? Because this is $38 million for a left-handed pitcher he's 3 years older, but it's not like he's a ton older than Tarik Skubal. He's 3 years older, and he's good, not great like Skubal is, but it's literally the next notch below Skubal. And now you're setting the market at 38. Does that bring down this lofty price? If you're thinking you're going to get $60 million for Skubal, does that bring that number down to in the 50s or even into the 40s now? Because precedent is being set.
Great question. And I don't know, but I do love, who doesn't? I do love that he made this move.
Yes. For the Tigers' sake, I couldn't have been happier to see that yesterday, because I think it makes this team absolutely a bona fide, not just threat in the East, but maybe, or in the American League, but maybe the favorite to win the American League. Having two pitchers like this that can go out there, that is outstanding. If you get good Jack Flaherty as well, now you're really cooking.
Yeah, this is a pitching staff to be reckoned with. And they all of a sudden they seem to have all those extra arms.
Yes.
You know how you always need starters 6, 7, 8. They've got starters 6, 7, 8. Guys they were relying on last year could be starters 6, 7, 8. And that's the baseball part of this. And when you start getting into, all right, who is your 5? The 5 is, I assume, Skubal, Valdez, Flaherty, Mize, Olson.
Yeah, and if Olson's not ready to go, if he's slow to recover from his injuries, then then does that mean that you bring Anderson in the mix, or Troy Melton? Does he get in the mix? They've got depth there.
248-539-9797. Open lines, Tiger fans. What do you think? What do you think? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. When insurance companies deny or delay, they aren't respecting you. Sam Bernstein demands that respect, and they get the results to prove it. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Feedback, tons of it coming in here regarding the Framber Valdez signing. I've been very judgmental of the Tigers this offseason, but this Valdez signing has definitely lowered my panic meter regarding this team. A big move and excited to see him in a Tiger uniform. That's from Kevin in Avan. Next text, this was a great acquisition, restores some faith, but we still need an everyday third baseman and a right-handed bat.
Well, they're giving Colt Keith that run at third base, and if the delay for him getting there was because his arm wasn't completely healed, and now it is, and they feel like he's got the arm strength to make the throws, then maybe that solves that problem. But Colt Keith has to take steps forward with his offense as well. I mean, he's got to prove that he belongs here. Yeah,
I mean, look, there's some wild cards here, right? The wild cards include Hao-Yu Lee, Kevin McGonigal, Jace Young,
Max Anderson.
Moving people around, Max Anderson. Somebody emerge at shortstop, moving McKinstry to third, moving Baez to center. Is Parker Meadows locked down center? Like, there's a lot of different things that can do so within house. They don't. I don't know what their actual budget is, like how much more money they have to spend, because we're just getting used to the idea that they have more money, right? I mean, as of 24 hours ago, we didn't know that they had more money. They obviously did have more money. And, it's a non-cap league, so you can keep going and going and going. But the truth is, there is a budget that they probably want to stay within because it is still a business. But they have so many cheap parts right now that adding more salary, it could happen.
It's a crazy amount of cheap parts that they have, and if they wanted to add salary now, okay, it might be for them as an organization. We're going to have to bite the bullet. Maybe a season where we lose money because we've added so much, but in 2 years from now, it's not going to be that at all because they have no committed salary.
How about this text from an unnamed texter? How are they going for it? Added absolutely zero offense and going to run out the same tired lineup.
Well, the pitching got better, and good pitching beats good hitting, generally speaking. And I do agree. I still think they need to add something offensively, but they just got a lot better. And baseball pundits seem to think that too, from what they're talking about initially from this trade. What you laid out before with lots of gambles and lots of questions about who steps in and does what. I mean, yeah, Kevin McGonigal coming up to this team, is he gonna make the squad out of spring training? Are we gonna see him at all? Are we gonna see any of these young guys? I mean, that's a question mark. But guys do have room to take steps forward. Like Colt Keith has room to take a step forward. You look at Kerry Carpenter, Riley Green, and Spencer Torkelson. If they can cut down strikeouts, that's taking a big step forward. Can that happen? Can we get a whole season's worth out of Javi Baez, what we saw in the first half of the season last year? It might be hoping too much. But I don't know if there's enough guys who are going to take a step back from last year where I'm like, now we got real issues. Because I think they're adding, with the potential of some of these younger guys getting that chance, it looks like that they can, maybe use a McKinstry less or a Veerling less. But we'll see. There's still some offseason to unfold.
I want to respond to this text somewhat literally. When you say, how are they going for it, added absolutely zero offense and going to run out the same tired lineup, if you can't see that this helps them this year, I don't know what to tell you. Nobody's saying they're a complete team. In fact, nobody's saying this guarantees a World Series. And in a world with the Dodgers out there that are capable of signing whoever they want, in a non-cap world with a sweetheart TV media deal with the league, it's hard to imagine anybody competing with them, quite frankly, from our lineup is never going to stack up to their lineup. Any organization can pretty much say that, including the Yankees. They could try, but if you're in being Detroit, we can't spend dollar for dollar like the Dodgers do. I mean, I suppose you can and guarantee that the organization's going to bleed money, and there'll be long-term ramifications for that. But when you say how are they going for it? Added absolutely zero offense and going to run out the same lineup. I don't know what to tell you if you don't think this team has a better chance of winning. If you wanted to say, I don't think Framber Valdez is going to be very good for them, that's one thing. Is there any world in which this doesn't give them a better shot other than that? Other than simply predicting Valdez would stink?
I think his comment about the lineup, they're trotting the same guys out, that they are. And other guys will get an opportunity, but it's not like they brought in, Paul Goldschmidt or anybody else or Alex Bregman. They didn't bring anybody in. So to that part, I can agree with it. But I agree with you too, Doug. If you're not understanding that now you've got Framber Valdez on the hill, that's a guy that could have had a start and would have had a start in the playoffs. Would that have been a better opportunity to win another playoff game if you got Valdez?
Yeah.
I'm not saying they would have, but it would have been a better opportunity for a team that lost in a deciding game 5 in 15 innings.
Is the lineup something that people fear? No, but it was it was in the top half of baseball.
First half of the season they were, and then things changed. Guys totally fell off. And some of that was predictable because they probably played way above their heads in the first half. Can they find a happy medium? And can other guys just simply take a step forward? I'm not asking for Colt Keith to go out there and hit 30 home runs and drive in 100 and have a OPS at like 860. But can he be more consistent from the get-go and add a little bit more power? That would go a long way for this team.
Well, here's the other thing. Let's say the Tigers signed Bregman. Let's say the Tigers signed Bregman this offseason. I feel like that guy would text, how are they going for it? They didn't improve their pitching at all. They didn't improve their starters at all, right? I mean, that's what we're if you can't see that this doesn't give them a better chance, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it gives them absolutely a better chance. And I think it like I said, if you were to look at some of the comments that people have made since this trade happened,
You
there's
mean like national people?
Yeah, like for instance, look at Bob Nightingale says that the Tigers now the team to beat in the AL Central and perhaps the American League.
Yeah.
Jim Bowden says now the biggest storyline in spring training becomes, do the Tigers keep both Valdez and Skubal, or do they trade Skubal now that they have Valdez, or do they keep both and at the trade deadline see where they're in the standings? Either way, I love the Tigers signing of Framber for them.
Yeah, Nightingale loves it. Framber Valdez gives him the best 1-2 punch in MLB. I mean, he loves it.
There you go.
Look, this is not going for it is trading Skubal for a bunch of prospects. That's playing for the future. Valdez certainly has big impact on the now and the future. More feedback. This regarding the Pistons. If Langdon sticks with this Holmes-Harris style deadline, they'll be watching the second round of the playoffs from their couches. So whoever this is thinks, and they didn't sign it, whoever it is thinks that this is a one and done. They'll go to the postseason and lose in the first round again.
I think the Pistons are slightly better today than they were before they made the Ivy trade. I don't think it's a massive move that they made to add Herter to this team, and I don't know, if he's going to rediscover his stroke from beyond the arc. They still have time to make something else happen. 3.5 hours until the trade deadline comes and goes. Will they make another trade? I don't know. I have a hunch that they will. I don't know if it'll be something of great consequence. I think they just might add another shooter that gives them a little bit more depth.
Well, I will say this. You think, and you say they're slightly better than they were before the trade deadline. I think they're a lot better than they were a year ago.
Well, without question, I agree with that.
And so they'll go into the playoffs. Remember, this guy set the bar at they'll be bounced in the first round. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We got to get into the Max Crosby rumor because that's kicked up. There's Tyler Linderbaum news too. Both guys, there could be accessibility to them. Is there any path to land them in Detroit? That at 11:35 on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some phone calls here, Gator, on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
All right, Joe is first up from Livonia. Hey, Joe, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, guys, I have a serious question for you. So
Sure.
if the Tigers, Chris went out and spent some money on this gentleman to join the Tigers, does that theoretically mean he's going to go out and spend some money on the Red Wings now?
Well, I don't think one affects the other. They're both. You got the Red Wings are a salary cap team, and they have plenty of room under the cap that they can add a player. And the Tigers are in a non-cap league.
Well, I understand that part, but he chased a player to make the team better. So let's change it from salary cap to non-salary cap. Do you think he's going to chase a player to make the Wings better? How about that?
I think he's going to add players. I think the Red Wings are going to add a couple of players before the trade deadline.
I think Yzerman has
Awesome.
yes, I think he has the green light to do that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Why, is there a player out there you want?
Panarin, but he's gone. So I was looking at the free agencies last night and looking at the D guys, but I'm not sure because a lot of the D guys are like 32 to 36 years old that are available, and I don't know if we need to add another older defenseman, but there's no younger defensemen available, so what are you going to do?
Well, if it's a win-now move, I get what you're saying. It's great to add young, talented players, but they're, A, hard to find, B, the teams, when they got them, don't want to trade them, but C, if you're trying to win now, you go get a veteran, right?
Doug, I made a shoot-the-boot guarantee yesterday.
Yeah, I heard. I want details.
My shoot-the-boot guarantee was that the Red Wings would, in fact, make a trade before the trade deadline. I think they're going to be active. I think they're going to add. The shoot-the-boot the bet is just that they're going to add, but I think that they're going to add both a defenseman and a forward. And I think if you watch last night's game, you can understand why you'd want to add both. They're going to get Edvinsson back. He's going to be. Sounds like he's going to be completely healthy, ready to go. I mean, they're in the break right now. They've got 18 days until the next game, or until the freeze ends, I guess. So I think they're going to be quite active. They know that they have to shore up some things on the blue line, and they could add some scoring depth to one of the top six forwards. So I'm looking forward to seeing what unfolds, because I think Steve Yzerman is going to be cooking as soon as he's allowed to cook again, starting on February 23rd.
Because of the freeze.
Yeah, they've got the freeze. Yeah. So the trade deadline is March 6th. And because of this Olympic break, the freeze started yesterday at 3 o'clock, and it goes until midnight, basically, of the morning of February 23rd.
So any trade?
Yeah. I don't think they're just going to be shuffling, chairs around. I think they're going to make a serious move.
So does it have to be deemed by anybody a serious move for you to be? Okay. The shoot-the-boot guarantee is about any trade.
Yeah, they're going to make a trade.
Okay. All right.
That's my shoot-the-boot guarantee.
I like it. Thank you. 248-539-9797.
All right. Joe is in Frankenmuth. Joe, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Joe. Joe.
Hi, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
Here I am. Hey, this is what I think is going to happen. Regardless of the arbitration today with Skubal, whether Boris gets butthurt or Skubal gets his money, I think in the next 7 days they're going to trade him before the start of the year.
Why?
I believe they're looking for a better package than what the Dodgers is giving. So the Mets, who offered a ton of prospects, including those pitchers, they're thinking that maybe the Mets will bite or somebody will bite with much better. And then they could go out and get Zach Gallen or Giolito cheap. Jackson Jones coming back next year. I think they're thinking somewhere along the lines of that.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to see what they do because they have options, right? I think the top option that fans would like to see is that they hang on to Skubal and they make a run. And I think they can make a run with the pitching staff that they have. And then maybe they add a bat at the trade deadline. Or there'll be some kind of trade that happens in spring training. I mean, that's not crazy to think that can happen. But there are so many options that are available. And one of them is what you propose, is that if they trade Skubal before the season starts, before pitchers and catchers report, which, like you said, is in like a week. Do the Mets give them a package for it? They could. But I think if you're the Tigers, you're going to ask for what you've always been asking for the Mets, and that's Nolan McLean. And do the Mets want to do that? They might be more inclined to because they've already added a pitcher in free agency. So if they want to go for it, that would be a move for them. And the Dodgers seem to just not really care about money. So, and they've got the best farm system in baseball, according to a couple sources. So, or services. So they've got players they can offer up. I don't know if that's the Tigers' plan, though. I really do think the Tigers, I think they want to go for it.
I just see, if they sign Valdez for a lesser of a contract, that means that they're obviously, school's gone. They're not going to do it for more of a contract for somebody who's already had surgeries once or twice. I just truly believe that they're trying to get a better deal. I mean, the Dodgers have a good deal, but what I'm saying is if they got rid of McClain, which is you never know what the Mets will do. The Mets have screwed up several times in their lifetime or whatever, or somebody else.
Do you want the Tigers to
do you
trade
want
him?
them to do this?
I think there's always some penny pitching with the owner somewhere.
No. Do you want that? It's not about what you think is going. Do you want them to? What do you want them to do?
Keep them and win the whole thing.
All right, then there it is.
Yeah.
Will they do that? We don't know. We'll find out.
Well,
I mean, until there's any kind of move or any other rumors are out there, it's just conjecture at this point. We still don't even know what the arbitration hearing is going to rule. If it rules in favor of the Tigers or in favor of Tarek Skubal. I don't know if it matters to the Tigers necessarily. Does it matter to another team? Does it matter to the Mets or to the Dodgers if Skubal is going to make 32 for this year or 19 for this year? In terms of their interest in trading?
He clearly thinks what the Tigers are thinking is that they will lose this arbitration case. They won't want to pay him $32 million because of the penny pinching, as he put it, and they will trade him. If you're willing to give Framber Valdez $115 million, I don't think that $13 extra million you'd have to pay him really motivates them to do anything. Am I wrong? No,
and it's a 1-year thing, right? This isn't like it's a long term, like they've just committed $60 million a year to Tarek Skubal. That's not it. It's okay. We're either going to have to pay him 32 or we're going to have to pay him 19. In the meantime, we got this guy. It's our insurance plan to have for when we lose Skubal, if we have to lose Skubal because he's not going to accept our extension offer, then we've got Framber Valdez for the following season and hopefully for 2 seasons. But that's another path they have to go after the 27 year.
248.
Oh, sorry.
248-539-9797.
Ken is in Wixom. Ken, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. First time caller, long time listener.
Great.
Question. So on Skubal, it would be cool if the Tigers could keep him, and I think he's going to win his arbitration. But how does he get past the discussions with Boros and the team on someone who's had 2 elbow surgeries? I mean, I'm hearing this number like $40 million a year for 10 years, but I don't want anything to happen to the guy, but who wants to ransom 5 years beyond the first 5 when his elbow might not hold out?
Well, some would say because he's already had the arm events in his career that he's not destined to have another one anytime soon.
I mean, what I heard, the stat was on, and he's only had 1 Tommy John, but the stats on having 2 Tommy Johns and having further injury is not real good. So he's had I think a tendon surgery and then Tommy John. So, I mean, does that diminish? Does Boros even think about that when he's talking
Apparently not.
Contract about?
I don't think so.
Apparently not.
No, and I think and thanks for the call, Ken. That's something that every pitcher in baseball is going to have to deal with. It sounds like throughout the career, you're going to have arm events because it's just not natural to do to your arm what you do to your arm. To throw a baseball the way that you do, whether it's to make it move around or if it's to throw it close to 100 miles an hour.
Boros isn't going to bring it up. I can guarantee Boros isn't going to bring it up.
No,
Does
he'll
that mean
bring it up to his client and say, we got to get you the most money possible because who knows when your arm's going to go on you.
It is something to be concerned about. It is anytime you sign a pitcher to a long-term contract, you are rolling the dice. You're taking that risk and hoping that, look, there are calculated risks you take. The Packers took a calculated risk. They went all in for one player. That one player came there and got hurt. And did they not win a game after he got hurt? I don't think they won a game after he got hurt, right?
I can't remember.
Yeah. So, anyway, I don't That's a calculated risk. There's a calculated risk you take. Framber Valdez is a guy that's been very healthy. And that's good news for the Tigers, but it's also not a long-term contract, which is also good news. But look, when people call up, and people do call up this radio station and say, give Skubal whatever he wants, I am not in that camp. If Skubal were to agree today to, before this, because they can still sign a contract before this ruling comes out, if Skubal said, you know what, 5 years, $250. If they came back and said that and he was going to get the money right now, how would you feel about that?
I'd feel great about it.
I'd feel great about it because 5 years.
At $50 million a year?
Yeah. Now, and that's money now. That's money to be guaranteed right now with the one thing that's in the Tigers' back pocket in any negotiation if they wanted to come back and say it, and I don't think Boris would do this. But that looming work stoppage, that collective bargaining agreement, would you want to be a free agent going into that, not knowing what the new rules might look like?
I wouldn't want to be.
No.
And that's exactly his situation.
So, the Tigers have that on their side when it comes to negotiations. And the only team he can negotiate with right now is the Tigers. And
Correct.
The clock's ticking because that ruling is going to come out. But 248-539-9797. All right, we promised we'd get to some NFL stuff as it pertains to the Lions, but we've come up short on time because a lot of people want to talk about this huge story in Detroit and Major League Baseball. Here's another one. It's hard to believe they're truly going for it when guys like McKinstry, Vierling, Meadows, and Baez are everyday bats. This offense will hold them back. Well, I mean, when you compare it to the best lineups in baseball, it's not there. Their rotation might be right there.
Well, and they may not be everyday bats this year. If you're looking at the infield and you see, okay, you got, Torque at first, Torres at second. I mean, it's quite possible Javi Baez is your starting everyday shortstop. It's quite possible that it could be McKinstry, but it's also possible it could be Kevin McGonigal. At third base, it could be, and it seems like it will be, at least that's penciled in, that it's going to be Colt Keith. And your outfielders are not including Matt Vierling. So we'll see what they end up doing. I mean, but yes, it could be that way, but I think the likelihood of that being the case is lower.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. It is a really busy day with the NBA trade deadline, which I thought was going to dominate the show, Scott. And then we had one story break and others start to percolate. The one that broke is the Framber Valdez signing with the Detroit Tigers, and we spent a lot of time discussing that. And the other story that's starting to percolate now, which is getting really interesting.
The artist renderings for the Tampa Bay Stadium?
No, are there artist renderings?
Yeah, for baseball. Yeah.
For baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm started. I used to love artist renderings, and I still do, but I'm starting to sour on them.
There's not another. There's only 2 pictures. It doesn't show enough. There's not enough of what we like to see in the artist renderings.
Which includes a mariachi
somebody,
band. And,
right, somebody playing a flute in front
candy.
of like 10 kids. Right. Yep.
Well, you know this one's fake because there's like fans there.
Right in Tampa.
Wow. Creating unrealistic expectations
Yeah,
that people want to go to
they're-
Tampa games.
Yeah, they're wearing Ray's gear.
Yeah. Who does that? No, but there is another story percolating.
Yes, and that is from the Super Bowl. Jay Glazer, the Fox insider, was on the Yahoo Daily. I don't know if it's a podcast or a show or whatever, but it was Yahoo Daily, Yahoo Sports Daily. And here's what Jay Glazer said regarding one Max Crosby. Okay. It sounded like it was like Jay Glazer After Dark or something.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
He sounded so tired, and I saw the video too, and he looked like he was just beat. And he's dropping like this major bomb, and he's just like, yeah. Looks like, he wants out. And the people that like the interviewers are stunned. They're like, wait, but like before the draft,
right?
Yeah. Well, what kind of thing what kind of haul are we talking about here? Bigger than Micah. Like, really?
Yeah.
Bigger than Micah Parsons. Now, just so people understand, the Micah Parsons trade, the Cowboys gave up the Packers gave up a 2026 first-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick, and also defensive tackle Kenny Clark.
Yep.
So they got 2 firsts and a pretty good defensive player. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I buy it that Max Crosby would get more than that. I think Max Crosby's really good. I think Micah Parsons is really good. And now Parsons is, unfortunately, he's recovering from an ACL injury. But prior to that, there was nobody more feared other than Myles Garrett as a defensive end than Micah Parsons. So, I mean, whatever it is, if it's a couple first-round picks, let's say that's the cost. I mean, that's what you're talking about, right? Would the Lions give up 2 first-round picks to acquire Max Crosby? They probably can't afford.
Should they? Yes. Can they? I don't know, because cap ramifications. They're already over the cap, and now you wouldn't be responsible for his signing bonus, so I'd have to go see because that all gets accelerated and thrown on the Vegas cap.
Correct.
So what would Max Crosby's cap hit be in Detroit if you take the signing bonus out? Still 29, 30, 29, 26.5, 27.4. So you have to come up with massive cap space to make this work.
And
so,
okay, go ahead.
Well, and then the other thing is, well, you go ahead if you're still talking about Crosby.
Well, I was just going to say, it's about priorities. I mean, I love Max Crosby, and he would be amazing to add to this team. Devastating for the defense if they had Crosby and Hutchinson. Of course, it'd be incredible. And it would take some of the burden off of the guys in the secondary, because now you got two bears coming at you at all times, and they're very similar players. Their statistics are similar, but just looking at them, I mean, size-wise, they look very similar with their lean bodies coming at you. They're just, I mean, almost mirror images of each other with the high motor that doesn't stop. That's both of these guys. That'd be great.
Right.
But when we talk about the priorities for the Lions and fixing things in the offseason, we weren't saying edge rusher that's going to cost you, $28 million against your cap on an annual. We weren't talking about that. We're talking about the center who plays for the Ravens, Tyler Linderbaum, who, according to a rumor, the Giants are widely expected to target the Ravens star center, Tyler Linderbaum, in free agency, according to Connor Hughes, and that he's expected to make $18 million a year on his new contract.
So that's a story that's broken this hour. And would I rather have Linderbaum for $18 million than Crosby for $29 million? Probably, because Linderbaum comes with no draft picks going the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start getting into needing to clear $18 million worth of cap space as opposed to $29 million, that's like actual players.
That's like $11 million, Doug.
Thank you. You can actually restructure some contracts to help with that. But I think for me, it would be a no-brainer. I'd take Linderbaum over Crosby. But I feel like Crosby has been
that's the name, right?
The Detroit Lions fans' fantasy for a long time. And it'd be great, right? It'd be great. I don't disagree. But the cap number and that much money wrapped up in edge rushers and what else it would cost you is a high price to pay. So to me, it's easy. Linderbaum over Crosby.
Yeah. And to me, it's easy too. I mean, yes, it's enticing to think about a world where your defense is led by two edge rushers that get after you. I mean, now it's, okay, who's got the better edge rusher combo? Is it Detroit or Houston? That both teams would be great if that was the case. I mean, that's the case now anyway with Al-Qadim Muhammad. So if you're telling me I can get Linderbaum and Al-Qadim Muhammad for the same price it would cost Max Crosby, guess what I'm doing? I'm going with the offensive lineman and try to run it back with Al-Qadim. Now, Al-Qadim Muhammad may have priced himself out of what the Lions can afford based on what he did this year. We'll see, where that goes.
Kang, do you have a thought on this?
Dude, I'm distracted by the shiny object. I'm not going to lie, man. I mean, opportunity to bring Max Crosby here. I'm not saying it's the most responsible thing to do. And obviously there's cap stuff, and I'm not Disney. I don't know how they rework this stuff. I know the cap went up, and they have to restructure this and do that. But if there was a chance, if that was taken care of, it's really hard not to. These guys don't just become available. Something usually happens. Like with Micah, that whole thing broke down. Crosby doesn't want to rebuild again. I don't know, man. I'm definitely exploring it.
You know what that would tell me if they were in fact in on Max Crosby now that this news is breaking that Crosby is available or that he wants out of there.
According to Glazer, yeah.
Yeah, according to the Glaze. What it would tell me if the Lions were actually involved in it is that they trust Drew Petzing more than we'll ever know. To bring in this different offense, it's his offense he's bringing in, that it might be more run heavy, which means
going to scheme them up.
Yeah, that okay, we're going to protect our quarterback by the way that we run our plays, not necessarily by their personnel. You know what I mean? And that we can afford to add the shiny piece on defense, eschewing the serious need at safety and an offensive line at multiple positions. We're gonna beat the hell out of quarterbacks all season long, which would be a lot of fun for fans. Fans would be dying to see this. I'd be dying to see it. I couldn't wait for the defense to get out on the field. I mean, which is a weird way to look at it because we're always looking for the offense, not the defense. I couldn't wait to see these guys get on the field if this were the case. I don't think there's a chance in hell that they're even entertaining this.
There's also something that I don't really love, and that is problems with these rumors because I don't want to create an unrealistic expectation. Clearing that much cap space isn't easy. A Crosby trade would include clearing all that cap space, which might mean cutting players, and a a significant amount of draft capital going the other direction, and maybe even a player.
Yeah, it's the draft capital that's going to bother you, right? Because you have holes to fill on this team. This isn't a complete team that, boom, we'll just add this one piece and we got it. I mean, this is a team that might be looking at a huge opening at left tackle if Taylor Decker decides to retire. They already have a hole at center. You're not sure if your guards are the ones that you want to work with. You feel pretty good about one, but maybe not so good about the other. I mean, there's a lot to think about, let alone that you've got a safety that has this injury that may or may not have him fulfilling his contract. You've got another safety that who knows when he's coming back from an Achilles injury. You've got a tight end who's dealing with a back injury, and back injuries are tricky as hell. You don't know if he's going to be able to come back 100%, though. You would expect him to. There's a lot of questions about this team that it's not like, oh, yeah, we'll just add Max Crosby. That doesn't solve any of them.
I'm not convinced that they can even clear the $18 million to go get Linderbaum, but, that's my fantasy.
Well,
I've been talking about it for weeks.
They can. It's restructuring contracts to make it happen, and that's where
It'd be hard.
That's where the brainiacs come into play.
It would be hard. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on this. More Tiger talk as well. 97.1.
Still no verdict yet on the Tarek Skubal arbitration hearing from yesterday. It is just now 9 a.m. out in Phoenix where the hearing took place. So as the city begins to wake up, hopefully a ruling is coming sooner rather than later. No matter whether the Tigers have to pay Skubal $19 or $32 million next year, they will pay Framber Valdez $38.3 million after signing the lefty to a 3-year deal yesterday. Valdez's signing has already had repercussions in Vegas as some sportsbooks have adjusted the Tigers' odds for next year. BetOnline says Detroit is now 25-1 to win the World Series, plus 125 to win the AL Central, and set their win total at 85.5, up 2 games from where it was. We're keeping an eye on the NBA trade market to see if the Pistons make any moves today. We do have some injury updates for them ahead of tonight's game with the Wizards. Cade Cunningham and Tobias Harris are both questionable with injuries tonight, as is Kevin Huerter with that trade still pending. Everyone is namely paying attention to what Detroit does with Danish Jenkins and how they'll make room for him on the roster. At 49 games, Jenkins can only play in one more game as a two-way player before Detroit has to give him a standard contract. He's listed as out for tonight's game because of that contract, so the team appears to be pausing his participation while they sort out the details of his new deal. Once they do that, then they'll have to make room for him on the roster with either a trade, that has to be before 3 o'clock today, or by cutting someone. Amari Sankofa of the Free Press had some good insight on the situation there. Pistons game tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Pregame coverage begins at 6:35 with Chris Villar. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so look, it's a wild day. I feel like everybody has something we could be talking about. On a normal day, the NBA trade deadline would be huge. Heck, we could probably get a lot of Red Wing discussion given that they're moving towards a trade deadline, and they have, I don't want to say stumbled in because they're coming off a big win at Colorado, but offensively they are stumbling into the Olympic break. Framber Valdez signs with the Tigers, and then Jay Glazer drops a bomb down at Super Bowl saying that he thinks Max Crosby is done, and teams are calling him to see how real that is. He thinks he's done in Las Vegas. Max Crosby, one of the best edge rushers in the NFL, guy who played at Eastern Michigan University, and you know, by the way, said this, and this was a year ago on his podcast, The Rush with Max. If you couldn't play for the Raiders, who would you pick? And this is what Max Crosby said. Okay, if you did not hear
not the
that,
greatest audio there, you know.
No, but he did say the Lions.
Said the Lions.
He is a native of Lapeer, Michigan, and so
played at Eastern.
Played at Eastern, as we mentioned, yeah. And you know, there's more out there with him praising what he heard from Dan Campbell because Amik Robertson played with him in Vegas, and then you know, obviously with Detroit. Pat O'Connor was a teammate of his at EMU. So look, you know. Feels like a fantasy and it feels impossible, but when things come up, we always talk about accessibility. I suppose if the sole purpose of this organization was to add Max Crosby, they could do it. But you start talking about what it would take, it gets far more difficult when you start answering the question whether or not it makes sense. Because Jay Glazer did say he thinks it would cost more than Micah Parsons, so that was 2 firsts and a useful player. So are we talking 2 firsts, a third, and a useful player? Do the Lions have a useful player they'd be interested in? Would it take what's the comp? Is it a Lee McNeil? Is it 2 firsts and a Lee McNeil, or do they want like a younger player, Isaac Tesla or Malcolm Rodriguez, or I don't know.
Tyreek Williams. Yeah.
Tyreek Williams, yeah, sure. Is there a player that would make more sense for them? I don't think it makes sense, Scott, when you really start getting down to what the price would be. And this also comes on a day where it's being reported that the Giants are expected to make a run at Tyler Linderbaum. And we got Linderbaum out there. Look, he could get franchised by Baltimore, but there hasn't been a lot of reporting that that's likely to happen. Now, maybe that changes, but if maybe one of the top 2-3 centers in the league becomes available, I think if you're going to restructure a bunch of contracts and not have to give up as much money or do as much restructuring and offer nothing in compensation, it makes more sense to go after Linderbaum.
Well, and you never know what drives people either, right? I mean, this rumor has the Giants, that the Giants will be the ones that are interested. Well, the Giants head coach is John Harbaugh, and that's where Linderbaum played, was in Baltimore. So if he feels comfortable with his coach, wants to follow him there, and money not being terribly different, sure, maybe you can get more money from another team, but if you're comfortable with what the Giants are going to offer and you know what they're all about because of their coach, it just might make that easier. Not everybody's wired that way. Who knows if he's wired that way? But if I'm the Lions, I'm trying to gauge whether or not we can land Tyler Linderbaum. If he ends up in going to the free agent route, then I would hope that the Lions are on the phone with him in the second that they can be.
Got to be prepared, though, to figure out how they're going to make it work under the cap.
Absolutely. And this is
which is their job.
Yeah, and to me, this is the fun part of what would be one of the fun parts of being the GM is that you come up with contingency plans. Like, yes, okay, here's our best case scenario. Here's the next best case scenario. And here are all the other plans that we're going to go with if this doesn't fall through, or if this falls through, I should say. If it doesn't come to fruition, we got to pivot. We got to do this. And they have to have this on their mind already. Hey, here's what we're looking at with Taylor Decker. Here's what we're looking at without Taylor Decker, right? I mean, that's the thing that they need to know right away before anything else happens. They need to know from Taylor Decker what he's doing. And here we are now. We're in February. I would hope that there's an answer in the next few weeks.
Feedback coming in. I could see the Bears going all in on Max Crosby. They're not a team that's afraid of giving up their draft picks, and it's definitely a need. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, if it's not about the draft picks, it's at all about giving it. It's about, do you have the cap space to make it happen? Have you completely destroyed your hopes of adding other players to the roster without the cap space? There are teams that have tons of cap space. I think the Patriots still have a lot of cap space. The teams that have that space are going to make that offer for Max Crosby, particularly for already a playoff-bound team.
Please, let's not start this. We are not adding Crosby. We don't need that much money in that position. We need to build the O-line. Crosby's been hurt the last 3 years. Stop. Well, whoever sent this, we do appreciate your pro bono programming advice as to what we should and shouldn't talk about. I actually agree with you. But we will continue to talk about the topic, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, look, he played 15 games this last year, and he wanted to finish off the season, and the Raiders shut him down. The year before, he played 12 games and got hurt and had to miss the rest of the season. Prior to that, he hadn't missed a game in his career. So what are we talking about? 2 games that he could have played this year, so he wouldn't have missed a game. And then we're talking about 5 games from last year because he broke his ankle or whatever it was.
From an unnamed texter, what if I told you all the Lions had to do to acquire Max Crosby is trade Brian Branch and a first-round pick? You think that would get it done? An Achilles guy coming off an Achilles injury in 1 pick?
I don't think that's. No. I think it's interesting. I mean, it's being creative with it. You'd be giving him a real, a healthy Brian Branch, but I don't think the Achilles injury is one that people fear that is going to be a career ending like it used to be.
No, look, the data hasn't really switched that much in terms of what Achilles can do to players at skill positions. It's the new knee. Like, knees don't scare people anymore. Achilles, I would not want to trade Max Crosby for a player with a torn Achilles and 1 first-round pick.
Well, the other
if
thing
I were
is
doing the show in Vegas, no.
The other thing is Brian Branch is entering his 4th year in the league. It's the last year of his contract. So if you're going to extend, he's a guy they have to consider, are they going to extend him or not? And when do they decide to do that? Now, we've seen them in the past do that right around the draft. Are they going to do that or not with him? They've got sadly, it's not just Brian Branch, it's also Sam Laporta. Both of these guys are hurt. Both of these guys were second-round picks that year, as they enter their free agent year. What are the Lions going to do? I think they have to at least look at, again, one of these plans that they're going to have on the wall in Brad Holmes' office is finding the future tight end and the future safety.
Unnamed texter, Muhammad had a career year. It won't happen again. That's from UNT. And look,
may not.
That's not really it may not. And he's going to get money, but the question becomes, if nobody's offering him that money, is he the best option for what the money they can spend on an edge rusher if he's not going to get a massive contract elsewhere? because you're limited. You got to pick and choose where you're going to spend money. And if Muhammad's not getting offers and you can bring him back at a similar or a little bit more money, I could see totally why you'd do it. But if he's going to command high dollar, then you probably don't. Unnamed texter, could you imagine a defense with Max Crosby and Jack Campbell? I mean, watch out.
He's trying to appeal to you.
I see what he did there. An accomplished center would do more for a team overall than a defensive end. That's from Jeff and Petoskey.
I agree with that.
Another one says a Aleem and 2 firsts for Max. Well, look, just ask yourself this. Would you rather take on a big contract of another edge rusher or the big contract of a center? Right?
Well, the center's contract is going to be lesser than the edge rusher. And I don't know. I just have a feeling that if you're going to – if any team, not just the Lions, if any team lands Max Crosby, I have a feeling you're going to be hearing about an extension right away because he's going to want to get paid like the rest of the guys are getting paid now because it's gone to a whole different stratosphere. I mean, $29 million a year is great, but it's not 50, which is where guys are getting right now. The other thing is how do the Lions – we have no idea how the Lions value this year's draft with interior offensive linemen and safeties, centers in particular. Do they think that the guys that are in the pool of centers right now in the draft could step in and be at least as good as what they had last year, or by the end of the season be at least as good as what they had last year?
Well, I mean, like Kang pointed out, there are a lot of second and third round guys that turn into good starters quickly in the interior of the offensive line.
And that's where you find
248-539-9797. Look, take it if you want. If a player becomes available, we talk about whether or not he makes sense in Detroit. We're both kind of in the no camp. I mean, look, the player would be great, right? But the price to get him compared to other needs doesn't seem to make a ton of sense. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Still paying off last year's holiday cheer? Stop the interest cycle with UMCU. Transfer your high-interest cards to a Visa Platinum Cash Rewards card and enjoy 0% APR for 6 months with 0 transfer fees. That's 6 months, no interest on transfers and new purchases, plus a steady 1.1% cash back on every single thing you buy. It's not just a card. It's your 2026 financial cheat code. Apply now at umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Get to your phone calls in a moment. Gator, I don't know if you heard this story about the worst criminal in the world. But a North Carolina man faces multiple felony charges after breaking into a Little Caesars, making pizzas and selling them to unsuspecting customers.
He broke in so he can make pizza and sell them and then just keep the money?
He broke in to go to work.
I mean, what?
So, yeah, he was a former employee.
You got some clientele?
He broke into the Little Caesars, fired up the ovens, started making and selling pizzas. So I don't know what on my off day, I don't think I would break into my former employer and go to work.
How many hot and readies are going to make it worth your while in a caper like this?
I don't know. But Jonathan Hackett, 41, a former employee, entered the Kinston restaurant Sunday after a major snowstorm dumped 14 inches on the area. Police say he prepared pizzas, sold them, and pocketed all the proceeds. Hackett later returned while employees were present, sparking a physical altercation that left him hospitalized. After treatment, he was arrested on charges including felony breaking and entering, obtaining property by false pretense, and larceny.
So was Little Caesars not open on this day because of snow? And then he was providing the service?
Yes.
He thought he could get away with it because, they closed for the weather, but I'll open it up and I'm going to sell the pizzas myself.
Yep. He's
not a great plan.
No. He's like, I'll go back to where I got an unscheduled shift and I'll go back to work.
Did he also clock in, Doug?
I don't know. That's a great question.
It was cash only that day, huh?
It sounds like he got clocked out.
Well, after, yeah. After you tried
why did he
clocking
go back? I do wonder why he went back later. And how did they find out?
That's crazy.
I think he forgot to sweep and mop.
That might be it, yeah.
He forgot to clean his station.
Yeah.
Or he told somebody, I made a killing yesterday. What? We were closed yesterday. What? Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right. What am I talking
Hysterical. 248-539-9797.
I don't know if you saw the Shams report. I mean, given that today is the NBA trade deadline, I think this is a pretty big one. So Shams Charania says the Milwaukee Bucks have indicated to teams that they are keeping Giannis Antetokounmpo through the trade deadline and will start making other trades, sources tell ESPN. So great news for the Pistons in that they're dodging a bullet this year in this playoff run where some team could acquire Giannis. It's not going to happen. Giannis will stay in Milwaukee for the rest of the season and perhaps gets dealt in the offseason. So that means that you're not going to see him go to the Knicks or Boston or whomever else that would be considered a threat.
Yeah, look, great.
And also not going to Oklahoma City.
I'm glad to see that. So will the Pistons make another move? Gator, you're not counting it out.
No, I tend to think I think there's going to be a flurry of moves that happen of not great consequence. I think the big names have already been moved. You know, we've seen some really big names being moved. I don't know if we expect to hear any more along the lines of an Anthony Davis or a James Harden. I don't know if we expect to see that. I'm still holding out hope. I love your Klay Thompson idea. I think that would be a lot of fun to add to this team, but I don't know if it's realistic or not. But I think the Pistons do something in addition to what they did a couple days ago.
248-539-9797.
Tony is in Ferndale. Tony, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, just first and foremost, if all those monies from those hot and readies that guy sold at Little Caesars go to Scooble's pocket, sign me up. Let's get him going. No, but I hope I wanted to call and touch on the Max Crosby thing, and I'm going to agree with kind of the texter that maybe rubbed you wrong. It sounded like Doug of just like stop talking about it, and I couldn't agree more. Like we know, and I know you guys are just doing your job, right? This is what you're supposed to do, but at the same time, we know Brad. We know that he is not the type of guy that is going to make moves like these. He has set that precedent to the fans and what his actions over the past couple seasons, right? Sometimes I agree with that. Sometimes I don't. I'm in the camp where I agree with it this time. I don't think we need to shake everything up for Max Crosby, but we all need to set the expectation and understand stuff like this will not happen. Myles Garrett didn't happen. Max Crosby's not going to happen. You know, all these big names that, maybe we shake it up. It will not happen, Brad. It's
So,
not that.
hey, just to be clear, 24 hours ago, would you have said the Tigers would not sign Framber Valdez?
Would I have liked it or not thought they would have
No.
done it?
Would you have said, we all know that Tigers won't spend money? Would you have
no,
said that
yeah,
24 hours?
Nope.
Would you have said that
Nope.
24 hours ago?
Nope.
You would not have said that.
No.
So you thought the Tigers would spend money?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, then yes. No, I did not think that they were going to go sign that guy, right? When that came across, I thought, oh, God, Scooble's gone, right?
So one day later, after telling us not to talk about this, you admit that we shouldn't. Yesterday, we shouldn't have been talking about the possibility of the Tigers signing Framber Valdez.
Again, it's not talking about it, right? It's just the reality of the situation. It's fun to talk about. It's fun to talk hypotheticals, but this is a zero. I can
This is
firmly
different.
say there's a 0% chance that Max Crosby is a Detroit Lion at any point in his career. 0%.
Okay.
I have no qualms with
Cool. Understood. Keep in mind that when any player becomes available, we always talk about how does it impact here. And in this particular instance, we have a soundbite of said player saying he'd want to play in Detroit. So if you think that means we shouldn't talk about it, fine. Neither of us think it makes sense given what it would cost, but it's going to come up, okay? And it's going to be something that gets discussion.
Yep, for sure. On that note, go get Linderbaum. Go Lions.
There you go.
Well, that's what we both recommend.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's apples and oranges because you have the salary cap league in one and not in the other, and obviously the Lions are really up against it with they're actually, I think, aren't they over the cap? They have negative space right now. They have to find a way to create space, which they will because it's the NFL and it's how things are done. I guess we shouldn't be immune to the idea that the Lions could trade somebody to clear some cap space, in addition to having to restructure contracts, which they most likely will have to do.
Well, look, they could just unload some salary. And, they have to rethink about – that's the other thing is I'm not – Brad Holmes' past says he won't do it. But what they've done so far is positive it's been. Clearly hasn't been good enough.
Well,
if it's been good enough, they would have had a better season this year. And I think your job, a realistic measurement of how good of a job you're doing is, are you in the mix to win the championship every single year? And quite frankly, this year they weren't. And he's tried it his way, and maybe he's going to change his ways.
I don't like to bring this up because I really like the player, but there is past precedent with Brad Holmes, and that is Sam Laporta. As we said, Sam's entering his fourth year in the league, which is his last year of his contract because he was a second-round pick and they're 4-year deals.
Mm-hmm.
We had T.J. Hockenson here before, who was an outstanding tight end for the Lions working with Stafford, right?
Yep.
When Hockenson was entering that last year, Brad Holmes was the GM. They traded him because I would imagine they figured they weren't going to sign him long-term, so might as well get something for him before you let him go for nothing. Sam Laporta is entering this last year, and he's recovering from an injury. He's an integral part of this offense, without question. But it's kind of the same situation as Hockenson was before. If they have to find ways to save money here and there, is that something that's a possibility? Maybe not in the offseason here, but maybe in the offseason. Or is it something that could be likely by the trade deadline that they may have to move on because they can't afford to sign him to a long-term contract with everything else that they've done? And this is when we've talked about other acquisitions in the past, we say, okay, if you want this guy, understand it's going to come with a cost. Like people say, well, go get Myles Garrett. Okay, great. Are you comfortable with not having Jahmyr Gibbs on this team?
Right.
I think that the idea of not having Sam Laporta is a real, and at least on my mind, it's something that's a real possibility because we've seen it before, what they've done. And again, it's a guy who's entering this free agent year, and he's awfully good and might set the market for tight ends.
You're not talking about sending him to the Raiders per se.
No.
But you're talking about sending him out to clear cap space.
Yes. And if not in the offseason, I think it's a possibility that by the trade deadline in the middle of the season that they could do something like that because that's when they did it with Hockenson.
I think on the to-do list as far as creating cap space, that could be something they do. Another thing they could do is, and I wouldn't want to get burned on this again, and I think one of the first things that they need to do on their to-do list is, all right, Taylor, what's the story? Right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, because that's if we don't want to rush you into any decisions here, bro, but we can't sit around and find out in late July.
Oh, I thought you meant like the new Eras tour. Different Taylor?
Yeah, Doug, what's Taylor Swift have to do with this?
Yeah.
Taylor Decker.
Oh, the offensive tackle. Now it makes sense, Kang.
I thought we were talking football.
No.
Yes, Taylor Decker. We figure out what he's going to do.
Yeah, 100%.
That'll help with the cap,
That
perhaps.
does. Yeah.
And I mean, look, given what happened last year with Ragnow, I want to pressure Taylor Decker into a decision within reason, right? 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Carson Anderson. We got huge signing for the Tigers. Trade deadline decisions to be made by the Pistons and Red Wings. We got the story that Max Crosby's available. Neither of us think it makes sense to Detroit. Although Kang enthusiastically admitted he's distracted by the bright, shiny thing. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Scott Anderson, 97.1.
Doug, I stand corrected. The Rays have released even more artist renderings of this proposed site. They're saying that Front Office Sports has tweeted this out. It says the Rays have released a new look at plans for a 31,000-seat ballpark at the site of Hillsborough College's Dale Mabry campus in Tampa. And this looks a lot more intriguing now.
Is there outdoor restaurants and bars?
Yes.
Is there anybody playing a musical instrument?
I did not see anybody playing a musical instrument.
Is there a child with a balloon?
I'm seeing lots of people milling and mixing. There's a woman who's sitting on a bench, legs crossed, while she's on her phone in front of a beautiful planter with some purple flowers.
Is there a skating rink?
Father, son. There's just people everywhere. Lots of. It looks. I mean,
this feels to me like a weak artist rendering.
Well, it's so far we've seen 4 pictures, so we'll see if more come out. The interesting part to me about this new stadium renderings they're showing in Tampa, it's like a wedge. It's almost like the Superman crest, if you will. It's like a diamond.
The stadium shaped like that.
Yeah, the stadium is kind of shaped like that. But like the point one of the points, the pointed end of it looks like that's the parking garage. It's like 8 stories high. It looks pretty. I mean, it looks awesome if they can pull this off. And then I can't believe I'm reading only 31,000 seats. But then again, it's Tampa, and they don't exactly support the team. So why not build a $4 billion stadium?
Is there an LED red wing on the roof?
There is not, but it looks like there's potential to have some sort of LED with their Rays logo on the roof.
Okay.
It's a retractable glass, it looks like. Looks great.
Gotcha.
But hey.
248-539-9797.
Let's get back and pick up Dave, who is in Shelby Township. Dave, welcome to 97.1.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey.
Yeah, I originally called in with the Tigers question, but I want to touch on the Lions thing really quick. I agree with the caller before the break. We don't know what to expect out of Brad Holmes, so I don't really think they're getting Crosby. We just got to see what he does and hope for the best, honestly. But what I was going to ask is, I love the Framber signing. I think he's an absolute stud. But I've been seeing people talk about this. Oh, Skubal's gone. I actually think that this shows the organization might be willing to pay Skubal. It's just more on the agent side that's holding this whole thing up. And I guess I want to know what you guys think about that. So
I think you bring up a good point there. It's a $38 million a year number is a big number for a guy who is a comp for Scott Boras and Tarek Skubal when they negotiate a free agent deal. It's on the lower side of the comps for sure. I mean, it's below a starting point because he's nowhere near the pitcher that Tarek is, but he's not much. He's like in the tier below, right? But he's left-handed, so you see the value there. And I wondered this earlier. Is this something that shows that, okay, the Tigers are paying Framber Valdez $38 million. Maybe the cost for Tarek Skubal shouldn't be talked about in the $60 million a year range or $50 million a year range. Maybe it belongs in the high 40s to low 50s.
Yeah, I think they could honestly get it done at like 6 years, $300 million. If Tarek wants to be here, I mean, I don't really see what side says no to that deal, to be honest with you.
Well, Scott Boras might say no because he thinks he can get 8 years and $400.
Right. But if he wants to be here, I mean, it's happened before. Players sometimes will take those team-friendly deals. Not with Scott Boras, but, it does happen.
Let's keep in mind that the story goes that the Tigers made an opening offer and Boras wasn't really enthusiastically negotiating. Apparently didn't call him back, didn't talk.
You mean in arbitration?
Prior to arbitration.
Okay.
That they made an opening offer for the 1 year, the last year of his contract under club control. They made the $19.8 million offer. Wasn't that what was reported?
Yes, but that's the arbitration number that they were going to throw. Yeah.
Well, that's because they could have signed. They could have agreed on a number.
Mm-hmm.
The arbitration number they settled on was $19 million, but they started with 19.8 and said, "Hey, you want to do what are you thinking?" And he never got back to them, right?
Correct. And then when they came, the first time they heard of the $32 million number was when they had to submit their number. And then once they saw that, then they submitted their number at 19.
Yes. So what happened? There was this public perception, and the public perception remains that the Tigers lowballed him. And the Tigers said, well, the Tiger side of it is he would negotiate. Then the Tigers go out and spend, how much is it annually for Framber? 30 what?
38.
That's the Tigers not only publicly implying, it's straight out saying, we'll pay for a pitcher.
Yeah.
Okay? That pitcher's agent didn't call us back. He and that pitcher is not yet a free agent. That's when you get the money cannon contract. While the arbitration system's in place, while you're still arbitration eligible, which every player in the majors is until they reach that time, that you run out of arbitration years, then you're a free agent. You don't get to negotiate as a free agent until you're done with your arbitration eligible years. So it's not apples to apples. It's apples to previous arbitration eligible pitchers. And it gets really complicated, but honestly, do I think that there's a little blank you to Boras? Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. I agree with you.
This is way more subtle than when Max Scherzer turned him down and they turned around and threw all the money at Miggy.
Right.
And everybody's like, that's an FU to Max Scherzer. This is way more subtle, in my opinion. But do I think it's kind of the same thing? I actually do.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a flex right back at him. And now, does this give Scott Boras the impetus to come back to the Tigers before the ruling is handed out today and say, all right, let's settle. We'll go at $28 million or we'll go at $26 million.
Yeah,
and do the Tigers then say, no, we feel good about arbitration?
They might. They might.
Yeah.
But that's just for 1 year. Let's not.
Yeah, it's
you
just
know
the 1
that.
year.
I'm just
Yeah,
making
yeah.
sure that listeners know that that's what they. Now, could they negotiate and agree on a long-term contract? They could.
It
They
doesn't
could,
sound
but-
like that's what they're interested in doing. That
No.
Boras and Camp, that's not what they want to do. But I
Now-
do think that this gives a little bit of a baseline to see. Okay, we're willing to go 38 for this guy for 3 years. Does that get the creative juices flowing for Scott Boras, who is worked out? Short the deal he worked out for Alex Bregman, for instance, was for way more money annually than he was offered, but it was on a much shorter term. So is it possible that the Tigers could get something done with Tarek Skubal for 4 years and $240 million? That you give him $60 million a year, but it's only 4 years. When you realize that they have no money committed outside of Framber Valdez for the next several years, it could make sense. But I just don't know if Boras is going to do that when he's got this golden candidate right here to work with.
I may be a rube about the business side of things, admittedly, but at the end of the day, I'd be worried about that collective bargaining agreement if I were in the Skubal camp. I'd be worried about a work stoppage and a cap coming in and getting significantly less than that in free agency. But 248-539-9797.
And we'll pick up Mike, who is in Grand Rapids. Mike, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Mike. Mike.
No, we can't. We just got where we can't take the call. So
Okay. Sorry, Mike. Wait, hang on. We'll get to you when we have a chance to get to you.
tons of feedback coming in on this and the NBA trade deadline, but Tiger fans tweeting us at DunGator971 from the Red Ranger. Framber Valdez is a great addition to the team, but the failure to add a meaningful bat will ultimately send us home come playoff time. Paul writes in, I feel like this is a lateral move. This fan base has been traumatized by Chris Illich-owned Tigers. This feels like a face-saving PR move for more than likely when we lose Skubal, now just sitting back and waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Well, I think it's a plan moving forward that, okay, if you expect to lose Skubal, and most of us do, if you're going to lose him, then why not have a backup plan, which is Framber Valdez for the next 2 years, or at least the next year in 2027. He has the opt-out after that second year, but at $38 million a year, I'm not sure he's going to opt out for year 3. We'll see. But, I mean, it gives him a little bit more time to let other players kind of marinate in the minors or matriculate to the majors, get their feet under them, and then hopefully contribute. Because in a couple of years, we talk about the offensive guys all the time with McGonigal, Clark, and Briseño, and Hao-Yu Lee, and Max Anderson, and all these guys, right? But we don't talk enough about we've forgotten about Jackson Jobe, who was at one time the number one prospect in the organization, but has dealt with some injuries. He'll be back at some point, probably later this year. But moving forward, is he a guy that he's got all the injury issues behind him and then can start on the journey of being a really good starting pitcher in Major League Baseball? That's one guy. They've got another guy, Jake Miller, who they really like, who has a high upside, but another guy who got hurt, who's going to be coming back. Ty Madden, who knows what he is. But Troy Melton is showing all types of promise. And they've got some pitchers that can hopefully be part of this team for years to come, in addition to who knows what they want to do with Casey Mize after this year when Casey Mize is a free agent. So we'll see.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls.
Okay. Richard is next up. Richard, welcome to 97.1.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
All right, Richard.
That's cool. I wanted to ask you, with Valdez as the pitcher for the Tigers, what do they have in their farm that can back up if they lose Skubal as young pitchers? And number two, do you think the Red Wings will really trade?
Well, first of all, and thanks for the call, Richard. I kind of addressed it just there, like with the minor league guys that they have. I think they've got lots of, I shouldn't say lots. There are a few guys that I think feel pretty strongly about with Jackson Jobe and Troy Melton, the top of that list. And I mentioned Jake Miller is another one. Ty Madden to a lesser extent, and then they've got some other guys at the really low levels in the minor leagues that they drafted in the last 2 years that we'll see how they develop. But I think that there are a couple of options there. And as far as the Red Wings, I got to shoot the boot guarantee. I think the Red Wings are absolutely going to add before the trade deadline. You're not going to see any trades in the NHL until February 23rd at this point because they have the freeze during the Olympic break. But once they come back from the Olympic break up until March 6th, I think the Red Wings are absolutely going to be involved in trade. I think it's trades. I think they're going to add a forward. I think they're going to add a defenseman.
Now, you only shoot the boot guaranteed a trade.
That's right.
You don't need – okay. All right. You don't need both a forward and a defenseman.
Don't try to diminish my shoot the boot guarantee.
No. I want to make sure that the parameters are clear because I did see some feedback that yesterday you actually said a significant trade, and today you're just –
No, I said I think that they will, but my shoot the boot guarantee is just on the trade. But my gut tells me it's going to be significant. We're going to add a top 6 forward, and I think they're going to add a top 4 defenseman.
I don't see it this way.
Shoot the boot. Yeah, your gut is shoot the boot. Significant trade.
That's right.
Yeah,
it's not. I didn't say that.
Gator, I'm not saying this at all, but people are saying you're already trying to weasel out. I'm not
weaseling out anything.
But people are saying it.
Okay, let them talk. Have fun.
People are saying, man.
We got First Amendment here. You do what you want to do.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Gator from Twitter, Jason, sent us the following. Pitching should be elite this year. Still a little concerned with middle relief, but we need significant improvement at the plate from many players. Otherwise, October looks exactly the same.
Well, adding Valdez is huge. Obviously, it's a rotation. It provides a little bit of maybe relief and easing some pressure off some other guys. If Reese Olson isn't ready to go, they can cobble something else together, whether it's Drew Anderson or Troy Melton or whatever they're going to do. They've got those options. But the other thing the Tigers have done in the offseason is add to the bullpen, and I don't think that's insignificant. I think the arms they've added to the bullpen are pretty good. I mean, you're hanging on to Will Vest, you're hanging on to Finnegan, but bringing in Jansen is good for this team as well. So I think that they've kind of strengthened the back end of that of the bullpen as well, and that's not small. That can end up being a sneaky, really good thing for this team.
Tom writes in, we have 3 options, and I'm fine with any of them. 1, extend Skubal. Yeah, unlikely, I know. 2, trade Skubal, like the Dodgers rumor of Rory Sasaki and a second high-level prospect. Or 3, ride out the year with Skubal and Framber as a 1-2 punch and go all in. This requires more signings. Might require more signings. Also might require trade deadline acquisitions.
Well, and they could also make trades. They can still make trades in this offseason. I wouldn't rule that out either for the Tigers. I mean, if they find a player that they can identify in another team they really like, you might see something happen where maybe one of these guys that you don't really value, if teams, or I should say, if fans don't value Zach McKinstry or Matt Vierling or Parker Meadows or Jake Rogers or whatever, that maybe somebody gets moved in that aspect. I don't know what they'll do, but I do think that they're going to be very active at the trade deadline. I would expect them to. I can't say they should. I mean, I thought they were going to be very active last year, and they end up getting a good bullpen arm and then nothing else.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Gator?
Doug?
Yeah, you there?
I am. Yeah, sorry.
Michigan State's lost last night. Did you I mean, look, winning in Minnesota can be tough. Got it. One of the sidebar stories is Jeremy Fears and the physicality that he's playing with. And look, I know that Michigan took some umbrage, but I thought last night is an example of how it can cost you.
I didn't like what I saw from Jeremy Fears. I thought it was awful. You had the game against Michigan where there's a couple of plays in there that could be construed as dirty for certain. That obviously the Michigan fan base will feel that way. In the Michigan State fan base, it's hard not to acknowledge that it's certainly not above board. But then when you back that up, you get called out by their coach and by other people, and then you go into the Minnesota game, and then you pick up where you left off, and you end up having a mule kick, and then you're tripping guys on the floor again. I hate it because, I can't stand Grayson Allen. And this is the type of crap that you would see Grayson Allen do that I just can't stand. And when you see it in the NBA as well, they carry it into that aspect. That's no good. Jeremy Fears is a really good player. Yep. He's an excellent distributor of the basketball. When he drives to the lane, he does a great job of finishing. He knocks down his free throws. He's a solid player. What he doesn't have is a great outside shot, but that's something that can be worked on. But otherwise, he's seen prior to the Michigan game, I don't think any of us had ever seen anything that was in question with his playing style. But now it's these last 2 games, he's got a whole highlight reel of stuff that could get him into trouble. I don't know if the Big Ten looks at this and says, all right, we're going to shut you down for a game or not. Or, I mean, Tom Izzo's already saying he's not likely to start the next game. And the next game is what, Illinois? Yikes. I mean, this is something that could cost your team a little bit. Now, fortunately, this is happening now in the early stages of late stages of January and into early November. You can nip this in the bud.
February.
February. Thank you. I'm jumping way ahead. But you can nip this in the bud, work on it, and he's got to grow up, as Tom Izzo said. And in the meantime, Michigan State's troubles are far more than just dirty play from Jeremy Fears. They didn't show up in the first half for the 3rd straight game. They weren't able to show up. They have this furious comeback like they had against Rutgers, forced the overtime, they got the win. They had a furious comeback against Michigan, ended up taking the 1-point lead. They couldn't hang on to it. They lost the game. They had a furious comeback last night, able to come back to within 2, and they couldn't finish the job. That's not going well. Your trend in the last 3 games is not good at all, and it has exposed Michigan State for a lot of problems they have, which is finding a secondary scorer, finding what the hell has happened with Jackson Kohler being this outside presence, being able to get inside and outside. Carson Cooper has been the same type of thing where we're just not getting the offensive output. That other guys just have totally disappeared from being able to knock down shots, whether it was Teng or early in the year, you saw Fears being able to knock down some shots, and is the inconsistent play you're getting from everybody else. This is not good for Michigan State, but it might be happening at the best time because you still have plenty of time to work out these bugs prior to tournament time.
So as far as Fears is concerned, yeah, I mean, reel it in, it hurt the team. Michigan State had all the momentum. Then he got the technical foul. And Minnesota got the 2 free throws, got a bucket out of it, and kind of pulled away again, and then survived in the end. And that hurt his own team. Nobody has been seriously hurt. It's a lesson learned. Young people make mistakes. I have a lot of tolerance now for college-age kids, and getting second chances and all that. But what he did is, as you mentioned, cross the line. There were other guys, though, that kind of were called upon to step up. Trey Fort, welcome back, right, for Michigan State. Jordan Scott in the starting lineup. Yeah, but they got to figure out. I always talk about be the best version of themselves. It's not Carson Cooper going scoreless. It's not Jackson Kohler like he's looked the last couple of games. So there's stuff, and the defending the arc last night was a problem. Izzo's got his hands full, but in the end, and I don't care what anybody said or anything, Fears needs to stop hurting his team or making sure he doesn't hurt anybody else with a dirty play, because that would look bad. It would already has looked bad, but it would be a lot worse. The warnings are there, signs are there, and as I think Izzo used the term last night in his postgame, time to grow up.
Yeah.
So,
and it'll be interesting to see what he ends up saying when he gets his next opportunity in front of cameras and microphones. Jeremy Fears, he'll be asked about it. What is he going to say? Will he show maturity or not?
Kang, do you have any thoughts on this?
On Jeremy Fears?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, one time I was talking to Gator this morning about it. One time you can let it slide and come up with an excuse for something, right? But when it becomes multiple times and then people start looking at the tape and becomes a pattern, then you built a reputation. And reputations are hard to shake sometimes, and that's what I worry about Jeremy Fears, because he is a really good player. And obviously, no one needs to do stuff like that, but this could be maybe a turning point for. The problem is Grayson Allen hasn't changed, has he? Has Dylan Brooks changed? Like they seem to stick with these guys forever. Draymond Green, right? Does it ever go away when you get attached with it?
Well, I mean, it can. It can. I'm trying to think of guys around the Big Ten. Do you remember a player named Brad Davidson from Wisconsin? And I think his name came up on the broadcast last night. And he was like that. Aaron Kraft at Ohio State.
You hated Aaron Kraft.
Rosy cheeks.
Yeah.
He was your least favorite college basketball player ever, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't. I mean, he was a pain in the ass to play against, but
he was a great defender.
He was a great defender, and he was a hell of a player. But there are guys that are hard to play against, and you want to be that guy that's hard to play against. You don't want to be the guy that has the reputation for crossing the line, because the next thing you know, people are looking for you and people are looking out, and you're just not going to get away with anything. But 248-539-9797. All right, so it is a huge day for the NBA. No more trades to report yet for the Pistons. It looks like Giannis is staying in Milwaukee. That's what teams are being told, which impacts the race in the East, and that he's not going to any other contender in the East. Some Red Wing talk coming up as well. Big day for the Tigers. Lots going on. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Still nothing on Skubal and whether he or the Tigers won yesterday's arbitration hearing in Phoenix. We'll keep you updated as soon as we hear more. We do have an injury list update for the Pistons. Kevin Huerter was previously listed as questionable for tonight's game with Washington as the Jaden Ivey trade was pending. He is now listed as available for tonight's game, so we could see the first impression of Detroit's deadline edition tonight against one of the worst teams in the NBA. The Pistons still have not made any other roster moves regarding Danis Jenkins and his contract. Their game tonight starts right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. Chris Villar hosts pregame coverage beginning at 6:35. We have larger deadline updates as a whole. Moments ago, the Milwaukee Bucks reportedly told teams they were going to keep Giannis Antetokounmpo at this deadline and start accepting calls for other trades. After saying that, the Bucks quickly traded Cole Anthony and Amir Coffey to the Phoenix Suns for Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis. The other recent big trade came out of New Orleans, where the Pelicans sent Jose Alvarado to the Knicks for Dalen Terry and picks and cash. Earlier today, the Lakers traded Gabe Vincent for Hawks guard and former Piston Luke Kennard. The first trade of today came from Chicago, who sent Ayo Dosunmu and Julian Phillips to Minnesota for Rob Dillingham, Leonard Miller, and 4 second-round picks. And don't forget, Michigan Hoops plays tonight. The Wolverines could set the mark for the best record in program history through 22 games with a win over the Nittany Lions, which would improve them to 21-1. That game in Ann Arbor at 6:30. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it is Carson Anderson, 248. Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. We got open lines, phone calls, feedback. Gator Red Wings, they lose last night. I don't know how much of that game you saw, but they didn't do much till late, and the 5-on-5 scoring is a concern. Whenever we bring up trades, it feels like there were more rumors about the Red Wings getting involved with forwards, and invariably Red Wing guy would hammer us with they need guys on the blue line. I'm like, got it, yeah, but this is not the rumors that are out there. But don't disagree with that necessarily. Now it feels like they need both.
Yeah, and I think you could, obviously, I've always said, if you can upgrade at any position, upgrade whenever you can. And they've got cap space to do it. And I think that it's clear they need to upgrade both, a top 6 forward and top 4 defenseman. It's going to be great to get Edvinsson back when they return from the break. That solves some problems, but doesn't mean you don't look at getting another defenseman. I think Sandin Pellikka has been a little bit disappointing how he has played this year, inconsistencies and maybe more on the bad side than on the good side. But they can absolutely add a forward. Seeing Panarin go to the Kings last night, I know has a lot of people upset. Considering he was traded for not much. As a prospect, he was traded for in a conditional 3rd-round pick and a conditional 4th-round pick or something.
Isn't the real cost the $11 million?
Yeah, the cost is that they gave him a 2-year extension for $11 million per year, which is what Panarin really wants is to get paid. So, I mean, the Rangers end up getting a prospect out of it, but it didn't seem like it was a huge price to pay. Would he have fit in with Detroit? I mean, offensively, yeah, he's a gifted player, but would that be too much to spend on a player on a team that maybe could use a little bit more relief there, or would you rather see them go elsewhere? And I think the idea that we've kicked around for a while now, Robert Thomas, who's the forward with St. Louis, who's out right now recovering from a procedure he had on his leg, but the word is that he's supposed to come back either right after the break or shortly after the break, so that they don't expect him to be out long at all. It was a very minor procedure. But that's a guy that isn't going to cost you that kind of money. I think might be $6.5 a year, if I'm not mistaken, 6.5 or 8. I forget which of the two. And then they've got a defenseman there too. You can go one-stop shopping with St. Louis if they're willing to deal. And the Red Wings have prospects, they have draft capital that they can offer up in trade to make a significant move. And that would be a really significant move if they get either of those players. But if they get them both, then, here we go in business.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with something we say on the air a lot, okay? That it's not something that I just idly throw around. And that is, a player's got to fit. The due diligence that's done on these players Like, they want to make sure that a guy makes sense in their locker room and a guy makes sense for what they're trying to do. That narrows down the field in terms of what players we might hear associated with Detroit. But at the end of the day, they haven't pulled off a big trade that makes you go, all right, we know they can do this. We know that they know how to give it gas at the right time, specifically at the trade deadline. I think they're very picky. I think they're very selective. But this year, I think one of the differences is I think the team's play has made them more motivated.
Yeah, I think it has as well. This is a good hockey team. Unfortunately, there's a lot of good hockey teams in the Eastern Conference at this time compared to maybe in years past. The timing is just weird. I think they still have a 7-point lead over from being out of the playoffs. So they still have to do their fair share of winning games. So why not add gas to it, bring players to the mix that are going to help this team out and move forward? And I think that they've got the opportunities that are right in front of them. Make it happen. I don't know if they're going to get that spectacular player that people want, if they make the big splash with a name guy like a Stamkos, or if it's more along the lines of what we've talked about, which would be significant adds to get a top 6 forward and top 4 defenseman.
It's fun to think about, and I think the motivation is there to do both. And I think your shoot the boot guarantee is a good one. I think you're going to be fine, because I agree with you. There's way too much smoke this year.
So is that are you shooting the boot too?
No, I've already got one.
All right.
So just in case it goes south for you, I don't need to be drinking 2 beers out of.
Doug's going to do a 40.
You know what? Well, you run out of shoes, right? I mean, I got some. Well, I mean, when you shoot the boot, you throw the shoe away, right? You've never kept any of your shoes around, have you?
What?
Come on, man. You threw the shoes away, didn't you?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I've taken your advice and I've put the shoe in the freezer.
Chill it, yeah.
Beforehand.
Chill your glass.
Yeah, and it definitely, given my experience with it, it definitely helped. But then the shoe went right in the trash. I wasn't bringing it back.
Well, I mean,
is it any shoes that you still wear?
I don't recall. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think I had saved it for a while. I did a purge in my closet of shoes that I put into this basket, like an old clothes basket I have, and I still haven't actually taken them out to the curb to throw them out. But there's a lot in there. But there's also still a lot of shoes that I have left. I didn't know I had that many shoes. So
Ken, you've never had to do it, have you?
No, I was going to ask you guys. I mean, what's the play here? I mean, it might be just an individual choice, but brand new shoe, old disgusting shoe you're going to throw away anyways, or middle tier shoe.
I mean,
God, it's awful.
Yeah,
these are terrible
gross.
choices.
Yeah,
I think that. Look, I don't want to give you secrets on how to do this. I want to make it as interesting as possible, but I feel compelled to at this point. Pick a shoe that you're not really fond of that is probably on the way out.
That sounds gross.
And clean it out clean it out ahead of time.
There's only so much cleaning you can do. You know how these shoes are. We did yesterday, Doug. One of the Tub of Pretzels questions was, if you had to break the rule, no shirt or no shoes, which one you breaking? Me and Rieger both picked no shirt.
I picked no shirt.
Not this
you
guy.
Too? Get it with no shirt.
No one needs to see me shirtless. Yeah, not at this point in my life. I'll go no shoes.
If I recall correctly, the first time I did it, I had a random old running shoe that I loved. I had this pair of Brooks that I'd run in, and somehow, some way, I lost the left one. So all I had was the one shoe. I always figured I'd find it. I never did. And finally, I'm like, all right, this shoe's going to get used for a shoot the boot, and I'll throw it away, and I'm done with these shoes. And so I used the right one to shoot the boot. The left one, I never found the left one, so that was obviously gone, and the right one throughout. The next time I did it was with old shoes that hadn't. By my shoes, typically there's high rotation, and then you get into low rotation, and then you turn into a lawn mowing shoe. It had not reached the lawn mowing stage. So, I think it's got to be one of your shoes, and I don't think it should be a new shoe.
I think I may have gotten lucky one time. Like I had this pair of shoes that I had gotten recently, and the dog had destroyed it. Like I hadn't worn it that much, but the dog had chewed up the part of the shoe where I'm not going to wear that in public anymore. So I could have used that one. I think that's what I did with one of them. But I've done this like 2 or 3 times, so I don't recall what else I've used. I think now I just don't care. It's fine. I'll grab a shoe from the closet, use it, and wash it out when I'm done, and maybe it goes back in rotation, maybe not. Maybe you just forget about it.
All right, Gator, could you do what this man in California did?
I can do a lot of things.
A dedicated football fan has claimed 2 Guinness World Records by visiting all 30 NFL stadiums in just 72 days. Brian Fowler of California attended 56 games during the season, breaking the previous record. He also set the fastest time to visit every NFL stadium at 72 days, 20 hours, and 56 minutes, beating the 2021 record by nearly 2 days. Fowler visited some stadiums twice to catch home games for teams sharing venues like the Jets and Giants. He began his NFL journey after losing his mother to breast cancer in 2021. I had a hole in my heart and was seeking to fill it. So this is how he did it. He went to every stadium and saw 56 NFL games this season. Do you think you could pull that off?
Yeah. I don't know if I have no desire to do it, and you could do it in less games. You can do it. You shouldn't you be able to do it in 32 games, not 56?
Well, there's two records, he said. He saw the most games in a season, and he saw the least amount of time to see every stadium, to visit all stadiums.
Yeah, these are things that I have no desire to do. I don't really. Yeah, and I'm not
This
impressed.
this isn't a retirement project for you?
No, nor am I impressed with, because people do this because they want to tell you they did it. And I'm like, okay, great. Nice job. Okay. Hey, I can tell you every pitcher that Mark McGwire hit a home run off of in that one marvelous season. Okay, great. Don't care. Nice memory skills. I don't. What do you want me to say? Hey, I went to every Big Ten game over the last 3. I don't care. I just do not care. I mean, what significance does that have in my life? For you, good for you. If it made you fill that hole you had in your heart, then God bless you. Good for you. But it does nothing for me.
Hey, Gator, I tried all the Baskin-Robbins flavors, all 31.
Oh, way to go.
Wait, Kang, is that true?
No, it's not. I just wanted Gator to be pissed more.
Oh, okay, good. That's nice. Yeah.
These kind of feats do nothing for you. You're not even interested in trying this?
No. What, to do it in record time or to see every stadium? I don't know if I have I'm not yearning to see every stadium in the National Football League. No, not at all.
Kang, would you do this?
Probably not.
No.
But I'm not as hostile as Gator about it, though.
I'm not a hostile, but I just I just.
Aren't you?
Good for you. Congratulations. No, it's as I've gotten. Maybe I am becoming a curmudgeon, but I don't. I enjoy watching games at home just fine. I don't need to go to stadiums to do it. It's fun every once in a while to go to a stadium, but there's a hassle involved with it too. And
hold on,
there's
hold
stuff
on.
that
I
you
wouldn't
miss.
call you a curmudgeon. I don't think you're turning into a curmudgeon because you've never liked look at me guy, and this feels to me like you're having a look at me. You think he's a look at me guy.
Well, when you do something for the purpose of getting into the Guinness Book of World Records while filling the hole in your heart. There's a little bit of look at me.
Okay, well, would you do this for like the Big Ten? Go to see a game in the Big Ten, every stadium in the Big Ten in a year?
No.
No?
No.
I'm trying to think of like tap into some incredible passion you have that would make sense.
No, I'd like to savor the events that I go to. If I go, like, I don't need to. I gotta get on the road tomorrow. I gotta head out to Eugene. You know, I mean, no.
Eugene is pretty sweet.
I've been there. It's fine.
No.
Yeah, great. But I don't need to go from Eugene to Lincoln. Let's just do all the colleges. Let's go to Ames and I don't care. I want to go see a good game is what I want to see. So, hey, I got to fit this stadium in. So I'm going to go watch Eastern Carolina take on Minnesota so I can knock Minnesota off the list of Big Ten schools I've seen. I don't want to see that.
Dude, they got cheese curds at Minnesota Stadium.
Good. I can get cheese curds down the street. I get cheese curds at Savvy's, okay? And I get sliders too. No, I don't. None of this matters to me even a little bit. I crossed off the list. I went to all the games. All right. Good for you, sir.
Should we put this guy on the list?
No, he's not. He's not on the list. You're just asking if this is something I would do. No, it's not something I would do. And if it's brought up in conversation with somebody and they bring that up to me, I'd probably just shake my head and go, okay.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, we all know how brutal these winter mornings have been, and with temperatures dropping into the single digits, your furnace is working overtime. Do not wait for a breakdown in the middle of a deep freeze to find out that your system just can't keep up. So whether you need an emergency repair or a high-efficiency upgrade, the experts at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling have you covered. Now, they've been keeping me and the rest of our community comfortable for years with fast, professional service that you can trust. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater or your boiler or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Gator, I spent much of my day yesterday when I was out sick streaming on Peacock, like Olympic stuff.
Should have been sleeping.
Watching. Well, I did plenty of that too. Believe me. When I got deep into the curling, I fell asleep. But the downhill training runs.
Yeah.
We got some guys. Ryan Cochran Siegel, whose mom was a medalist. He's got a chance. You'll like River Radamus, who's got an elite mustache.
I'm sorry, what?
River Radamus. He's got a great mustache.
Is that some new species of bovine?
Bryce Bennett is 6'7" tall, and yet he's not a sail. He gets down the hill pretty quick. Jake Vetter, kid from Pinckney, snowcross, no relation to Eddie, but
spelled the same or no?
I believe so. Part of the Vetter Electric family for people on the west side.
Well, good luck to him.
And then there's this video going viral of Lindsey Vonn working out.
Yeah, have you seen it?
Yeah, so she's got a torn ACL, and she's doing squats.
She's doing more than squats. I mean, she's doing a whole workout of like 6 different exercises, whatever they show. And squats is one of them, which you would think, I'm sorry, what are you doing with a torn ACL?
Right.
It's unbelievable to watch. I understand the ACL injuries. When you see some guys get hurt with an ACL and they're able to walk off the field of play.
Girls.
Or girls, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, in this case, you're able to walk off the field of play. Because I was always under the impression that the ACL affects your lateral movement, not necessarily your straightforward movement. So it's your cutting if you're a football player. If you've got the ACL injury, you're not able to cut. And if you're not able to cut, you can't play. But walking, you could walk around with one. To do downhill skiing, now I'm not a skier, Doug, but last I checked, your knees are like shock absorbers when it comes to skiing. Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
So when you have no ACL in one of those knees, I don't care if the thing is strapped in with the heaviest brace in the world. How on earth is she going to be able to, I guess maybe this isn't terribly uncommon, but it sounds like it's ridiculous to be able to compete in a downhill skiing event a week after you were airlifted out of a mountain because you tore your ACL. And now you're going to compete in the Olympics.
A couple things about this story. One is, the brace that they have on that knee is pretty significant to help cut down on the lateral movement and the strains that she will feel from, moving left to right. Straight down the hill, it's easier to do downhill on a knee than it would be a slalom, where there'd be a lot of back and forth. The other thing I can't help but think of is that somewhere there's a Olympic alpine ski team alternate member who, like, when Lindsay goes down, was probably like, well, I hate to see it, but here's my chance. And then it just turns out that Lindsey Vonn is like some superhuman bionic woman that can tear her ACL and still compete. And you're like, you thought the door had opened up for you, but instead, nope, Lindsey Vonn cannot be stopped.
Right, and if you're
she does well, of course.
Yes, and if you're that person who thought you had a roster spot and now you don't have that roster spot, I mean, how good were you? Were you good enough to be the next person on the American team? But if what are you, 50th in the world or something like that, then you're not anywhere close to a medal. But and she at 80% is still possible to
better
medal.
Than you.
Yeah.
I mean, the difference between like elite could be, 1/4 of a second.
Right. Exactly.
Being elite, not over the course of going 90 miles an hour down a hill on skis over, a minute and 45 seconds. So it's crazy, but
it's going to create more intrigue in the Olympics. People are going to be tuning in to watch her runs for sure.
Yeah, you know what? I think NBC is probably loving every second of this.
Yes.
So,
I'm sure they
voting
want her.
is.
Doug, next time I'm sure they want her to try everything possible to compete, right? The Olympics,
Oh, sure.
NBC. But next time your wife tells you she has a headache, show her this video.
You think that'll work?
Absolutely not. But you're probably desperate at this point.
Yeah, you're married too. You try it, Kang.
Well, I want you to try it first.
Oh boy!
You just tell her Kang told me to do it.
Right.
Blame me.
NBA trade deadline is today. The Pistons have added wing Kevin Huerter. Barring another move, if this is the postseason roster, what do you think will happen? You can vote at Twitter at DunGator971. You got about 20 minutes left to get your votes in. Win the NBA Finals, win the East, but lose in the Finals, lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, or early postseason exit. Right now, losing the Eastern Conference Finals is the number one answer with 43.1% of the vote. Winning the Eastern Conference Finals, win the East, losing the finals is second with 34.3. Early postseason exit is third with 14.9. Win the whole thing, 7.7.
Here's what I'm curious about, okay? Because you got nearly half the polls say they're going to lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, and it's more than half the people don't expect them to, I guess, to get to the NBA Finals, right?
Yeah.
If that's the case, who is it you think is going to represent the Eastern Conference? If it's not the
Well-
Pistons, who do you think is the number one contending team for it? Is it Boston, New York, Cleveland? Who is it?
Based upon the feedback we got, one person said Cleveland, another one said New York. I want to play New York again. Let me say that again. That feels like when I'm seeing the Pistons climb to a title, doesn't it feel like there's steps they need to take and teams they knock off to get there? And doesn't it seem like New York is the team for the current Pistons that they need to knock off in the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, it goes, if we go to history before what we've seen our Piston teams in the past do, yeah, New York seems to be that team because they were the one that got in the way last year. So would they be the, hey, let's see the high five with, with Kevin McHale walking down the Pistons bench, giving them the high five as the Pistons are knocking them out? Would we like to see that same thing with Jalen Brunson and Cade Cunningham as Cade Cunningham lifts the Pistons past? That's the team that I look at it, yeah.
I don't know if I need to see that. I'm perfectly comfortable not liking them the way, but boy.
Or would you rather
McHale
watch? I'd rather see Jalen Brunson slink out like Isaiah Thomas did after the Bulls knocked the Pistons out. I'd rather see Brunson do that little, head bob to move out of the way because then it creates a great rivalry with them. And like, who's a sore loser? They couldn't handle the Pistons beat them.
248-539-9797. We swing around the NFL next here on 97.1. All right, Gator, heads or tails?
Heads.
Gator calls a head, and it is a tail. I will receive, my friend.
Okay.
All right, here we go, Doug. Question number 1. The Minnesota Vikings beat writer for The Athletic wrote this week that the Vikings would do anything and everything they possibly could to acquire a quarterback like Joe Burrow. But if the Vikings were ever to try and get Joe Burrow himself, should they go all in? And what would your all-in proposal be for Joe Burrow?
Wow, this is fun.
The Vikings?
I like this. I would offer up quarterback J.J. McCarthy, go in the other direction. Linebacker Blake Cashman, which would be hard to depart with, but Minnesota would then re-sign Ivan Pace Jr., who is a backup and a player I really liked out of Cincy, and their 2026 first and 2026 second-round pick. That's number 18 and number 49 in this draft. So Cincinnati's giving up the franchise quarterback, but they're getting the possible young replacement, help for the defense, and 2 draft picks they can use right away. I don't know if I'm doing this show in Minnesota and people think I'm crazy, or I'm doing this show in Cincinnati and people think I'm crazy, but that's the deal I came up with.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You and I both have one, or I guess a couple similar elements in this. Would I do it? Absolutely, I would do it if I were Minnesota. They've got a ready-made offense. You're able to hang on to Brian Flores for another year. So I think that's going to help you out. You got a little bit of a window here. You'll probably lose Flores at the end of the year. But you've got him for this year. Let's make a run for it. And if you're going to make a run for it, you need the quarterback. Joe Burrow is that guy. To me, it's going to cost you, similar to the Stafford deal, give him 2 firsts, a third, and a swap of quarterbacks. We'll give you J.J. McCarthy as well. And if that can get it done, awesome. Like you, I'm not sure that's something that Cincinnati would like or Minnesota. I think Minnesota would do it. I don't know if Cincinnati would do that. I don't know if they believe in J.J. McCarthy. I wouldn't if I were them, but it's the other piece going that way. They get a couple first-round picks, and I'm huge on if you're going to sign a quarterback this offseason, I'm going for Malik Willis.
Yeah, I would definitely try this as well, and I'm not sure, like you guys said, if the Vikings fans think I'm crazy or the Bengals fans think I'm crazy, but I would do almost anything, and that includes a deal similar to the Stafford Goff deal, but even more, because Joe Burrow he's a younger, better player. He hasn't won anything yet.
Got an injured history, though.
Yeah, but he has gone to a Super Bowl. But yeah, he does have an injury history. With that being said, I don't care. I would offer multiple first-round picks, if not the first, second, third this year. You obviously have to throw J.J. back so they get something where they maybe have a quarterback of the future. And then you got to throw them something on defense, because that's where the Bengals have been lacking is defense. The offense hasn't been the problem. It's the defense. I threw in Dallas Turner, Doug. That's the guy I included in the deal, because you got to give something good up to get something good back, right? And even if they want another one, I might do that too as someone from the defense, because Brian Flores, you're right, Gator, he's still there for another year. I think he can hold it down and then use any other draft picks you have on defense at that point. All right, apparently the Patriots owner Robert Kraft is going to be joining Bill Belichick and not getting into the Hall of Fame this year, which has got people wondering, when Tom Brady is eligible for his first year, is he going to get denied as well? What's going on, and would Brady actually get denied?
As the voting has been brought to our attention, how this thing works, and there are only certain slots for it, and I no longer care about this. I'm actually annoyed by it now. It's so stupid and ridiculous. Obviously, without question, Tom Brady is a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's probably the easiest choice that modern football has ever had to make when it comes to putting somebody into the Hall of Fame. But who knows? I mean, the number one thing he has over the other guys is that he actually played the game. He wasn't an owner. He's not a coach. He's a guy who played and won the Super Bowl, was the Super Bowl MVP multiple times. He's got 7 rings. There's no question he gets in. But is a possible Deflategate keeps him out with some writers? You never know. You never know with writers.
Tom and I go way back.
Yeah, you guys do.
I think this totally depends on who else is on the ballot the first year he's eligible, because this convoluted process that limits the number of players that can get in is kind of hard to follow, and so it makes it hard to predict. But the growing sentiment is that there is Patriot backlash out there, and has me leaning towards no. I don't think Brady gets in the first chance he gets.
Wow. Crazy, man. If that actually happens, I think he will get in. Here's why. I think the process changes. This process is ridiculous. It's dumb. I think after all this has come to light and there's public outcry now, and media outcry from the guys that aren't voters, I think they're going to have to change the process. But I do think there is something with this Patriot backlash. I mean, does the committee really hate the dynasty? Do you think it's Deflategate? Were they arrogant? Were they jerks? I mean, did they cheat? All of that plays a role, and maybe they're trying to punish them. But in the end, I think Brady gets in because they changed the process.
Did you see, by the way, I think Goodell talked about this earlier in the week, that he's like, the NFL, this isn't the NFL, this is a Hall of Fame thing. Like, he's separating the NFL from the Hall of Fame and wants everybody to know it, as if to say, we don't think that's the way to do it, but that's how they're doing it. They have their process.
Yeah, and I think they should change that process. All right, Ian Rappaport reported this week that quarterback Justin Fields actually turned down an opportunity to participate in the Pro Bowl games this year. Guys, what should the league do about the Pro Bowl games? Justin Fields is turning them down.
So, look, I mean, this is like college bowl games. The reality is the Pro Bowl's harmless. It's up to the players. The Pro Bowl games are harmless. There's a charitable function here, so why not keep it going? Last year it got 4.7 million viewers, and that number, I don't expect it to go up, but we got to remember they were celebrating that Michigan State last Friday. A game was the highest rated college basketball game in the history of Fox. It has a lower number than the Pro Bowl games did a year ago. Crazy. The production costs are low. It's still getting a number, meaning a rating. I think the thing is harmless, and as long as the players want to do it, and if some money goes to charity, I don't see the harm.
Yeah, I agree that it's a harmless situation. It's crazy to think how the ratings actually work with this thing, that people do tune into it. I haven't watched it in forever, but that doesn't make me better or worse than anybody else. It's just it's not on my radar anymore. I think this year was different. There was unforeseen circumstances with all the attrition with the AFC quarterbacks. I mean, they wanted a bunch of guys, but guys are just hurt or rehabbing. They can't play, or they were, they got guys that they're in the playoffs or whatever and whatnot. But they had to go so deep that Shedeur Sanders is there. It's not because Shedeur is deserving of it. It's because everybody else is hurt or banged up and can't do it. And now you're talking about Justin Fields was asked. I mean, Joe Flacco has been asked. I think the solution is when you get a situation like this, when the circumstances line up that you don't have the pool of players to go with to field a quarterback on the team AFC, you simply turn it into a draft of a pool of NFL players, pick a captain from the AFC, a captain from the NFC, and then select players and move on that way.
Please, for the love of God, get rid of it. Get rid of it all except for the charitable part. You're right about the community service and charity part, Doug. But as far as the Pro Bowl games goes, get rid of it. And I know I've been the first and always, well, one of the first. I always say for years and years, it's all about money with the NFL. That's all they care about. At some point, this is like a drop in the bucket for them as far as money is concerned. They don't need the Pro Bowl games at all. The ratings, I don't care. And yeah, players are turning it down. Justin Fields turned it down, Doug. No one wants to play in this game. They're fake injuries. They're not even real injuries. Keep it because of the charity part, not the games, though. I don't need to air any of the competition. Go to these towns, do the community service, build up all the good causes that they do, all the raising the money. That's fine. But the actual game, no one cares, please. I think it's doing more harm than good for the brand. All right, allegedly recently fired Vikings GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah took 2-week paternity leave during training camp in 2023. Apparently some rival NFL execs were in disbelief on this. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, he did work remotely. It isn't that the world that we live in right now, whether it's right or wrong, and it's kind of the world we live in right now. That being said, for years, there was no paternity leave offered for players, for coaches, for executives, whatever. That wasn't even part of it. So I get that the old school people are going to say, oh, raising their fist and angry at the clouds and all that, but it's a different world right now. I'm thinking it's a bit archaic to go back to that. I can't imagine that he wasn't involved with everything this goes on, right? It's training camp. The GM has to be involved with it. I understand that, but I think you can still be involved every day watching film. They can make it easy enough for him. They're filming everything. Just have him watch it at home on Zoom. He's at home, but he's still doing the work. I don't think this is a big deal. I guess I'm not terribly surprised that the old guys are going to be yelling about it.
I imagine if I were an NFL general manager and I were attempting to scout every player in my training camp, as well as every player on any teams that came in for any joint practices, as well as every player on every training camp roster around the league. All I can picture is myself burning the candle at both ends to try and pay attention to who might help my football team when it's all said and done. And I can't imagine being anywhere but in the building doing everything I can for that job. I don't think 24 hours a day would be enough. So I'm not surprised it didn't go over well. And quite frankly, if I were a Viking fan, I don't care that you were able to work from home. I think any second taken away from that job is a mistake for any personal reasons. And real life intervenes. I got it, but not during training camp.
Wow. I did not expect an answer
Me
from Doug
neither.
Karsch.
Me neither, Gator. My first thought is they're just piling on. This was in 2023. Why is this coming out now? He didn't get fired in 2023 after he requested this.
They have a good season in 2023?
I don't know.
Were they 14-3?
I have no idea.
Look at
Was
that.
it? Yeah, no. Okay.
Or maybe not.
yeah.
I'm sorry. It was a year after.
Well, whatever. It happened years ago, and now it's coming out after he got fired later. I think personally it's great that he wanted to be there for his child, his wife, his family, because in the end, that's who really matters and who really cares about you. But if your job requires your attention at all times, maybe that job isn't for you. I mean, it sounds like it was during training camp, so he sounded like he trusted the people he hired underneath him to give him any information. And like you said, Garrett, he was working remote. He could do a lot of stuff from home. He's not a player. He doesn't have to be there. But then again, you are trusting the people underneath you to get you the right information. And in the end, it might have cost him his job because, those players didn't develop or whatever. I heard something that I really like, a saying that I really like. It's in the end, the only people that remembered you work late all the time is your family. So if Mensah made his choice and said, "Hey, I'm cool with this is what I'm doing," he lives by it, and he got fired, unfortunately. But I can understand why other execs who don't go home and see their families are like, "What? Yeah. What'd you do that for?" All right, it seems like every head coaching vacancy is filled now. Who got it right and who blew it?
Well, I probably blew it because I made a shoot the boot guarantee that one of them would be a college coach. So I guess put me at the top of that list. Who got it right? The New York Giants got it right, getting John Harbaugh. And I think the team that probably blew it the most is Baltimore, moving on from him. But if you were looking for who blew it with the hire, I'm going to go for the first time in my lifetime, the Pittsburgh Steelers blew it with their hire. Did they really go out and basically hire a guy that they are trying to hang on to, a decrepit old quarterback whose best days are behind him? Because that's what it looks like from afar. That's what it looks like to me from afar.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb. I agree. I also agree that I think it's the Giants. They got it right. John Harbaugh is a heck of a coach. The team has some talent. They got a top pick, and they're ready to make that big leap forward with this great coach. The team that messed it up, I think it's the Buffalo Bills. There was nothing wrong with having McDermott as your coach. Nothing wrong. All you did was go to the playoffs every single year. You've got a franchise quarterback, and the reason you fired him, you even admitted this, that he would still be the coach if the kicker didn't miss that kick. So you're firing a coach because somebody's right foot didn't work in one play. That is the dumbest thing ever. And then you're going to promote from within? I don't understand it at all. Need a new voice in the room, so you're going to bring up a guy who worked underneath him. That is just beyond dumb to me.
So I like John Harbaugh, and I necessarily didn't think he deserved to be fired, but sometimes it runs its course. With that being said, I like the Jesse Minter hiring by the Ravens. I think what the Ravens have really built their team on in years past with success is defense, and they're getting back to defense. That defense used to be feared, used to be aggressive, and they're just not anymore. They're just relying on Lamar Jackson to get them down the field, and then a kicker miss a field goal or whatever it is. They've blown way too many fourth quarter leads. Hopefully Minter and that defense stops that from happening, and that's what leads them to some playoff success. The one I don't like is, I agree with you, Doug, Mike McCarthy with the Steelers. This is going to sound weird, but they need to stop trying to make the playoffs because they need to rebuild. Because, no, what they're doing is they're stuck in first-round exit purgatory. That's all they're doing. They're not actually a threat to win it all, and that's why I'm saying I don't make the playoffs. They need to reset this whole thing. Is it crazy that T.J. Watt has never won a playoff game? It's time to start over, man. Our last one here, fun one, guys. Puka Nacua, he shot his shot. That's right. He was able to land a date with Sydney Sweeney. Apparently it was yesterday. I don't know if it went through or not, but Sydney Sweeney said in an interview, one of the things she's looking for in a man is an adventurous man, someone who would go skydiving. Puka immediately went to X and said, "I love skydiving." Now they have reservations to go skydiving. It's supposed to happen yesterday. Two-part question. One, would you go skydiving with Sydney Sweeney? And two, if you had to skydive with a current NFL player, who would it be?
All right, Sydney Sweeney is spectacular. Let's just get that out of the way.
Well, I'm glad you said it, Gator.
Yeah, I think we had to get that out of the way. I had to get that out of the way. I'm not skydiving for anybody. I am not jumping out of a plane. I don't care if it's Sydney Sweeney or whomever, right? I think she's great, but there's no way that's happening. It's sad to have to admit that I guess I'm just not a fit for Sydney Sweeney. I'm not that adventurous guy. It's not going to work out between us. As far as skydiving with an NFL player, again, I'm not skydiving, but if you're forcing me to come up with a player, and I know you are, I'm going to say Terrion Arnold because I think he's hysterical. And the way that he reacted to a winter in Detroit and he was completely unprepared for it was awesome and funny as hell. And I can only imagine what he'd be like up on the plane and the things that he would say in front of an open, door to jump out of it. I think it'd be great.
Okay, question A, would I go skydiving with Sydney Sweeney? No, I would not skydive with Sydney Sweeney. And before someone suggests it, I would not tandem jump with Jack Campbell. I can assure you I would not do that.
Really?
I can assure you. The only thing that would make me skydive is life-changing money. Like somebody saying, I'll give you $25 million if you go skydiving once. I have no interest in that at all. And so I guess it's no and no.
Well, are you forced to just be up there with an NFL player?
Jack Campbell.
All right, there you go. That makes sense. Yeah. The shocker here was that Doug didn't want to put on a helmet when he had a chance to put on a helmet, right? Seriously.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure the helmet would help.
Yeah, this is going to sound crazy, but 3 for 3. I'm not skydiving with Sydney Sweeney. It sounds. I don't want to skydive either. I don't care who the chick is. Not happening. As far as if you're forcing me to with an NFL player, I'm going to go Jared Goff because this is why, guys. If maybe we share a traumatic moment together, he'll enjoy us more and our weekly interviews will be better. Because he'll be like, hey, you know what? We shared that moment. I took it a little easier on you guys. So, Jared, remember me where we almost died, but we survived? And
I remember that. That was a good moment. Yeah,
Jared Goff.
You said no to Sydney Sweeney, but you said yes to me.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
all I heard.
That's got to mean something, Jared.
Yeah.
There it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. They show up for the people who show up for Michigan. Their firm is built on respecting the hard work you do every day. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. The voting is final on our Twitter poll. The number one answer, if this is the Pistons postseason roster, losing the Eastern Conference Finals. That's what people